joy and not showing appreciation for this for the goodness that exists. Because we did not say Hashem is not with joy and peace of heart, then everything was in front of us. And this first teaches us that just as Baal Shem Tov taught, joy is the vessel that both persons hold it to share with the Lord's evidence. Joy, the flow is blocked. The Torah tells us here that the downfall is this. So, we have to serving God for out of joy. Ingratitude leads to an attitude of entitlement, leads to destruction. Torah warns us that the root of this spiritual damage is when we have lost the ability to be thankful. But gratitude is a spiritual discipline that has to be consciously cultivated. Indeed, this is the thread that connects these dark verses to the opening scene of the first fruits. The secret of joy, because you do not serve Hashem your God, you're happy.
Jerusalem Lights Community. Go fuck yourself. All I want is 8-minute dop. And they're like, oh, you want 8-minute dop? Here's some fucking kid climbing on this wall. You like it? Do you like this kid climbing on this fucking wall? Hey, Rabbi. Do you like this kid climbing on this fucking wall? Oh, you want to learn about brachos? Oh, okay, cool. Here's a kid fucking wall. It's like, no, dog, that's not what I want. I want fucking brachos. What up, baby? Yo, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here. Who is it? Smoking. Smoking. How you living? How you living?
I'm going with the
If you're there, I'm adjusting to
Sean. I live in South Collinsville.
every single day, smoking. Yo, dog. You want to listen to 8-minute dog process? Yeah, that'd be great. I want to hear about the fucking black cat of the daughter of a black cat and her afterbirth. Oh, okay, cool. Here's a kid climbing on a wall. Oh, why? Oh, because you want to hear about the black cat and the black cat of the afterbirth? Huh? God. Dog. Do you want to hear about the black cat and the black cat and the afterbirth? Huh? Oh, okay. Dog, look at this athleticism. Dog. Look at this athleticism.
Welcome to 6,000 new subscribers. Just joined us in the last few days. Welcome to original subscribers. We should all be done together.
Look at this athleticism.
Finish shots with Mashiach and the Omega. This helps figure out some of the amazing benefits of that young and some of the reasons why people fall off that young, what they can do to overcome that. The saying is, it's not about the dot, it's about the young. Now, the young provides an opportunity
Hey, Rabbi, do you want to listen to the 8-minute doc? You want to hear about the afterbirth of a black cat, of a daughter of a black cat? Huh? Well, here's a kid climbing on a wall. Oh, dog. Dude, I think I just fucking tore my kid. I fucking felt it. I'm over here like lost an echo. Non-contact injury. Don't worry about the non-contact injury. Why does that matter? No one knows. So, non-contact injury. This athleticism. That's not be like, hey kid, you want to tell me about the daughter of a black cat? Is her? Hey Rabbi, you want to tell me about the after birth of a black cat? Black cat. Black cat, kid, calm down, woman. Doug, no one. Yet, sir. No one knows this English. Speak English, Doug.
Russell is not able. Tremendous amount of every single one of you who started shots. You should be something for to stay on board, stick it out, finish shots with your show. Welcome to over 1,500 subscribers in the last 24 hours. That puts us up to 7,500 subscribers in the last 4 days. I think it is. Our goal was to get to 10,000 subscribers. You're the same shots. We're almost there. If you don't know, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it, or make a tremendous video of trying to do difference. We really use that one for the other. So much more shine on the head of the first visual. There are 3 responsibilities watching the Shemai and Allah and Shiva. And when one visual ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say visual. The question is, if the one I would see for 4 hours, why would you just say it's visual for 4 hours? That's when we teach us that the Shemai and Shemai on Sunday with Shemai down here. We also have Shemai. For instance, the first Shemai will appear in the Dominant Day and the second, the second Shemai will appear in North Boston. At the beginning of the first one, we make these wake up nerves. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts calling her husband. For the next shot, all 3 of these signs happen at the end of each Shemai. Then the third fish was really daytime. I don't need a sign. Because you come in and you're dark mood, and your wife starts talking to you. When your baby wants a nurse, you know it's time to say, preach. Because most of the Shoyei Karmi, he roars like a lion, 3 times a day. And he says, only thing about it is I will send you right to space. Well, the nation that I keep the heart of my sons, I had destroyed my house, I had worked my ankles, and I had set my shoulders. I was really
Number 1 team in the country right now. This is
Number 1 versus number 2.
First of all, you don't go into the full traveling, I'm waiting, and what you got, that's how you name it, first. I'm not going to continue to ask them what years of the full said I heard. Like, it's just taking a stand with what you said. Or the ones that you just said, I'm not going to my house, that's for the people, but I will come. So, I'm not talking. And the one that I was for, I swear to you, love. So, it's every single day, I get what it is. I just want to show this. What do you do? That was very awful. It says, it's time to go. It's a fine scroll. Why don't you go for the first is a shot. It's sufficient. That's the reason going people saying? People say that through China, the second Jews like us reported that the rumors were came in. And that's a reason that the way we two cultures people over the north. Finally, Turkey is Mexican Chile. It's a brand place. And there's people that are kosher. But it's in their place. Mexican like to hang out. It's still dangerous to do that. Or it's just a bumper. By yourself. And you can't go Mexican. Let me say that the practice of Polish work, in other words, 3 hours. So that says, it says, I swear, I will call 2 smarts before the others in the hole that there are 3 smarts in the night, morning, in the middle of the night. There's only 1.5 smarts left. So tomorrow, because I was saying, 6 hours. So then the night was 4 hours. 8 hours before anyone else. 8 hours divided by equals 4 hours. In other words, it's 2 hours. All of these corners are like, yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1 hour before. So it's 8. He was 2 hours before hours. The Rashi says, you call one of the Mishmaras, Mishmaras. 2 Mishmaras. You want to set up with everyone, so it's not fucking hard. Unless you talk since anything becomes related, it's still going to go back unless you talk about amazing stuff. The conviction is if you took it, one person says that the other person says they woke up before that. The Gemara has a shot. I'm saying, I never slept as Chatzos. Or he says that I was only one of the Chatzos, like the horse that goes to off and he's floating in his building. And then that one time he was carrying the lead, he's not going to go over. One time he's like, look at this, he's like, so that because he's on the basically she was this covers. Word next up means when something goes away, when the second becomes day, or when the day becomes night. But Allah says, it's like a week of a Chatzos. So what Allah was, and on the other hand, he said that Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know what Chatzos was. Chatzos, how many does finally get Chatzos? Almost like Chatzos. What was something in the world? Even though Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know that his heart is only exactly what Chatzos is. What does Moshe Rabbeinu also do? Just he's in order for what Chatzos was Rabbeinu. One Chatzos was in the story. People will say, flying with that's why I said, you don't have to on his word. Or you try to know, I said, or take place for us. I also try to work out some control in the smell. Everything one of the first child, but what do you say? We can also find the amount, let them complete each other. And close starting up and find like to fall in the water. So why do I water? Let's spread the water to get them the other means let's be just for something. And we also need to ask people and the other let people war as a wonderful. I'd like to thank each and every one. What's that? I found out in 16. That's it. That day I started just recently I promised to try to get 30,000 subscribers to Super Shots. That is our Hashem. Your skills. You achieve that. And you should try to class for a super. Also like to thank
says in Miller, Dr. Miller says, cost budget. Once you have a cost compared to the other world, you know, 3 hours a day, I do exercise, or the other kids, they sit right up, their friends, or I have this local rabbi,
Right.
I do this. I get my hands bloody to make sure that the women are covered to their husbands. And just because I ask you questions, known as questions. The reason why it's called legal questions because it embarrasses everyone else. So everyone else asks the same questions that says, is this hard? Is this question? But it embarrasses the Allah. It's not much better than the Allah. So no one else can do that. They had a son, Danilo, he's called Kilo, he was able to embarrass the questions that Allah. It says in the famous passage, really, Hashem, the word Rupai has that on top of it. It does. So I know I'm sure that well enough. And we see this because he's worried showing perhaps his sin won't be over. As we see what happens through that before the time is to shoot for his action. It says the person by Kira Yahweh who's worried why Shema Yibin of time. In fact, we see that the fact he was better. That's where
Yo, what up, man? How you living? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, Doc, what'd you find out about me? Oh, your friend is amazing. All right, very well. Have we met before? Oh, absolutely. Bring him in. Take your time. Take your time. You want to just take my phone? Yeah? All right. So, okay, what do you think about David Mark? What are your thoughts? He's not starting. It's the number one team in the country. Two, number 13. It's a great show. still like you more. They should have mayor of the US or UFC. You really don't. Automatic medicine. Real I'm deep. Incredible that you can work in the country. Incredible. Aside from little people who even still think I wonder how you feel about this uh, diva way. These stadiums, it's just like putting roofs on their shit because they regulate that awful. This shit sucks. Where's this guy? Big dog. I don't have it. Where's this guy? Make a mistake. Starting scattergood. Where this fucking goes? I don't give a shit, but I do. Sex, snake, where's some mistakes? Dallas, people arguing. Dude, that's us asking entropy. They have people going 8 feet after living. Alright, you can do a breakdown. Alright, my cat. Just head and shoulders. He sucks. That's the cat. This should even be close. Hours over scattergood. That's what we're delivering. Just asking. That was not good. He's already man, it's everybody's kind of learn. Dude, are you serious? This song, that whale tail. What do you think you do? Enjoy the bananas? You would think when they built these big fucking cities, that, that's not too far. This show will have oh my God. Oh, pretty good. See, that's the worst idea for a show. Let's do Toronto. No, that's a terrible idea. United States? Yeah. No. No one's going to watch this. Righteousness. No wonder it's on CW. Dude, I didn't even know that they had sports. They have a ton of sports. Yo, dog, will you please tell me about the black cat, the daughter of the black cat, afterbirth? Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the afterbirth of the black cat, the daughter of the black cat?
you're concerned that a person could have to work hard to work on the field. Just a little bit. Let's say it's in the middle of the night. And it falls asleep the rest of the night. And now we can hide on this. Why is the Lord so strong with this language? It's hiding this. Because sleep is very dangerous. You try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. Another fact is, I want to tell you, you should know my rule. It's not, it's crucial. It's having to say Krishna says the Gemara, and then you say Shmona Esrei, that goes over your Gemara says that so much utility. When you mention it, it's inside of the opposition that's been meeting. Rashi explains beautifully that is because first, for example, his heart and having love and you have to open his heart. But once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for the trouble and Shmona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says, don't say Krishna and Krishna. That's really Krishna. Make a sound. In the morning, Krishna. That's really Krishna. Because it's stop on both sides. Why the child of the question is, what do you consider the best material? The main part happened in the day, but passes the income is a little bit that started at night before and that also the same relates to God. You find it happening today, and that's what we do. Or the question is, structural enough perspectives between laying down and getting water. According to Judaism, just like when you get up, you have to say Krishna again. That's what so many good is. The lady says, the Hektish is that you get up, so you Krishna is also to sleep. And also, first says you actually didn't
There he is. What up, big dog? Just watching it.
You have to say Krishna and that's what. Why is the three minor
There you go with the gun.
That's what's coming from the sacrament. It's considered a long expression. It's
Okay, sounds good. Yes, sir. All right, watch it. We got the Trojan and the Boilermaker.
The Seder of Adam Base, every person starts all of the 7 days. And the only reason is it's actually these
Oh, it's a weather play.
Notice actually the possible starts to shoot that possible also that the place of falls doesn't go. And just really learned that also that place of get up. That's the not had enough of English to say right away the following way of Sama, so different from the music for the start, lift up goes to the floor. What tells us that not to fall, he flies, it's not stop. But the Buddha has a stop over. It makes one stop. So basically, he has flights. The Rabbi has 4 flights. In other words, he's stop. Almost has 8 flights. The Almost has 7 stops. We want the person to do this, but make it hard for the Almost arrive at his destination. If there's a Gaifa, many people are dying, and my brothers as a direct flight. Sure, like he says, that it's very safe. Because you see a person who's not going to go back when I'm laying down and just say Krishna. However, from a Chacham, because it's a spirit that's Hazaras, perhaps watches the evening half, not really. A Chacham like that doesn't have to say Krishna Shlita. Like says, you don't have a Chacham. Say more possible. For instance, you don't have to say Hashem, MS. What was that thing? I went to apologize We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days, and it's very low for everybody. We're working on it, fucking technology, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use the Yetzer Hara in a battle against the Yetzer Hara constantly. If that will work, you should learn Torah. If you see that he's not beating the Yetzer Hara, you should take Kriya Shema. It's still not working. You should remind yourself of the end of Easter, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down from Rishon Rabbeinu. As we learn in the Pasuk, the end of the Pasuk, Rufus or Evan, that's referring to Rufus, is going to search the verse. That's Torah. The one is included to learn Torah. When you should be Torah, that mitzvah is the first Mishnayos. I should be Sakti is the Medina Tzura. What's your right self? How do I get a lot from the mother? It's not the right all for a Mishnah, rather from the mother, and all these came from Moshe Messiah. We want to discuss this Kriya Shema. The Kriya Shema acts as a double-edged sword. It's all the way to Masikim, and George says, get rid of the swords. Says, remember, I need a plus for that. Every little, and the Pasuk says, if you do anything that the Torah tells you for a lot of something that's trying to split up, it's something that gets rid of the swords. Since the other one, no one would play with yourself, then if the Torah says, probably the sword. The Torah doesn't act like a regular person. He's a present to somebody. When you sell something, he's upset. Or when he wants to play up and he's excited about it. He says, if we lost our Azrael, the person has a surah, and this is the exciting for life. The person is interested, trying to see what makes causes the surah. He can't figure it out. He assumes because he's not learning Torah without words. And if not, you should understand that it's a surah have a concept of what is surah in order to put yourself out of the above. As the Prophet says in the Gemara, it's a surah that people he loves. On one condition, that these people accept it as Haftarah. And if they do, they'll be serving our children and real estate. My point is, if the surah shall have is only a situation where it doesn't create for Torah, but one I know it's only a situation where it doesn't create different feeling, that it comes from the different and the feeling is still considered the spiritual knowledge. Or these are Talmud. If a slave meets his master when his master knocks out his teeth or his eye, certainly these students which can hold the entire body should give you a purpose of rights. Rishon Rabbi says, and this is also a great decision of life, anything good comes with a struggle. God gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with a struggle. He gave us the Torah against Israel, and He gave us oil on love. If a person is a properly learning, or is being a son, or a mother for various children, or a partner, all are very nice. All are very nice. Rather says, the Rothschild is considered a part of his better, yet it's not considered the Yisur Shalahab. Those Yisur, the difference is, those Yisur come take away a going in a way, a way. Yisur Shalahab, as we mentioned, means that it becomes double Yisur Shalahab. For many distinctions in the Gemara, somebody has some rats, and it's wrong, it has a lot of stuff. It's very embarrassing as a nothing has to be accepted. Then he has considered not the social habit, but the first law is in America and Buffalo, that's a rise, that's a social habit. Another distinction you make is that the super are physical for others, and Saras is physical for others, that's not a social habit. Saras is covered, it's a social habit. Thickness, also a vehicle on the given examples, boys that were lifted, and he carried on himself. He only one of his children, his last child that died, and he said, thank God for that here. This is a reminder of the story of a half of that boss who came through. When the earth was decided, he didn't have some that weren't Shalava. And what is this teacher? The person who never has children, that's not a true Shalava. The person among them loses a child, It's extremely clear. Here, but Abba was something that doesn't want to extend. I never like to like, it says no. I rather not have extreme. I rather not have surprise. It's what it is for me to post. Okay. It's easier for him to get his hand in the field. Rabbi himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because any friends marked out to his assumed a person cannot take himself out of jail. The Rebbe said the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have to swim, I'd rather not have to survive. And he came out of his hands and killed the Rebbe also. She was also sick. And he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his feet and he came away from the house. He looked on skin shining. And he asked him why he's crying. He's crying about the prayer that he did accomplish. The famous person that was also the Manas 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 from tonight. What? It's the quality of God. And you're crying because you don't have to know everybody has to someone to table. You have prayer, grab your head. He says, the ones are crying by you. Beautiful face, beauty, like what is every day. He explained from the living by Shakespeare, the window of the last beautiful people that last from the night. That's the end of the era. It's the seventh, right? Hold on. 400 sparrows came here. So how came to find a sense? And they said, listen, you have to look into what you've done. So he said, I said, look, question me. And they told him they knew. They knew that he did something. That's what he said. The question that he did something without a reason. So he had every issue, all the people he had from the language. And he said, I don't know. You tell me. He said, well, it's after the day. You share properly. And so, well, share properly is not it's over. I don't know. Nevertheless, it's down. You still can say it. Then he takes a little bit of the labor. He says, okay, I took it on and said, I'll pay it back. And in fact, either all this 400 barrels of water or the present figure became higher than water. I'm a beloved, God had before the emblem of and before he ate. And not just as before he would prayer. This is just, you don't understand what I should say before or not. That you should put your bed in north and south because the is facing to the west. And you saw the heaven on the skull and what all this only have wonderful day. Rothschild is not both. We have the capacity to see the shape of it. To be so scared that we don't survive. All around us, many of them, many more than us. In fact, the person has 1,000 shades on his right side and 10,000 shades on his left side. If you blame the shades for everything, the fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a sheer field, as it's crowded, it's all the shade. If you want to see evidence of shade, you take ashes and put it on your bed in the morning and see footprints that look like those. You want to see them. That's how dangerous. You can take a black cat, female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female on this planet. After her, burn it with the ashes of the fire. Rabbi tried to strip, and it actually damaged him to other than damage her to be healed. But Bunyamin continues to say halachas, and it says that tefillah is heard only in the shul. It says, Shmaya the place of tefillah that's sitting there where the Shmos was found in the shul, and he comes and he's immediately actually, but before he really gets there, the Shmos is there with reviewing the entire the Yonas, the comes into the Pharaoh, the Shmos is there with the person learning Pharaoh, the Shmos is there. Versus learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by something from himself is that what we saw is Muslim would bring it down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. That ritual in his own private sefer, that's how close this place. It says in the puzzle, I'll punch me shmoti. It was Gemara. It's about the mitzvah. He had a witness and told the mitzvah, and gets scarred as if he did. And he's 12 years old. The Torah says, like Israel, gave me this one great Shvat. He said, Shvat Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Shemufak. I'm going to say, Sham Yisrael Shemufak. One of the people who put in his tefillah, one of the backs of him, going Gadol, and the parachute of going Gadol. And the second base, he says, Hashem Yisrael, and the parachute of Amcha. The third base, he says, what have you said? And the fourth base, he says, Elyon. The person is used to coming to the shul, and he doesn't show up. One more asks about this. Where is this guy? If he finds out that it's because he went for bar mitzvah, this person will have life. If he finds out that he went for bar shus, and also won't have life. It's time for Jesus' Gemara. Time says, ask him to show up and tell us a question. This is one of the first things that occurred this year on Shoshana. Rothschild is looking at Shoshana. It's impossible that this person has putting time to go down and to go learn. He takes that time instead of learning to go to the first part. Also, it's impossible that all who will take away from the learning that he's supposed to learn. In other words, he should stay and learn, and nothing will happen at the same time. The evidence says that when one comes to the shul, he needs that area. The yad finds it's a simple meaning. The person has a permanent touch. Brings down reading that's he says it in Ezra, and when he dies, they say, first this is honor, who's this person, the child of Israel. When you don't go to the shul, you should run. When you do the shul, you don't run. So this is the run away from shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's also to run, you're allowed to run. It's imperative to run to shul. The Gemara has a list of things that you might perceive that you get scarred for. It's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech. You get scarred, not listening to prayer, but rather walking to shul. The scarred for arguing and learning is the scarred that you get for the yourself for the absolutes that you get from coming up with the story. The scarred you have going through the base of the bubble is not taught. The opposite. And so, why it was when you fast, on a fast day, you think that the scar is for fasting. In fact, the scar is greater when you give money to versus fasting. The scar of lastly, somebody said it has to not the speech that you do, rather the crime. And the scar that you have in the fasting is the scar of one person. Three things. If you daven the shul, outside of the shul, where the Rashi means, obviously during Kodesh, that wall, that is stored during Kodesh, it's in Russian, it's stored in the Rabbi, that's something that's davening outside the shul, and that's stored in Kodesh, it's shooting around, and the Rabbi got a sword and a huge person. It says in the passage, the other, these are the things that we want to speak, such as davening, and people disregard the davening, and treat it with proper respect. The other one says, is a notion of a bird. This person is being supported by others. He has a sort of show that his face turns the color of the bird called wind. Not only that, he is judged. He gave him a punishment for patience. Fire. The Gemara says you must be careful of all your feelings. What if you see that on the Rabbi, it's answered your people. Like I have it says, because the Shabbos says, Hashem Boiker Tishma for you. If you benefit from a wedding meal, out, reading secret at the wedding, over other 5 privileges that says the Pasuk for substance, secret, etc. Art Sameach Hasakala benefit from the 5 privileges that says the Torah by the praise of prophets. The continuation of Posasim, it's very awesome. It says that you can't put the base on Shem. Some say that the same person. It says, Yosh is Haaretz. So if your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the Pasuk, not being shown with the face. Now, if your friend says hello to you, you just nod him out, you don't say hello back, you consider it a gazlan. It says in the Pasuk, the Lashon of Zayla Sanif. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say no. Somebody stole that ability from you, that other person. That's the Rothschild is not saying. The Lord tells us that even if it's wrong with David, what does he say? What does he say to him? The Lord says he says to himself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song, just he says to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer, Mishmol, and Elisha. Amachas, the Nasi, the Hakis, the Sheriff, the Lord, the Amigosh, to Surah, the Jbarf, with Paris, the release of Yakis, the Fash, the Tzvokos, the Surah, the Jbarf himself, the Elisha, the city, Omer, Lean, the Kobi, the Pain, the Prophet, the Martin, your mercy should overcome the anger. The Lord is going to explain us what Prophet's anger. The and your mercy should overcome your ignorance. This is not for children with mercy. Then and he shook his head. The Lord says it literally. He says the same words. He says, what do we learn from the Shmuel? We learn that before we could ask the Prophet what was done, and he gave him the so that every possible done, even a hedia, I'll clear the perspective of even a hedia, a simple person who sees himself by joy and benefit. We learn from the Shmuel that in order to please a person, he still needs to wait until he comes down, or said, wait until I'm not angry. When is that every single day? For a split second, for 60 seconds, what it says is 158,888. One part of that, which is 60%. Or about the time that says that takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. He told Rabbi, he in an argument. He knew that split second, and when he knew that split second, he could use it to personalize the first words. In fact, if you spoke with him, that Bilam was about the first life story. So he didn't get mad those 3 days. Like, God, usually those 3 days, that's a shock, there wouldn't be anything left. What's the story? The true lady, as he said at a certain student was bothering him, so he wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his head. He said, when the chicken's coat turns from red to white, that's the kind of photo, he said. And he waited there. And he noticed that he fell asleep. He realized it's a sign of Shemayim, and that's the most important. It says, Rafam on the Hamas, or Shemar who has reported, even on the dead, the Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world and the people of Israel, he does that himself. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than somebody who did have mountains. So you're talking better than 100 mountains. I said to Rabbi that Moshe Rabbi asked 3 things. That he got all 3 things before he will not offer. He asked that Klai Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that the Klai should not have Shekhinah. He also asked that I understand why is it that sometimes Sadiq Ferralo, a good guy, sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rothschild, the bad guy has a really good life. He's supposed to be. He was told that one shot is Sadiq Ferralo. Sadiq over would have was the challenge. One who wants to be so that the Sadiq does well should be told that it's also the code that wants to embrace all this wisdom in this world, even this kind of this world, and we shouldn't have that. The mayor says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what he said. I offer you as a slave. How do you want it? I'm not interested. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, it's hard that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was so that his face glowed. It's hard that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem. So he was fearful of him. But he was it's hard. He didn't look at Hashem. What is a fire? What is a fire? It's a Gemara shows but not for the feeling. But if it's all who says something, promises something, even if it's connected to a condition, if the condition is not going to go still, will fulfill his word. For instance, the Prophet said, I want to qualify Israel. And don't worry about your Rabbeinu. I'll make this a great nation. I'm going to qualify Israel. Rabbeinu, the nation, the guy was Rabbeinu had as the tells us, 600,000 souls. So then it said the name of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi being the first one to call Rabbi Israel masters, mothers. And the Rabbi was saying, which is married, but the Rabbi who was called Rabbi Israel. Leah was the first one who invited the Rabbi Israel. He praised the Rabbi Israel. He realized that when Hashem gave him was born, the name Rabbi Gemara is made out of wood. See my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. Esau is very willingly and complained. And he said that Yaakov put away illegally. My son who in house is prepared to Esau, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous and trying to say Esau and blame the other. The name Rus comes to describe David HaMelech that would sing Shira Sing David that is born. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son is rebellious, is worse, and the war of very determined with his parents. And he asked the question, David HaMelech was running away from his own son Absalom, which would be the worst thing in the world. Yet David HaMelech says, he's really David. He's saying, a praise that was born. David HaMelech was relieved, like the person came off the big death. So he said he was relieved. He was relieved that a broke home you can have rebellion within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a matsu or a never. It's his own son. His own son's not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Rothschild? So there are four ways. Either when it's either the Shmaya, it's not a dangerous. Otherwise, you make it dangerous. Or if the Russia is not having a good time. It's not a good time for the Russia in his life. He's on the down. On the down, you let it go after. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're at Sadi Gomer, go after it. The other thing is, even if he's not at Sadi Gomer, still go after Russia if it's not a good time. If a person sets a permanent seed in show, then his enemies fall within him, in front of him. And finally, the Gemara says, it's better to serve Ham Chacham than to prepare him to have a wonderful day. Baruch is that test. Today must be one of the highlights of the Dafyomi career. I was saying over the Gemara Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the things I wrote 3 songs, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together, it was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Shema Kefevra, a fun, entertaining share, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why we're close to 2,000 subscribers. Now look at it. If a person has an illness, he's sick, and he can't make it to show, and he can't gather 10 people in his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that he's davening show. Because Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbi. Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah does meals chasadim and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. The Rothschild says, if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor. And because of him, he creates dramas for him and for his children. Rabbi was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel. Because it says in the possible like you can make that's referring to Israel. When he found that the more old people said it must be because they cut the shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that is Aridas Yom. Rav Chisda says one should not sit right by the door and enters the shul because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim from this pasuk. On Sois is found called chassid elecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven for this le'eis l'soy. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is Rabbi says is referring to looking for a wife. It says in the pasuk, "Matzah isha, matzah kayif." The matzah matches matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Israel, they would ask, "Matzah by matzah." Have you married? Now that you find out a woman's married, is she a matzah, matzah isha, matzah kayif? Is it a good woman, or in one sense, you married the mother says a isha? The Rothschild says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah, and a receiver. Rothschild says you should ask for kfura, for burial. And now Rabbi says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, the Lord says there's 903 times of death. The worst one is askra. That's what it means is the shikha. I think like here in the middle. Askra is like taking thorns at a wall. It's very difficult. You should ask for a good misa. My Sutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, my Sutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chisda. It's in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Sharit Tzion B'Kol Mishkanos Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'orim Tzion B'Halacha. He likes places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and fucking measures. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When a guy learns halacha, he changes his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul. But then he changes to where we daven and learn at the same place. Now in Rasi, they had 13 shuls in Feria that they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, "Yom Shchoris Hamikdash, Ein Melech Baruch Hu Elo Dalet Amis Shel Halacha B'Lavash." The time the Chur Ben Rabbi and Baruch Hu only had 4 Amis Halacha. So in other words, that's why Rabbi also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned halacha. That's why the Baruch Hu. Where it says, somebody who has Yerushalayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns just as Yerushalayim without earning a living. It says in the pasuk, "Yagia Shachol, Tzarchol Ashrecha V'Toivlah." We learn Ashrecha V'Toivlah and Toivlah V'Toivlah, whereas just Yerushalayim only has Olam Haba, not Olam Haba. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe and be subordinate to his Rebbe if he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo Melech didn't marry the daughter of Harry as long as his Rebbe Shimon Geri was alive and lived next to him. So the pasuk for Oizvei Yichalo. There's a halacha that they say the prayer is over the shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. The Rabbi would leave the shul between Gabra and Gabra, 2 years. But Rabbi asks, what about the Sukkah? There's a pause, can you sneak out? And you remain with the faith. And Shimon says, I can turn my back to the same time and I learn they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. Allah I make that targum, bring Aridas Yaman, you should say, keep Sukkah to one targum. What if no targum on the pasuk? Like a tenor's keyboard. Says Rashi, in that case, the Lord says you should still say it meaning, you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the targum. One should not wait until your keeper is saying the entire time you are because every keeper say that we eat is as if you're fasting, and you're not just trying to make a targum earlier than the week that you need to say that. You should be all these children. First of all, when you shut the bird, be careful that you shut all the breathing in the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with it. I was talking about something that has Torah, even though you forgot it now because of the highness, just like they put the broken mufais into the Arai. This person is a broken Seder Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana, you might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hand, some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. The halacha is you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis. A bit of a goya. One shot is they mean it's referring to going to sleep without saying Krishma Lamita. The other shot is Rabbi was telling his children who were Bananim to not marry the Yoretz because they were pregnant. It's also. And some say that it's a goya mamush. Why? Why can't you sit on a bed? Because the stories were Papa. A woman told him, a goya said, sit down. And he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And he looked up the bed and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to Lava is one show behind the show. It looks as if you don't believe in the show. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the show. He's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that it's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere, and the show has another door, that people think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a beside the show. Rabbi Kiva loved three things about the nation of Moab, that they cut their meat, they don't cut their meat on the table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discuss private things, they would go into a piece where nobody else could hear. The window says, I like three things that are seen. They were that's needed in three areas. When they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Barsim were ready to go with all these things. They're ready to go straight into the Gemara. The Allah is like when we in the Mishnah, they can say Krishma all the way until Abu Shachar. Rishim by Choy says that there's a possibility of saying Krishma one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Krishma right before Abu Shachar and right after Abu Shachar, the one after Abu Shachar will count for the daytime, even though Allah right after Abu Shachar is considered night. Since people get up then, the Yotza, Krishma Shachar, have a wonderful day. Rothschild that's the story. Tell me that they come from a wedding to Trump. They didn't say Krishma, they actually showed a lady across the fuss on whether or not they could say Krishma, even though it's a problem. So it says, yes, the person like my time, in a kind of a virus, like drugs, saying Krishma, a fire, all the way to the next. That's the halacha. You're supposed to say Krishma, a fire, if that doesn't work out, you have a problem. Only in the case of kindness, we go to Leitzachar. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Gamliel, we also went to a wedding, but they didn't have a notice. They didn't go on drugs. And that's when Gamliel said, yes, up until Abu Shachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not Cohen or the Rabbi argued their father or not. They knew their father, they weren't sure if Chachamim would agree. And when they said, yes, Chachamim agreed with me, Shir really is up until Abu Shachar. How does the Torah say Krishma before Chatzos? Let's go to Zari Hazim. Zari Shom. There's the word Hazem. Learns out that the Pesach is only about the Chatzos. Pesach is only the morning. He that learns from the Puzzle doesn't even know is yesterday's life, but the day. The morning, therefore, you need to learn Pesach no more. That's their own day. What he's referring to. They were in a rush to get place filled out. The Ula started by Chatzos, but Chatzos is the one place filled out. The reality is place filled only left the following. Is it possible that simply has a great contradiction? It says, Shom Tizbach Pesach, when do Shom Pesach? Which means we have to. It says, Rabbi Hashem, is referring to Shkia. It says, why is this somebody to try? Let the place for women try in the morning. So which one is it? Shkia or the morning? The husband's telling us Shkita of the Kohen Pesach happens in the eating of the Kohen Pesach. There's only after Shkita. Up to 1 point to the eating of the Pesach. When you're in Shua, which is like you're over in the morning. Or in the Lazar, it's like the Pesach. Right now goes on to extend it to Shkita. When Borrow, gold and silver, possibly not really enough because the Omer Shabbos. What's this enough? promise that Mitzvah will slay Klal but that last thing is struggle didn't have this before and better. We should let them that they should borrow only so. And Christ was said, you know what about it? You want to leave. You can why should we get up in the Bible? Let's leave right now. I got you with the men at the says your value means that it had before what happened first. The one she says that the mitzvah before is the better. Another she says, if I just want to borrow, you felt that might be heavy for the borrow in the city district, might give you chase, you wanted to go lighter. And therefore they didn't want to borrow. So the price was first. And that's basically trying, says the Gemara, that once guys will borrow from the mitzvah, everything was that. And it's as if it's a trap for an animal without the thing. Or by less, it's like you just say, yeah, it's something that's of the ocean. There are no fish, so too, it's trying to find no values left. Hey, sure, hey, what's the double Russian? Just like I was reading now, I'll read them future goals. So I said, my son has a look at her head. Why should I tell them about future goals? Everybody should be right. Just tell them, I'll be with them. What's the double Russian that are relying on you? And maybe Hashem and maybe. Big story, they have vowed that they are false, so we had them try to consume meat, fire, and Shemayim. Then he's back to the Rothschild, bring an axe, bring down fire from Shemayim, and consume the meat. That's what happened. And maybe the second time was, why Yisrael shouldn't think it's witchcraft, they should understand that it's witchcraft. Says the mission. Yishma, the morning, said, when famous and loving. This is famous and loving. That's great. We had the opportunity today, the owner of famous to become share and gave us a life and spiritually led us to. The Gemara says that it's famous is in the love, peace of the Lord. Once the guys in the friendship like this. When the friendship is white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you can say, creation. Rabbi says the key famous and Harrison. Harrison is a leaf. So when you differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of creation. The same shear you might use it another way with the differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a ram, a wild donkey. And a favorite say it's when you can differentiate, when you pick up your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 hours old. Up again, one time you say, Ishmael, once you listen to next time, that's not a feel. See, that's the only for Yeshua says, until 3 hours, money is never to survive the day. Light, that's something we grew up in the road. It says we start from a Shachar, the event says start from a Tzachava, and that's when kings wake up. 3 hours. Yeshua says, never beats Ishmael. Past this time, at least if you practice the rights of women of Torah. And it explains that it says because this person is saying about that, and this person is saying can't say that unless he gets a fact. The Buddha says, Allah is that Yishmael can be said, the sheer of picking out your friend from around the Suwek. Rabbi says, no, that's only in regard to the field. But Yishmael is a secret, a speaking type of person that's a cousin, but a cousin is saying Yishmael immediately before Nate, right after Nate, because he's like doing this, he wants to say Shmones week, the really class and press. But the sort of being on the Krishna right before, therefore, and when you have everything of the Krishna at the last moment, right before it says, how do we know this concept? It says, you look up Shemesh, you should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Krishna, hold on for Shemesh. Because the thing that you're after is talking about Mincha should not be said after Shekhinah. Yoisi and Yokim said in the name of people in Shemayim, and whoever says, Tefillah, right? Tefillah will be damaged that day. Seriously, what's damaged in there? This is what it says. Why? Because they had a monetary loss at a free one. That's what people pay money to see. You're supposed to see even $10 kings. See the party to get people. Rabbi says tomorrow he was son of Tefillah, and he was happy that party had a smile on his face. Hashem supposed to say Tefillah, and we say, tomorrow in one shot says, you don't say that as a fuck, you always say, was he had a little chapter. Since the couple of the day and it's like part of Shmuel Esrei, Shmuel Esrei is part of the body source. Shmuel Esrei is because of the 18 that David had to respect the Here, Rothschild is the capital Yukas, not that's what we say. Rothschild, have Shmuel Esrei, and not at 8. It's wonderful. Rabbi is not you. The Gemara tells the story. The Rameir had really bad neighbors. So David that they should die. Ruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, I'm Chatayim and Aretz. Get rid of all the Chatayim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is David is they should be tshuva. In fact, David that they should be tshuva, and he refers to the tshuva. A min once asked Ruria, how does the passage make sense? In Navi, Vani Akara Shaloi Loda. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song. And she said, shut up. Look at the end of the passage. Lost and loved by the Geula, there are many more Klai from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children. The Rabbi will explain to Amit why is it that David and Abela put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, the third parak of Abela, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak of Zion. It should be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. She told him, we believe in God's called Smuchim. When a person next to another possible parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Goyim Lodai, which is very baked. Somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Goyim is going to rebel against my father? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Rabbi Yochai explained, his passing in Shechai, he was the Chokmah, the son of Chesed al-Shoyno, the Mamel wrote about his father David. That he had look at later on in life about 5 times that he was in a different world. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Hanafshi about it. When he came out and he looked at the stars and the Mazalis, he said another Baruch Hanafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Hanafshi. Because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse nothing but Erba. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rothschild, and when he spoke about day of death. Shira Pasuk says that it corresponds to the Baruch under the Neshama, the 5 times. The Baruch fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole time. And the Baruch sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it, it's not seen. The Baruch feeds the finest the whole world, the Neshama is the finest the whole body. The Baruch is pure, he's hard, so the Neshama, the Baruch sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise the Baruch. It says, my innards. The Baruch is not like the human being. The artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life, and in the Neshama, where the Baruch not only can infuse it, but it can infuse something within something, a baby that's within its mother can infuse it with life. As Chana said, ain't surta v'kelim, and we learn ain't sire. There's no artist like our God. In other words, it was powerful to create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. Ain't those recha, we learn to ain't levaloischa. Ain't levaloischa meaning that the Baruch outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist usually his art outlives him. You want to know what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Rabbi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor than the other one should come to them. So the Baruch made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick. He told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him and said, he makes Atom, you're going to die, the life tip, and you're not going to live, which is a double loss. More explained, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have it in my body because you didn't do who you didn't get married. Because he said, that I'm going to have descendants, they're not worthy. So, Yeshayahu told him the famous line, the Hadi Sashi of Achmad of Allah, why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our 2 chosim will be certain that it won't have bad descendants. So they told him it's 2 letters. Xer already happened. So So this guy said, he said, "Akiva Khair Hakmah Shkavar Shalom. Ayina Asmi Dinaracham Yukina for sharp swords on your neck. You should never stop davening." And the word tells us that immediately he took the ulcer, got up and went to the wall. Went to the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or maybe he said something has to do with the wall. He said, if Isha is synonymous with sport and Elisha became a listen for her son, and it is caused because she built a wall, as more than discussed later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built a very something that should have deserved this place. This kid only was powerful. The Salat in Konecho Behemes, when he showed that him and Sisi, I did everything. What did he do? Says Gemara, amazing thing. He was so much to cool over Tefillah. What he says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he carried it. As one says, this he did 6 things. 3 things are above him. A Chomer, a Greba, and Pina, he buried the book of the toys. He broke the copper snake that was made away from the hill. People started doing that with his artwork. And when his father, the Rothschild, died, he dragged his body in the streets out of Bethlehem. He broke to show people this is what happens when you have a Zara. Those 3 things are from the Greek. But what he didn't agree to is that when he plugged up the water behind in order to create that the social layer should have water, he didn't agree to that. He says, let it go when Tiski gave the doors, both doors, the prayer, they didn't agree to that. And when he did give her a place, he made an extra month of the year. On the last day of Mother, he said, that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't give her a son on that day. If somebody uses other people's custom when he dies, he says, "What will answer you? This custom of my forefathers, what you're going to do? He's answered in his own custom, but he's going to use his own custom instead. Answering nice for the Shem Salat, etc." So they use this custom of God. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, "Let's make him a wall." So how did where did she put Elisha? She put him in a folded of Sandra, and she had to build a wall to divide of Sandra. And then, what does Aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. She put him in the best of her houses. Or the child, she put him in the attic. And she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kier, a wall? Because it's full. It's kiru, is a Russian of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Lord says, Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from things that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings, nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a culprit. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another child, she noticed that his sheets were clean, they didn't have any clay on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gehazi, didn't have Misha. He grabbed her inappropriately. Says the Gemara that if a person holds the Chacham and gets from his own belongings to the Chacham, as if he's makir the public. What's the scale of in the Tefillah? First one is they shouldn't stand in the right place when you daven. You have a makir of Sita Hashem. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to daven. You're supposed to put your feet together like you do during Shemini, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to be a man with Shem Shemayim. Shmuel said, "I was like Yeshua, and Kriya Shema said, until 3 hours into the day." Raisa says that you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Mekayim become a Kairo. But you should say Kriya Shema before and one after. Rav Chisa agrees to that. But in one lashon, Rav Chisa argues that. Raisa says, so he says Kriya Shema at the right time has a bigger source than learning Kairo on a wonderful day. As we learned, the Pasuk says, you must say Kriya Shema to shut the phone when people go to sleep and when people get up. We try to take it a step further and they say, just like when we go to sleep, we're laying down. So when we say Kriya Shema Shel Arvez, you have to be in a lying position. When we say Kriya Shema Shel Shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the Pasuk would say, but we still say, wait a minute, the Pasuk says with the left over there, you must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down, it's not even standing. Therefore, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Pesach and Shami agree that from the words of Yishachach Lecha, we can learn a big thing. That somebody that's placing the mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's pulled from the same creation. What the left of Chavader teaches us, and not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a pasuk who's part of in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied. He's also pulled from Krishma since he's about to marry a B'sula. If he's marrying an almana, he's not occupied, and therefore he's fine. You need a combination of preoccupied, and it has to be with the mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his shit with singing, that's not enough to give him a from saying Krishma because it's not a mitzvah. And although he's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bizarre. He's also chayiv in all mitzvahs besides tefillin, because tefillin say prayer, and since he has afer on his head and he's in bizarre, he's punished. Even though they still use the left of Chavader to teach us this concept that basic mitzvah with potter, nevertheless they learn the physical words of left of Chavader that it's talking about the person that's walking and not laying down. More tells a story where Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Krishma, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like a Shabbat. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, jumped up to say Krishma. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and he told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you do the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, "No, I am worried that people will see us and they'll say that Allah is like Nishana." What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you pass like Nishana. So what is the halacha if you do like Nishana? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay to do Yaitza. According to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitza at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like Beisila, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beisila, it's fine. The Shammai say if you do like Beisila, you're not Yaitza at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beisila, Beisila will hold, you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Nachman Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you chayav misa. You see the Mishnah, Rav Tarfon says, I once put myself in danger in order to be like Mishabah, and if I told him if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva B'Yom V'Laticha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Kriyishma. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriyishma and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkiveinu, compared to Emes Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim will recite a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing it correctly. One of the brachas I was in the morning, Yoitzer Oil or Chesha, you don't use the word Loika, because we want to say Chesha, which is darkness, which is light. I want to mention that night during the bracha of the day, just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, when we say according to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabba, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to the Chachamim, it's Hamas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. Because it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabba in the morning and Hamas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess this is for Chachamim Sarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel said that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkas Hatorah. And if he said Krishma with Birkas Krishma, so Havar Rabba has him from saying Birkas Hatorah. When do you say Birkas Hatorah? The Buddha says you only say Birkas Hatorah and Fresh from Sabbath. You learn Chumash, but not even a Medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. The Buddha says even Medrash. The other says you say Birkas Hatorah even from Mishnah. The Rabbi says you say Birkas Hatorah even Gemara. Rashi says because that's the secret Torah. It's great for that young people. The Gemara is the main part of Torah because from that it's the logic behind Mishnah and it explains away the contradictions and sometimes to add and take off words. Shmuel says, "What bracha do you make to bring to Torah? That's even Torah. You look in the hands. How do you finish off with a bracha?" And Rav Nuna says, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it gives a place that is powerful and place that is strong and Torah. Therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all 3. After the Kehanim brought the carbon plummet in the morning and they salted the Barim, the Skana Kehanim would pronounce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Rabbi, and according to the Flakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, but then say Shema B'Shmei Yomer, and then they would give 3 brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say MS. They would say the bracha Babayno, which is similar to say, just it ends up Shai Stavod or another bracha, and then they would say Greek Kehanim. Rabbi Zrika proved that you say Yotzer Ar and not have a rabbi. Flakish says. From here you see that brachas are not mad. In other words, if there's 2 brachas together and you say one out of the 2, you guys are not one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, you say there's a bracha on Shliach and that's your rosh, you only have 1 pair, or you can't put on the other one, you guys. How does he prove it? The fact that they said 1 bracha, and if that 1 bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then that's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say have a rabbi? Have a rabbi you can say all night long. There's no smell for it. But if they said I have a rabbi, then there's no proof because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzar is only when they like to do that. And maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is not even the Gemara says perhaps they said both prophets. We meant to say that it's not ma'akim, that the Seder's not ma'akim. It's saying one before the other. It doesn't matter in what order. That's a wonderful thing. Bracha is not debate. Although the Beis Hamikdash, they would say Aser Sadibros, the former was saying that outside of the Beis Hamikdash, we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Free Shema Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private, but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros of Kehanim. Every week, a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha Shikin Shmoy Bebayis and said, Yashkin Binechem Ahava Ba'achva B'Shalom B'Reit. The Gemara goes through a series of questions. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off Ma'ariv Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv Aravim, he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yotzer Ar, but he finished off Ma'ariv Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Ma'ariv Aravim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. A person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying Shahagol, and he finishes off the Goffin, he's Yotzer. What about Brochach Reina? A person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off Birkas Hamazon, but he finished off Mein Sholish, the Brochach Reina. He's Yotzer because even the Birkas that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. What happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafen, but he finished off Shahafah. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he would be Yotzer. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha chroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with the Birkas Hamazon, the Gemara remains in a suffix. The Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by creations. Because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriyishma, you finish off with the bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Arav, that's enough, that's the bracha in itself. According to Rav, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Arav, where you're Yotzer Ar, it's not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, like people Melech Chaydav, in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriyishma, because Birkas Kriyishma, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day after the night, and therefore he's Yotzer. The person does not say the Yatzik in the morning and the Emun at night. He's not Yotzer the mitzvah of Kriyishma. He says in the pasuk, the Rothschild is you have to give shvach in the park in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemar Esher, the first 2 brachas, and by the last brachas, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you that by Baruch also, we see Baruch Hu S, Hashem, he starts coming up. Rashishes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he'd be like a snake, he'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. It's interesting, when we know it's saying Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpah. What if one forgets it says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech Hoyev Zako Mishpah? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not Yotzim, and according to Elazar, he's Yotzim. If a person has the ability to down for his friend and doesn't down for his friend, he's considered a sinner. If he has the ability to down for the Al-Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. A person is over an Aveira, and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing finish. Not only are they Muslim on that Aveira, but they're Muslim on all his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shol. Shol brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oiv. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? So he says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried the Urim Turim. He's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Oiv with the Urim Turim. So I don't even know that Shol was forgiven because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed with your children, but you'll be with me. So the Gemara with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shol was zoicha to be in Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous letter. More, because the Gevarim, they said they'll forgive Shol if Shol gives them 7 of his sons that they killed. Obviously, they hated Shol. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shol was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevarim that said it, was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, forgave Shol. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in creation because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shafat Aryeh Tel It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of Shafat Kumecha. Why they didn't institute it because the Tzibura is very long. At the same one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a Peita Peir to a Samas. Why do we say Parsha of Tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. The concept of all mitzvahs, whose heart is all mitzvahs. It includes Asher Tzitzis, Muslim Tzitzis, Yitzis Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzis Mitzrayim. The words after the Vakum tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. After Erekan comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. After Zoidim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rabbi Ben Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the passage about Tiskor, Esim Tzischa, Esim Tzischa, all Yemei Chayecha, all the days of your life. Yemei Chayecha are the days you made. All Yemei Chayecha, that's your call, the nights. You should say parsha the night. Don't say no. All Yemei Chayecha comes to include time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is Dafi's people. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Horas, and whatever. But we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Gog and Magog. As the Pasuk says, I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. At Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and he said, later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other 2 stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated the snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they have. We know that the Shmuel changed Yaakov and gave his name Yisrael. It's a mother to call Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because Shmuel himself called Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no reason. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us, do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. Because it isn't right, so Allah bin Asay, he changed his name and called him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai. princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. Gemara tells us that Baruch told Avraham Avinu, this is what you need to call her, but he didn't tell us. So therefore, we call her Sarai, we're not over. And this year, now we finish the first period of Shas. We should be Zoichel to finish all the program of Shas together. Says the Mishnah. If a Sefer was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix a Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, and he's not Yotze Kriya Shema, it's the time of Kriya Shema. But if he had intent to read, he knew he was reading it, then it's Yotze. Unless you hold, like the Manora that says, Mitzvah Tzrichos Kavana, and then you have to have Kavana to be Yotze the mitzvah of Kriya Shema. The Gemara is going to be discussing Mishnah, that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle of Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agreed that if the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that if you kill him, then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him and answer him, smack him in the middle of Kriya Shema. If it's out of honor, covered, so if it's between trucking, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to the mayor, according to the review, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody anytime, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the period, the middle of the Sukkim in the period, according to the mayor, you're not allowed to answer. According to Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is Bein HaPraga? Bein HaPraga means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and Shemaya, between the parsha of Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yatz. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatz. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. The Torah, the first parsha, is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Okaf Shemaim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is Vahayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because Vahayim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer and Tzitzis is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says Vahayim as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chacham. Chacham say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chacham holds you can say Kriya Shema in English. Rabbi says no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon HaKodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. Chacham hold even if you don't hear it coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word Vahayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemaya in instead of Im Shemaya, you're not Yotze, it has to be in order. The Rebbe learns that from the Hay of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be Yotze? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not Yotze. According to Rabbi, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha and that's how we pass it. So a person just had kavanah the first pasuk, and he had some items and he didn't say the rest of the Shema, he's Yotze halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema with kavanah, as it says, Ba'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Priscilla, you want to say Krishma while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says Aleph Avecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. Also, it says Aleph Avecha, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah. And you're Yotze. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're Yotze. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alavavchem Daber Bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin shidyan should be opposite your heart. For Yosha holds that up until that point, Alavavchem, you have to have kriya kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words Daber Bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the Pasuk is telling us if the matter is b'neichem, Daber Bam, you must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. It says the Gemara in the Pasuk of Shema, when we say Echad, if you lengthen the Dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi, it's easy to do it for money, then Baruch will give you Arifas Yamin. Rashi says as long as you don't say the Ches really quickly, the Ches has a comment, that's fun. If you say it quickly, it might sound like a Shema, you shouldn't do that. saw Rabbi Yehuda saying the word Echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only thing you have is to think in your head that Baruch Hu is one in Shemayim and the Aretz and in the four Ruchos. There's no need to be migrant. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say preaching. He was actually close to preaching. So what he do is he put his hand on his eyes and he just say one passage, the first passage is Shema Yisrael. And the machlok is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over the Talmidim every single day and talk about the Tzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei, the Tzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be masking Tzis Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is Dr. Dalit. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, geschmack, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Rabbi Daf Yomi or Elvis Kansky, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer him. Says Gemara, if you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in Halal, which Halal is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the right. So although Halal is a pursuit, so nevertheless, you compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, so Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying the Halal Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov you have to say it full up, then you can only say hello to somebody, bein haprotim, between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a halal, like I'm showing the halamayin, then you could say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Rabbi didn't answer Rabbi Bar Shava is because he didn't think he was cautious enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covenant. In fact, they pass him that in our days, since people understand that you're not going to answer that in the middle of halal, in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shoyel Meshach and have covenant. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food that's less than a revius, and it's on a tightness and place to show you what kinds you're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, and you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a piyut and a pleasure. If you don't get to your friend, you're having to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also lazis chafotza. You're not allowed to take care of business for your personal things before davening. I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though, that if one has become an Hakadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Hakadosh Baruch Hu also takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rab, he's considered wicked. From the same passage we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, so full of Torah that they won't tell him any rise during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered ben haprotim is machlokes between the end of Shema, Emes, and V'yatza. Is that considered between the prokim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there. That's a lot. Why? Because he brings the pasuk Hashem Elokim Emes. So it's one continuation. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokim Emes, is it after you repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, we must repeat it again. But the Rabbi, you don't repeat it. The Rabbi brings a very interesting logic. Rabbi heard one of his Talmidim say Hashem Elokim Emes, Emes V'yatza. He said, Emes v'Emes Hafsi Lahan. This guy is grabbing onto every Emes to do the wrong thing. It's halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Ma'ariv, you you start, you must finish. According to Rab, what does it mean to start? To say, that barely in any soul, that's it. Once you get the Bomar, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Boba holds that's not considered a start, and therefore, if you just say that, I'm the Bomar, you can skip everything and go on with Hashem and from Emes. Abai says that our minhag is you start, you say the beginning of the sentence, and therefore that creates a fear for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha later. Hebrew says that if you say the third parsha, then you're going to say Emes V'Emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Myrav, then you have to say, instead of the third parish, you have to say, Moedim Alachullah, Hashem, Shemtzisenu Meretz Mitzrayim, you took us out of Mitzrayim, you told us about him, and you redeemed us from slavery, while Sisalon Nismu Kuris Alayom, and he did tremendous things for us on the water, and we sang to you, what did we sing to you? Micha, Moicha, Ba'ilim Hashem, and then you continue from that point on, all the way to God Yisrael, 9 days from that. Shimba Yochai says, not only is the parish of Shema, all Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first. But the Parsha Shema has three concepts in it. Milmoid, the Lamed, the Lassos. It says in the pasuk, the Barak Abam that teaches us to learn Torah. The Lamed that can teach others, which cannot do Levanecha. And Lassos to do, to take action, Shartam, put on Tfilim, Usaftam, and write Mezuzot. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has the Lamed, which is the Lamatem, is going to come to that Rabbi. The Lassos, again, Shartam, Usaftam. And finally, the final Parsha by Yomer is only to do. Take action. Also, learn tzitzis that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because the shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss my Kriya Shema, so therefore say Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make brivas at Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You can say there's no raya from it. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema. So why would we bring the story? We bring the story for different reasons. To say that we had about 4 machlokes. When do you say brivas at Torah? So here you see that Rav said brivas at Torah, even Amishnah. If somebody's digging a grave, he's replacing the mitzvah. He's talking to moments repeating Kriya Shema, tefillin, for he's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch on. Won't come out of the grave, and he'll say tefillin, Kriya Shema, and tefillin, and then he'll switch with his friends. Rabbi Shimon ben Marcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say all about the Shema, which is Shema, and then you do asiyah. But he's mixed. But when it comes to physical asiyah, tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Oma. The person says Kriya Shema without tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made a discretion. He's testifying also because the Kriya Shema says he should wear tefillin. And according to Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah to Kuda. You're not doing the mitzvah as it's meant to be. It's a mushal as if somebody brought the carbon oil without doing the mitzvah associated with the stocking, without the stocking. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is called. Rabbi says it's one must complete the process of all Malchus Shemayim to its entirety. First, do his body, not the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then down. All that is built in his bed after the further part of his bed. It says Rabbi. Not only that, it says this needs to first go search for water for saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a siman. Like this siman. But Ezra, on the other hand, to look for water, the siman is much longer. You should look for water up until a person, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you travel. To go first, make a U-turn and look for water. When you know there's water, all the way to go up until a mill, which is approximately 4,000 feet. There's the Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema his own ear, wasn't mashma says it's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different rices and rights. I'll try to make it very simple. With Maskana, we have three things. We have Meir is Muslim. He says, don't hear say whether it's Krishna or even prophets or other rice. You are Yotza to the Fatila. In other words, you can start out initially saying you have a hearing here and you're good. On the opposite side, you have a Yotza who says, when it comes to Krishna, you don't use your ears, you're not Yotza. You can even after we have the middle. Most Benazari, who happens to be with Israel. Most Benazari says, you are Yotza, over the other. If you want to be Yotza, you should use your ears. Not these Kushidas. How do these Kushidas match up with the following 5 years? That's our Mishnah that discusses Krishna. That's their right. So in Krishna, we're going to have 4 Kushidas. Rabbi says, you don't have to hear it with your ear, you only have to do the Sabbath. Because it says, Avodah Lecha, it's your heart. Rabbi Yosef says that you have to hear it in your ear. But it says Shema. You must hear it. The average Muslim Messiah is the middle finger. You should have people hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you know it. And then we have a price of being a person who's deaf, but he can speak. And he says a bracha on yes. What price says is only going to be that will be the only point of Los Nazario. And the big question is how does you do this thing? You want to try to say that perhaps he says like the mayor, you're going to out here, what's going to assume this is like you the whole thing from Rabbi, Los Nazario, the other year. So this price that says that you're going to deaf and speak, you're going to only the evidence of the bottom. Another rice when it comes to the person who can speak. That's what Shimon Pasuk says that you're going to even a chafila. That's his goal according to Rabbi. And then you have the halacha previous of this. This halacha is very rice. It says that you should not bench in your heart. That means that you should do so. Do it. You have your yaitza. And that will be according to the halacha. And finally, you have the priest of we do. The priest of Kila says that Cherish should not see priest of Kila. But did so, did so according to Judah, because the Nazaria are Yosef of Cherish. The same thing applies to Hakon. And she says the prophets of Cherish that Hakila should not be one of the Hakila. He did so, Yosef the other. A Shaita, even if you have it, you're not Yosef. But he says there's another Shia that is the Hakila. So, that he's taking question of how we might see other that's then the Gemara says that it's possible that you have by creation that you are not yet at all into the other. You could agree by the Rabbanans, by let's say true mothers, that you are yet to the other. Gemara says it's just like a woman takes a Sarah, and then after it's baby, so to a grave, takes it in. And then when you decrease how many cities, his body is to be alive. Just like woman brings in, but it's quiet, so it comes out the baby comes out, and there's a lot of emotion and screaming and celebration. So usually it's how we find her. Like really, the body goes into a lot of time, the body comes out a lot. It's amazing celebration. This is the source for this amazing hidden photo. It says in the post, the phone is not a door to a whole another. Just like a river, they take a person out of his full of a car, so to the whole there is a leverage. Take a person and take it out of Haifa as a virus and really source. You learn in the Mishnah that the person said creation of the Muslim doctrine was that he said all the words, but perhaps two of the words were connected to each other. One gives examples where the next of one word ends the same letter as the next one. Like how do you live without the goal? How ends with the lamed, or that starts with the lamed and see quickly, it sounds like how live without. How is supposed to stop in between. It seems different. They stop between all these words. We learn that from the Mother. She knew how. Or there's another example, Isa Santo. Amazing. Atem, Meira, two letters. The place it brings down also the Torah Av. So you quickly, it sounds like Torah. It's not Torah Av. Also, it's supposed to be people high. It's Zion. It should sound like this. If somebody is very careful, the way he says Krishna, lower the temperature. So the Gemara finally says at the end, Safta, Sino Kama. There's a Havamina that perhaps have to say the instructions regarding Krishna. How to fill out, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe we should only say something that has to do with Yerushalayim, where it says, no, that's only by a site that we take up all the instructions or just put the verses, so it says bullets. And there's no Yerushalayim between the sites of our sukkah, because it says Sav Kam, you can see the Kama, wonderful. Always that's the Zion. The Lord tells us that Rabbi Amir of Asi were building a chuppah for the friend of Moses was getting married that day. Moses said, I'm a chassid, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. So if a person makes a mistake in Milah Krishma, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. He's holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha, or perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha, a person knows better than the other two parashas. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat. It says in Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, they're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided that the first cousin of Kriya Shema, they stop working and they concentrate on the first part, on the first process. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. When it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and down Shemona Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned and they'll be able to have the proper kavanah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they're allowed to stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between the worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker only receives food. One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and shouldn't cause a loss in his boss. So therefore, when he dies Shemona Esrei, you should only say the Shemona Esrei known as Havidenu. It's the shortened Shemona Esrei where you say the first three brachas and the last three brachas, and everything in between is shortened to beautiful words. Like you see the picture. This is from a Siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas Hamazon, you only say two out of the four brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanan, not the sixth. When it comes to Birkas Hamazon, since it's only the Rabbanan, they don't even wash and say the bracha. Somebody that works for his food should be careful not to give chazan. That's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas Kahanim. He shouldn't do it. As we learned at the beginning of the step, the mitzvah, ultimate mitzvah. Somebody's occupied with a mitzvah. He doesn't have to say Kriya Shema because it says Mishnah. And from where we left the Chavetech, we learned that a person is not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a psula. Therefore, he is further from Kriya Shema because he has a combination of two things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, it's chayiv in Kriya Shema because he's obligated to take the preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Abel, he lost a loved one, he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, it's chayiv. Person who marries an almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, therefore he's chayiv in Kriya Shema. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechaven. And the Gemara says that anybody who's musaf, that has a chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechaven during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya. But anybody that's not Mosa, according to Ramil, that's considered Gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be Mechaber." Chacham say that he could say Krishma regardless. An Oval who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe, unless he's what we call an isness, somebody who's spoiled, likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is in a time that the Isser of Rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbanah. The first day is the Isser Deraisa. The first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, that is only the Rabbanah. The Rabbanah were making the same to the Isser. The person who uses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Avela Hashem, but we have to make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody who uses a slave? Say Hamadayim Yimalach Esreinfal, like we do for any other object we one might use. There's no spade that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Ebed, the slave, was a kosher, used to Chacham, then you could say, "Oy, ish toive neman in a enemy giyoi." Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was the henna. He worked hard, and that's how he earned the living. Chacham would disagree. They say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped about a slave. You don't call a slave Mister or Abba or Ila, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a fashion slave, and then you can give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 Abbas, Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, who are imams. We don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Reuben one of our Abbas, because the Hashivas is up to 3 Abbas and 4 Abbas. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema. And Shemona Esrei says the Gemara will have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amirayim and the Tanoim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And the time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava of a reis shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many Eden, and that the future should show a lot of hope. And we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yitim Taiv, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use Rachamim and Ois and Chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and give us in ourselves. Rabbi Zera would say, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rab would say the famous davening that we say are in Shaidish. Long life, Chaim shel Shalom, shel Taiva, shel Bracha, shel Parnasa, shel Tzatzamayis, Chaim shel Yira State. We should have Pushmuchima, we should have wealth, we should have a Torah in Yerushalayim, and Chaim shel Malon is Koshas the Bin of Taiva. Rabbi would say, Yerotzim Ufanecha, Shetatzilinu Me'azi Parim. A lot of people insert that in the davening, Me'azi's Parim, Me'adaro, Me'pegara. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. So that I'm asking the Kashal, without the Kashal, things should have risk, whether it's a guy or not a guy. Even though Rabbi had guards, he would still say all these tefillos. And tomorrow, Mr. Hashem will continue with the rest of the tefillos. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is not designed with the special davening that the Neumann and Roy inserted at the end of their Shmonesher. Safar would say, please put peace between the Malach and the Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between them and the Chachamim, and between people that learn Torah Lishma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their color. And those who learn Torah Shalom Lishma, they should have the skills to learn eventually Torah Lishma. According to one of Peter Alexander used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're ready to bring us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. And another Shaz Alexander said, it's our will to do your will. Almost preventing us so much to be so the Sahara. And Shubut Malchiyos, the fact that we're in Gulf, please take those two things away and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on Yom Kippur, by Vidui, like I actually I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust, when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And the Rothschild that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then it goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy.
Maybe one.
This is what we say when you have a Tchenes Yachad. He'd say, when we had a Beis Hamikdash, we'd be marked for bonos on the Mizbeach, and we only put the chayla and the fat and the blood. This tightness that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood. That should be as a person. And then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Anoim Rabbi used to say. Rabbi would say, when you finish Yom, it says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. The famous song, Ashri Nish, praiseworthy is a person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Hashem, good name is better than good oil. This is my favorite. The mayor would say, everybody does people, the more believe try to understand my ways, etc. The Lishka Adasi, a person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Watch, guard your tongue, guard your mouth.
There's one rabbi in it, and then
you should have the Pharaoh. Therefore, I will be with you. Chacham would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm supposed to go home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. The person says, I'm an Amaretz. What good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. Says the Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands the same amount as far as that other person, because you have the same intent. Rabbi used to say, a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Tzahara, try to trick him. When it comes to Yiras Hashem, a person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi and Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, and that's the thinker in the world, is to do the Ma'asim Torah and Tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person upon the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. We're talking about a different type of Shema. A person who learns Torah, Shalom Shema, the cantor, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better than they should have been created. Rabbi says, this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other. It's not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question: if women don't learn Torah, how are these for Olam Haba, and how are these for protection from the Baladaim? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnah and Gemara that they join me. and waiting for their husbands. Because in those days, husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they shear the Torah of Nailam Abba. It brings beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, that basically includes all the limbs in the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufeinu Mesubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders, Mesubalim. We take the burden. One man says Alufeinu is that our leaders in Torah Mesubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is referring to Torah and mitzvahs, and Mesubalim is referring to Yisurim. The Gemara goes on to say that make a bracha that we shouldn't do like David and all that they had bad advisors like Rothschild and Doeg. And we shouldn't be. But the same we have children that go off the terrace. My place in the pasuk. Abir Leib or Chaykim and Tzedakah. Who are these Abir Leib? One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they're distant from Tzedakah, so to speak. That they could sustain themselves. They don't even come on to the Yochel Kadosh Baruch Hu to help them. The entire world has to look at Kadosh Baruch Hu. Mar brings that the Chanina, the famous pastor, would come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxer, some karubim, where the entire world is sustained because of it. The other shot is that Abir Leib is referring to the Rothschild, like the Gebayim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Machasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom, 30 days before Yom, before Pesach, Shana, that they flew up. Fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do true, they didn't become Gerim. The Gemara goes on to say that well, we know that you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you should do malacha, but if you're doing chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether a person could act with chacham, is that considered domestic or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a pasuk, it doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He should do so. On the other side, you could say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job, that's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you could say, everybody knows that he has a job, and the reason why he's not working is he's acting as a Balgaiva. And basically that finishes, with that we finish the second parak, and the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah Beiser, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you put it from Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shmona Esrei, and there's a Machlokes in the Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, and we'll go into it a little bit more. Tomorrow will have a wonderful day. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called Rothschild, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as you're going to see. So you're not allowed to walk 4 hours within the dead or in a cemetery next to the Kfarim and see Kriya Shema, Dam Shmona Esrei, see Kaddish, Tehillah, etc. You're not allowed to hold a sefer in your hand and read from the sefer. You're not allowed to even see the prayer about that. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzit outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, "Why doesn't this person come to my funeral?" If you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompany the Kohen for himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead, and therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, or his own home, or his friend's home. You don't have a friend's home. Build a wall. If you can't build a wall, and turn your back to the dead. And as an oval, it's also to be mixed, it's also to be wine. It's says to Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishonim, but a bracha of other Rishonim. It's also to make brachas. And it's also for other people to do Rashi, other people have to be with you with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those laws don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine, and the point is whether or not you're chayim in Payim. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative is placing the mitzvah, and therefore therefore, what's the other from all the mitzvahs? There's no creation of tefillin, esrei, etc. The machlokes in the Gemara, what that means. The Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of the place where it also leaves. The house is not there, then there's no longer a field to, there's no longer a door to other business. When the Rashi said that Rabbi that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and sorrow was no longer in front of him, Ephraim considers it as if sorrow was in front of him, he's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's punished from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the Arayim, the pallbearers? They are all other French right? That's right. The ones that are in front of the Arayim, they haven't had a chance to hold the Arayim yet. They are punished. The ones in the back, they already held onto the Arayim, they want to hold it again, they must say creation. Those people that can comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also basically mitzvah in a mitzvah. If they have a chance to the first possible, or the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, Ramaki Menachem, and giving them the words of comfort, they are part of the creation. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avelim, they are chayiv in the creation. What about those Shemrim, people that watch the body? It seems like in the Gemara that they're watching them from ice. They are also considered quite significant. They are comfortable. If there are two of them, then one could go to the side and daven while the other one watches. On a ship, is machlokes whether there are mice or not. If that's a concern, because one man knows what it is, and therefore one should watch the body. According to another man, both of them should go to the side. Once my Krishna comes and say Krishna, there's an issue to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat with respect. We say Allah applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into the sack and throw it on a donkey. The same thing with Sefer Torah, unless you're concerned that people come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses and hear all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? Because we're talking about like the Russian, poke fun of a dead person. What does he understand? It comes out of my that a dead person can feel pain. Some say this is a child feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a mouth called Duma, he's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that he's coming up. Dead people get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person who's nifter is a great professional person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before he's nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shmuel. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi are wondering if your father who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean it's a positive? Dead people don't know anything. This is the other one. You didn't learn right shot. They're referring to the Rothschild. They're in this world. You're not concerned about that. The tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. And tzaddik is most concerned about El Abba and what the future holds for him. What talks about Rabbi and Yehuda, that there's nobody like him in the first mikdash, the second mikdash. The Gemara says perhaps he was tribal and the ice cut open the ice and was tribal inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sefer of the Beirah, which is the hardest Sefer, says places in one day, one short winter day. It says the Gemara amazing story. There's once a chassid, usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to Yehuda Bar or Yehuda Baba, that his wife really bothered him. At the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery, and we're talking about the Shoshana night. He was in the cemetery and he heard two young girls that were nifter, and they were talking to each other. He said, let's fly around the world, let's see what's going on. He says, what? I cannot fly. I'm buried in in reeds. The Tzach explained, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. He said, she tells her friend, you go out there and tell me what you hear. And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants Rabbi Rothschild, in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Tashvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second reveal, and then comes the third reveal 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Rabbi Rothschild, he planted in Rabbi Shlia, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the base of cars, and sure enough, he hears the two guys saying, let's go fly. I can't fly. I'm a Matzah Shekhanim. So you come back and tell me. And she said, I heard that whoever plants in the second reveal, that she felt like the heat's going to come and remove the crop. So he planted in the first, and therefore he made money. Everybody else lost their crop. Says his wife, how did you know to do this? So he told his wife the secret. my wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around the paragon, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. And she said, I know that your daughter was buried in the Matzal Shekhanim. Third year, the Chassid goes to the cemetery, and he hears that people saying, let's go fly around. And one rule after the other, I cannot fly because live people are already saying they're making fun of my mother that she buried me with Matzal Shekhanim. So you see that the dead do know. So the more perhaps somebody was nifter, told her. Ziri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, where's the money? And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup. And that's because she must have heard from Duma the Malach that it asked. The Gemara says that Abu the Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was nifter, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel. He called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. So he went to the Sepharas, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi heard his Rabbi by not going to the Shir. And he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be nifter soon. Why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual in Shemayim. He said, if I'm so big, have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. It was established. Our money is the son is made than our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal it. And in fact, they returned the money. At the time, you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel was such a passionate person. They announced it in Shemayim, waiting in advance, have a wonderful day. Rocco is Daf Yotes. We had the other day that Rabbi was walking in the cemetery, dragging the grave, and was told, Lloyd LaRush, you're poking fun at the dead. It seems like Rabbi himself retracted. Rabbi says that the Baruch tells Moshe Rabbeinu, tell the others of Rabbi Yaakov that I kept my promise, I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael. You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Moshe says perhaps they don't really care. Baruch wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak. Rabbi Yaakov said that Rabbi Yaakov can have a person like Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants by Israel. The whole thing is speak about a mace, all is speak about a rock. For them, either they don't care or they don't know. However, if you speak about a other chashon, like somebody spoke about Shmuel after he died, and he pierced his head, pierced the membrane around his brain. That's because the Baruch himself hears and spoke about the chashon person, but not necessarily that the chashon person heard it and knows that he said something about it. Shmuel Levi says that if you speak about the Chacham, even if the Chacham is in peace, nevertheless, the person that speaks about it will fall with it. Speaking about Shmuel Levi, the Gemara says, and Shmuel Levi said, there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Baruch or other things and they put them in meeting. Put them in entire excommunication. The Gemara says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kavan b'Mahalo says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair and the husband suspects her having an affair, give her to drink Mayim HaMa'arim, you don't do that to a Guyara Shukmaris. That's what Kavan b'Mahalo holds. The fact that Shmai Naftali and Hulgarim did it, gave Mayim HaMa'arim, they did the Saita forth of the Iris, said that Kavan b'Mahalo, that was fake water, it was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in Yudu. Says Rabbi that that's not true. Kavan b'Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, couldn't have been that Kavan b'Mahalo. There was, in fact, the Lazar ben Chanoy, who made fun of the concept of the Sudaim, and they put him in the Yudu. In fact, when Lazar ben Chanoy died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead, you do Sila, you throw stones at the coffin. This is a concept called Nikis Daite Kapamala. Speaks and probably pours the Rebbeinu with. Like such as Chayni Mahago. Chayni Mahago, his name is Chayni Mahago because Chayni sat and drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rained really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon Michel said, if you weren't Chayni, I'll give you a favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zecher LePerpes. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on skewer and roasted. And Shimon Ben Shadach said you deserve Kherim because the other thing now they can touch him outside of the Beis Hamikdash. That's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noam, Rabbi Lazar held that in order, everybody holds that in order to take a tiferes, earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it in pieces. So let's say you chopped it up in pieces, and you want to put it back together with sand. Lazar holds it's tar. Some say it's not tar. Lazar tried to put it down with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A basket came out of Shemayim and said, Lazar's right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they claimed to Nibu and he died with a So we have 3 places in the Mishnah. Why did Shimon say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmid Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbi, the majority, the Dachar against the Rabbi, and fought really hard, and that is deserving of Kherim. In some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of it. Says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it comes to supposed to make Krishma, people might miss my Krishma, unless it's other Choshev like Rabbi Yosef, they took it out right before my Krishma. People listening to a Hesed, right? From the mitzvah, it's also going to rush to go out. They should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Krishma, comes back in, and the next one. If the dead, if the body isn't in front of them, they can all see Krishma together, and the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he takes upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, I've sinned a lot. When you fought them in many, I hope you can help, and you didn't even give me what I deserve. 1 out of 1,000 says, that's staff tell us something. I think the other something shouldn't talk about because they're saying deserving of a greater Kodesh. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, I'm looking at Menachem to the other. The outer row is not part of it. However, the word qualifies that the outer row can't see and be heard. The whole time here, so this part of the Yifan B'Elam, these part of the creation. The word brings the pasuk, Ein Chachma, Ve'ein Tfuna, Ve'ein Eitz on the Neged Hashem. When it comes from His Baruch Hu, somebody doesn't call Hashem and says Hashem, there's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navain. For instance, if a Chashav person is wearing shadows, even though it made a tremendous embarrassment, he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. So, where those different cases, why is Shad is different in those cases? I was asking Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanon or not Yoizer to Xera, when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Pesach Pras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there where consider that perhaps small bones that are soira are spread out throughout the field, with the Rabbanon, if you're on the way, you're not going to Pesach, get on all fours, blow your way through the field. And you see that's a concept with the Rabbanon, therefore, if an Aval decides he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Pesach Pras, a plane can follow him through the Pesach Pras for the covet of the Aval.
Oh, I don't
Same thing.
you did block it. Pick it up.
Kings, where it says that Elizabeth Tzadok was a Kohen would step over the coffins. Now, I love on that if there's a full tafaf of air between the body and the top of the arm, then the tumah stays inside that arm, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most are right as have this tefach. There's a larger person in the arm or something, and you don't have that. That's a meal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not chayshish to have arm that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper and the time the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if the person, since it's written not only as emphasis on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if it's in a thermalist, which is a true Rabbanon, we'll leave it on. So then we have the passage that says the salamta, if you find an object, you must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're finding it, it's a forest or a person that's not honored, knowing that we take it back, you're part of it. Why Shad is different? The answer is because the salamta, the special meal, that's going in these 3 cases. And another, who's a Kohen Gadol.
tried to forget about it.
So he's another, and a Kohen Gadol. Or he's a person who's going to bring on his son, or to shut the Korban Pesach, he does not become public. But if he's a mason, he's find the dead person, nobody's taking care of. Then even Kohen Gadol Nazar from coming. Why Shad is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Shad al Pesach by Milah, Pesach, and it wasn't said by having wonderful things. is Davchav. Rabbi asked the Bible, why is it that the previous generations they had so many nisim? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start beating the tsar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, and we scream and we cry and we daven. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. They, Rabbi Yehuda, only learned the Zikin, says Rashi, the Kamba of Mitzvah of Asra. We learn also Shishas Rishon. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Oketzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rabbi and Shmuel and Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Oketzin and Yadais, how a branch transmits tum into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 shatim in that. That is that the previous generations, they were Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. And one brings a very interesting example. What it means to be Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Barahava was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a korbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She can wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said is because her name was Muslim, which it sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is the Mesiras Nefesh. He put himself in a position where he owes money to make him a chaf for Torah. The Gemara says the Rav Gid will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah. So the women going to be clever and asking questions about feeling. They ask, what about Yitzhar? And women appear to me like white geeks. I don't have any Yitzhar. So Rabbi would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason. So that women can see her as beauty, and they have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Lord Baltasir says, they could be Gedolin and Torah like for beautiful. They ask Rabbi, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet, from Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Ali Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yiv Rabbi. He's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. They're in the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Aishas by Tifar will not be Mizai from an Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Kanim are Pater from Krishma. Even if the Kanim is the age of Chidam, it's Kanim of Krishma, because we don't want this father to be worried about his son's Krishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't show him the shul that early. Tefillin, Kadim, we're concerned we won't have a gufnaki, clean body. Women, as we know, are Pater from all mitzvahs, Aseshas, Magrom. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time in the morning and evening. Women are Pater from Tefillin. And the Chiddush is that I would think that they'd be higher in Tefillin because the Chiddush Tefillin and Mezuzah. And in the Mezuzah, they are all. Hamashwan women are Pater from Tefillin. Now, they are higher in the Mezuzah. Why? Because in the Mezuzah it says that when you make a Mezuzah brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that the Mezuzah would be Pater because it says, after this place in Spinechem, and then right afterwards, the Safta, there's a Hekesh, just like they're Pater and Torah. They should be Pater and Mezuzah. Hamashwan, they're higher in Mezuzah. A woman is higher in Shemona Esrei because Shemona Esrei brings Rachamim, and women need Rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is Erev, Boikim, and Tzarayim, it says Man Grama, nevertheless, because of the Rachamim. What about Kiddush and Shabbos? This machlokes whether they are chayiv with their raisa or with their rabbanon. Definitely chayiv. According to Rabbi, the chayiv with their raisa that says Sofer v'Shalom Shalom v'Zofer. Whoever is chayiv in keeping Shabbos is chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's the only chayiv with the rabbanon. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klai Yisrael should eat in the evening, in the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah sensation like Roma. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. We don't want to prove that perhaps the husband of a woman is the right side because she could be white to your husband. That's not right, because in the same place it says that a Chatan could be white to his father, and Chatan certainly is the Rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the Rabbanon, less than a Sevilla or satiating Achila, and therefore the Chatan could be white. So maybe that's what it means that a woman could be white to your husband in a situation where he ate a shear of the Rabbanon. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashar told her bunch, it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says Yisa Hashem Pana Bilecha. It says of course I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to say bring some muzzle when if you're satiated, and they were machmer on themselves. They say bring some muzzle even on a pizza like Rabbi Yehuda or the Zayis like your mayor. But that's why I actually think like this. The Mishnah says as follows. We know that about Kerry cannot learn Torah. Ezra was mistaken that that can be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if it's about Kerry? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say previous Kriya Shema. And when he eats, he doesn't say Hamoitzi. And Birkus Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, it's Mahara. But Judah says no. About Kerry, he must say Birkus Kriya Shema. He must say Hamoitzi. He says Birkus Hamazon out loud. He says Kriya Shema out loud. Maflagi to Rabbi Rav, whether hearer is Kedibra. Contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbeinu, it has the same effect. So why does Bakari only think it as if he's saying it? Because when the guys are just like saying you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. When Rav does, he would love Kedibra. So why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say creation. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Kodesh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be basic and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day.
Well, go fuck yourself. Yo, no. I would be so good. I would be like, touchdown. Look at this.
Bracha is daf of Aleph. We learned that he felt Kerry. He must say something with the Raisa, such as Kriya Shema and Birkus Hamazon. He has to think it in his head. Where Shemona Esrei, which is only the Rabbanan, he doesn't think it at all. More clear than this. It says you eat Bisavota on your sushi. You say Birkus Hamazon, Birkus HaTorah. As Moshe Rabbeinu said, Shem Hashem, I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klai Yisrael is going to say no. And then from there, we're going to continue to the Shira, fall down in Parshas Hazir. From our Mishnah, it seems like the Birkus Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanan, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all. You don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kavachomer only directions, that one should perhaps say Birkus HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat. Kavachomer, if you make Birkus Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. If you say Birkus HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make the Birkus Hamoitzi before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. Birkus Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Birkus Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have an eye. Whereas on the Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go with the chaylam. This is the chaylam above. You say prior and not after.
Bullshit.
Rabbi Yehuda holds, what we learned about bullshit, that Kriya Shema is only with the Rabbanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix, whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, is the Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix, whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first daf in brachas? The Shach B'chol Kumecha teaches us he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when we get up, we go to sleep. He says no, Shach B'chol Kumecha refers to Talmud Torah. The field of learning Torah is the night and the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Kerry doesn't make a bracha after eating. So Chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see the Chayra that is only with the Rabbanan, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because you know that the person said Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema, he already mentions it is right. And Kriya Shema is stronger than B'Yatziv because it has Omach HaShomayim, and it's Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. Loza says no. Kriya Shema is very right. So therefore, if a person has something that you say Kriya Shema or not, let's repeat it. Shmona Esrei, which is the Rabbanan, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan Halavai daven all day long. In other words, he can repeat Shmona Esrei all day. And in fact, that's the halach. What about if a person knows that he says Shmona Esrei and catches himself in the middle of Shmona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shmona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shmona Esrei, also he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, wait, I'm saying slach lo, I'm saying weekday Shemona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? In reality, we should be saying Shemona Esrei the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. Because of the tircha, the tzibur of Chomsa, you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying the bracha, regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, he's in the middle of a bracha, he steps right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he won't feed us.
Where's the
Nevertheless, if a person comes to the shul, without the shul, he finds that tzibur damage answer. He could say Shemona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's tefillas hadacha, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it big.
this is the worst
If
shit.
a person comes to the shul, and he finds that the tzibur damage answer much bigger. Well, it's machlokes. According to Rabbi, if you can finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to the Chazan gets to then you should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be down Shemona Esrei while everybody bows and does Moedim, then it looks like you don't agree with them. According to Rabbi, he has to be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. We the Paskin that a person can't say Kedusha by himself. Torah comes out that he should be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop from Kedusha and Baruch Hu, etc. So the point is whether you can stop the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yehish Rabbi, according to Rabbi, you could. You don't pass a halacha like that. I see things down that day. What do you think about it? That's the question that comes out that you are saying. You should look in places and see the halacha. About Perry is also learn Torah.
There you go. That's
How do we know? It's in the concept called Smuchim. Since there's a puzzle in regard to about Perry, that's the puzzle that says this or learn Torah, so we make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim in all of the Torah besides Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And the Smuchim that the Tanakh learns in this parasha. The learning is saying that whoever teaches this on Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from her semen. When it comes to the Chashefa, which you can't keep alive, so we learn it. The reason that she has this people we learn from a Behema. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Rabbi Yehuda because he doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim. Yeah, when it comes to the Word, he does learn the concept of Smuchim. It's machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's wife. His father raped somebody, he's allowed to marry this. You're not allowed to marry. And why? Because he looks for it says in the puzzle, Lahika Knafa. The scholar of Yehuda learns something about an Anusa. Why? Because the following puzzle talks about an Anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have Zerah that they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a Zav. She's not about Torah. She saw Anita that was Pilot Zerah. And a woman, after relations who had Zerah, are not allowed to sing Torah unless they go to the mikvah. The holds and they don't have to go to it's Mashma. It's only in these three cases where the holds, they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Torah without any side effect, any ziva, etc., just a pure about Torah? Perhaps he holds, it's going to, where it comes out, it says, at the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Torah is also for learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Krishna, etc., he made them like their Torah. In other words, since they are Rabbanah, so you're allowed to say, have you wonderful
and you just make it hard. Reference you. No, stay down. Rabbi, him. Fuck you. This is the worst street ever. Hey, ladies, shut the fuck up.
Bracha is not for the ladies. You weren't tells us
Hey
just like
everybody,
the Torah
you
was
guys
given
want to hear
of
about
the rest of Isaiah, so too when we learn Torah, we should be fear, trepidation, and trembling. Therefore, if one comes about becoming, it wasn't his fault. And he saw Torah while Anita by mistake,
others are black.
he can learn Torah.
We burned that
However,
shit.
first
And
becomes
put it on our
buried, which is an issue of callous grudge. There's actually 7 Jesus.
idea.
The Tanakh says it's
And
impossible for to learn Torah at all. Came from callous grudge, and Torah is only the rest of Isaiah. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi that says that Torah cannot become common. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tum of Kerem. Torah is like fire, says Zilum. Fire is not the Kabbalah, Torah is not fire. And then you have 5 sheets in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. And you have Rabbi Yossi that says to go deep into Mishnayos, and fire Mishnayos, you just don't learn Gemara. They have nothing that Hashem says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Gemara when it brings a puzzle. Kiva says don't learn Medrash. Some say Rabbi Kiva, he meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. I'll carry his puzzle to go to base Medrash. But Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person is about carrying career full face narratives. He on himself was not near home. But he taught his Talmidim who was title first, and then he taught them full face narratives. Nachman Bar Mitzvah says that there's a minute in the world, Haskell, like the 3 skated, one level that we just said, like your people in the stair, that when it comes about carry, you can learn Torah. The other one is like your Yoshia, who says that in order to be over on Kalayim, you have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant feta, wheat, soy, or barley, and start selling them grapes. Otherwise, you're not over Kalayim. Whereas the Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi who says that the field of gracious ideas to shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a Kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. Siri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of a Harry, or he said they were mevatel the tefillah sidayim. Like you shouldn't go looking for water, it's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't on the account of not damage from Esra B'Tzibur. What tells us that Nocham Ishgamzu whispered to Rabbi Kiva, this comes out. Rabbi Kiva whispered it, but as I either announced it in public or he whispered it to his house. It was the halacha that this new concept called Tisha Kabbalah, when one is titled for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to get the people with 40 saw. He can pour upon himself 9 Kabbalah like a shower. Just pour the water on top of it. That's what it's later on. The Lover holds that when it comes to Tisha Kabbalah, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you don't have mikvah. Because after going into the mikvah, you can't pour the 40 saw out. So Tisha Kabbalah is definitely pouring it on top of it and then going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? It's not that he's announced it, because this tefillah of carry caused a lot of different Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah, or people were battling for Torah. The person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah. He might have stayed. And then he said it in secret because he didn't want his comedian to be with wives like Karnakoilas, like chickens. Yanni says when it comes to halacha of tefillah of carry, some are made of, some are not. Those who are after, they are going to have a refus. The question is, if you can get away with it, so to speak, 9 cup water, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 sources? One was the common meaning. There's a story where somebody was about to be over in Avera, and the woman told him, if you're over in Avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah 40 sources, and that made it stop. And therefore, for Chacham instituted, you have to have our body soul. The Buddha holds that about carry can be played with the family meaning in Mayim Shmuel doesn't have to be rainwater, or Shizan says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 saw rainwater. If Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 cups, how we can use it for carriage. So we told him, what do you mean? Rabbi Kiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he can use 9 cups. But you're telling me, yes, the Talmud Chacham is considered like a sick person, they're typically weak. But it wasn't like so, he was miracle. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use it. Says the Gemara, halachically, Rav Nachman's plea was broken. So, according to Usha, his vessel was repaired. Why? So it's the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself, carry, like an Chacham, could use night kavim. A chayla that the king came against his will doesn't even need to be terrible at all. Ezra was not getting the tefillah for carry. He said you have to go to the mikvah with 40. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that the Tuba came against his will? Rabbi says Ezra was also Misakit, and that's the non song, the right top. And according to the Rabbi, Ezra was Misakit.
That's sick.
Rabbi says the halacha.
That's sick.
Somebody, and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah need 40 song. If somebody's sick and the tumah comes against his will, blindness, or somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're all potter without anything, not even 9 song. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning it. Somebody who's teaching Torah and he's healthy, or he's sick, or he brought it upon himself, he needs 40 sah. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 sah. And some are mechulin and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 sah. Some say that about carrying needs dafka karka has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like we mentioned before, it could be like in a bathtub. Rabbi Yehuda mentions the words Mikol Matam, and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you could use according to Rabbi Yehuda, Mayim Shuvim doesn't necessarily have to be regular. The Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. Rabbi says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I was coming, but I used 9 kavim. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people, you need 40 stuff. And I, in fact, was coming, but I used 40 stuff. Says Rav, let me solve this for you. I wasn't coming at all. Let me bench. Says one more halacha. Rav Chama was titled in 40 stuff, Erev Pesach, because he's went to other people. Says the halacha is not like him. You don't need 40 stuff. Have a wonderful day. Rav is not for people. Personally, you realize that he forgot he's about 30. He doesn't just walk away from Shemon Esrei. Rather, you should finish off Shemon Esrei, but be the concept. You should shorten every single bracha. You should say the beginning and the end and take out everything in between. If a person is about Torah, he's learning from a Torah, and he realizes that he's about Torah, he should say everything really quickly. And according to Rabbi, he can only say 3% and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else know. It's also to David in front of waist exposed. So if he sees waist, he should turn his back to it and make sure that it's at least 4 hours away, approximately 8 feet away. If he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he should at least put it to his side 4 hours. The person is diving and realizes that he's diving while there's waist right next to him. He's considered a chayta center. Of course, the Rabbi does not have to repeat the Esrei again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat his Shemon Esrei. If a person has a medical condition, he has an uncontrollable bladder. So he must wait until he stops leaking, and only then he can finish with the Shemon Esrei. Now, if he stopped for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemon Esrei, like any other tefillah, he stops regardless of what reason, he must repeat the whole Shema with Shemon Esrei. But let's say he didn't stop long enough to say the whole Shemon Esrei. According to Rabbi, he's exactly dusted. In other words, he shouldn't have started davening anyway. If he came to the situation where he's at, that means when he started davening, he also had to go to the restroom, and since he didn't, his whole tefillah is no good, and he has to repeat. He doesn't have to repeat his davening. And now, this brings us to the Gimel of Aleph. If a person needs to remove himself and go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes, he can't hold it in, which is how it takes to go for 1 parasol, so his tefillah is a people, he must repeat his entire davening. If he could hold it in, according to Rashi, he could start his davening with chatchila. The pasuk says, "Shmor raglecha kasher chila from place of the So one shot is you should watch your body. It should be clean. When you go diving and basically you go to the shul, make sure you have a clean body. Rashi, the other Manama says, be careful not to sin. Don't be closer because then you have to bring the carbon to basically him refers to this situation of the possibilities. You can't have seen zeva. Don't bring the carbon like a fool is meaning. A fool doesn't know why he's bringing carbon. Perhaps he has to bring a fantas. And he brings an oil instead, and he won't have the proper kapara, he won't have the right tshuva. The person is wearing his tefillin shirot, he has tefillin on his head. According to Rabbi, he could go and leave himself panics. And according to Rabbi, it's also why? Because he might come to go.
Look at this.
If this bathroom is a base, he's a meaning it's a permanent place. A lot of waste everywhere those days. Coming out, there's no hole in the ground. So you can fill in before you even approach this place. Just like 4 hours before you get there. Now, what you do once you get there, that once it's plug is part of the place. You hold your fill in your pants, you put your teeth up, you wrap it up in your clothing, and you hold your clothes. If it's a base, actually, say, all right, it's never used, so you don't have to remove it 4 hours before you get there. But once you relieve yourself, now you just create a piece of the wall. Now you cannot put your phone on until you move away 4 hours from that place. According to the shaman, you're telling us there's a wall separating the base of the say from the Rosh Hashanah, where everybody's walking, it's a busy place. So you put your filling on the shelf facing everybody else in the Rosh Hashanah. The issue with that is when somebody comes and snatches the filling. The word tells us a story, but once I started to walk by and she grabbed the thing, she ran to this and she told people, where's this boy? He owes me money. That boy, obviously, wasn't really out there, but she lied. And was so embarrassed that he was so behind. Then they said, should not be well, rather than somebody making the issue that was the inside part of war, because inside it's quieter and there are a lot of birds, and they might take your children as well. But that's the deserve of the therefore, it says, you must hold your children in your head. So what do? You take the children in your right hand and put it against your heart. You roll them up, and you have to make sure that the mitzuas don't come out of your hand one time. But the mitzuas have usually the Tzul Shal Yad has a yud, the Tzul Shal Roish has a dalet. Together with the shin on the Tzul Shal Roish, that spells Shakai, the name of the Lord, so that's special future. This is all if you're going to wear your tefillin after it's still daytime. But if it's night, this is the last time you're taking your tefillin, you're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hands, you must put it in the bag. Now, if it's a tefillin bag, then you must make sure that the tefillin bag has one half of air in it. That creates a new domain. The tefillin bag is its own entity, and then you can put the tefillin bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never used this before for tefillin, and even if it has less than a tefillin, you can put the tefillin on the ground, just like if you take the jar and you put it in, you bring it into a room with this. But their body, it's not the common thing, as long as a slight amount of air in there, it's a spice, because you don't need a full cup of that situation. And this brings us to other things. The Lord tells us 2 different both in the same thing that Rabbi Erev Nachman, they approach the rescue, gives their safer of a gathered up to the Talmidim. But they didn't give their children the Talmidim. They preferred to hold the children themselves inside the restroom. He said, since there's a restroom, they still use the restroom into the restroom. They prefer to bring the children to the restroom because that gives them a shooter of protection from us. During davening, the Lord tells us not let a hold the children in your hand, you're not let a hold a knife or money in your hand. God says this refers to everything. You're not let hold anything in your hands because this will reduce your concentration during Shemona. You're not allowed to sleep until even a temporary stay, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body. And you could bring the design to the There's a concept of steals. When one goes to the bathroom, nobody's going to move with them. If it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself. Stop him to the front and one step up in the back. A woman, only one step in the back and nothing in front. If a big set, he said, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom. So there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is soft. So we're not concerned that there will be a splash of condom on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off. And therefore, you may hold the phone in your hand. Whereas if it's a piece of, he said, all right, it's more chomer than if it's a piece of cloth because since the ground is very hard, we're concerned that maybe there'll be insights, something will splash on the leg, and you're afraid to wipe it down. And you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to tefillin in your hand. A person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal. as soon as ever. Doesn't want to get up and build a meal, go to the restroom. He has guesses and is embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 hours, approximately 20 feet. And every time try to go to the bathroom, do this 4 times. Or 10 times, 4 hours. The machlokas, whether you remove your food before you get to the table, or you take up your food by the table, put them on the table, that's the problem for the table. Everybody agrees, though, that the previous Hamazon should wear your tefillin. Those days they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like if a person designated a couch for tefillin, his tefillin bag, and he also puts tefillin in it. So there's 2 things. There's also to put money inside that bag. Point the buy him, even if he never put his tefillin in. As long as he put that for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside that bag. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is not so valid. In order to protect one's tefillin, you're allowed to hold to your necklace and pillow, provided that you don't put your head directly above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But Allah is like Shmuel. Put your tefillin underneath your feet. That would be complete disrespect to the tefillin. That's possible. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he see that Allah is like Shmuel, but he constantly that Allah is like Shmuel. So he told his father, I'm going to go to my tefillin. Popular when they just didn't realize the train were below, now we're going to put his head. And that is why I'm living in the night before. In other words, even in the situation of Ishnei Kiyot, you're still allowed to put your foot below your foot. If 2 people were undressed below, beneath the blanket, how do they say creation? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely possible. If they're not facing each other, back to back, if it's his younger children, what exactly the age is my place in Florida? A girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11 and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's either his wife or his older children or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's my place in the rice of whether you have to put the pizza in Alex. And it passes Shmuel that's a mother without the Hesed. And according to Rabbi Yosef, it's a difference between his wife and other people's wife, his mother, and other people, it's possible. So there's no concern about Rabbi speaking to the readers that are touching each other. They are not considered in the parable, and therefore you take the Mishpat even if they touch each other. Now, what that is, in order, in a lot of mitzvahs, as much as colleagues were discussing, you should be standing up, making the bracha. When a person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have covering of his arrogance. A woman, if she's sitting, it's really for her to make a bracha. The ears of the ergo by men are not considered ergo, and you're allowed to say Krishma in front of them. A tefach of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily ergo, but anything that's typically covered, is also for a man, even his own wife, to say Krishma in front of that tefach. Now, if it's not his wife, it's also to look at even if a woman, if he does so, to gaze at, stare at, and the benefits of it. The thigh of a woman, according to the Shabur, means above the knee, of course, below the knee is considered an error. Therefore, the way the Pharaoh explained, it's worse than a knee because even if you're not staring at it, the benefit, it's still busser to look at it. No beach or erba, the voice, specifically the voice of a woman, is considered erba. And the fear of a desired erba of a married woman or typically covers her ear, that ear is considered an erba. The Gemara says it's also to hang your tefillin. Either it's on a bed, but you're allowed to hang it, or the box is in a place, you're allowed to hang it by the actual box. If it's in a bag, a tefillin bag, you're allowed to hang a tefillin bag on a peg, even though a sephara would be also to hang by the peg. And this brings us to other things. If somebody is allowed, very short answer, allowed, if he just is trying to show Hashem that's also to show that he doesn't have a moon on that Hashem hears him, not to be allowed. If he's doing so, because that's how he has to have fun. around in public because it's other people that are terrestrial and it's disturbing them, that is also that's disturbing the sleep. If somebody really raises his voice during terrestrial, it's considered a double check. If somebody burps or yawns during davening or terrestrial, it's considered that's your book. If the burps happen first, if he sneezes from his mouth, then that's a good signal. Yom Kippur brings a story that in Sarah, who had a sneezing issue, that had allergies, he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this. Allah, that if somebody sneezes during davening, it's considered a symbol. He said this is worth more than all my prayer. But Hanina witnessed that Rabbi heard sneeze, he spit during davening, he yawned. So the Lord explains, when he burped and yawned, that was not intentional. And therefore, he's not considered a God's support. When he sneezed, that's considered a sneeze when he sneezes from his mouth, and that's a sneeze offering. When he spit, he didn't spit until he went to the ground because that's considered spitting from the feet. So he spit with his clothing. A person who's in distance, he could put it in his scarf. If he's really in distance, he could spit it behind him. And that is only that moment. So that's in front of him. That is the Rabbi, who used this garment to crush allows during the Esrei, and also when his palace fell completely, he wouldn't return it. It's also returning palace during the Esrei. But beyond, he had manners to put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his mouth. However, if the bird falls and sneezing from below, a sneeze that has a smell to it, that is also with a purpose that's considered a Yasua. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do something? During davening, he must walk Daladamas behind the way until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shmoneh Esrei. Before he does so, he has to say a bracha, has some sort of forgiveness for what he finished done. He says, "It's our blood, we cover, the blood, we do it for Nefa." So we must say, understanding is how embarrassed we are in our life, about to say we die, we going to be maggots in work. And then it's unbelievable that in the middle of Shemon Esrei makes this bracha, and then he continues with this bracha of Shemon Esrei where we left off before. One tells us that Rabbi Hudahel that is closer to from Hitler and starts to struggle. Because he says, I will come and get you from this. And Rabbi Abba holds that it's smoother. So Rabbi Abba said before I go there, I just want to let you hear one more Allah and this Allah that he does. He said this bracha, walk away. He said, if I want to keep it to this, it was worth it. If a person is, let's say, a folks thinking that, and he's not dressed, he wants to say Krishma, but it's too cold for him, open his head out. Now you have an issue of people rice Arabo, they don't rice his Arabo, his eyes brains Arabo, his eyes is Arabo, his heart is Arabo. So you do is you make him a different sort of law through there. And the Arabo, and that's enough. That goes through the Malama that says that it's not an issue for you. That's an issue. You put the law a little bit lower down, and that creates a teacher. If a person is walking the street and this excrement is soil all around, well, they have a cut off. One man longer says, put your mouth, your hand on your mouth, and you say, you walk. You're standing still, everybody holds. As a spot. And the other man longer says, put your hand on your mouth. Doesn't work. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is not confident. If a man is not wearing anything on the waist up, you may say Krishma, but it's possible to say Shemon Esrei. Like that, you have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that his ring is full, he should just jump up and run out. That would be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But puts his hand on his filling. What if a person has soil waste on his head? According to Rabbi, that's not a problem because it says, the parts of the body that say the rest of his mouth goes up to the nose and mouth and nose. When you're this says the positive, hot spicy tomato. All my bones, all my limbs are saying praise. Therefore, every single part, including hands, has to be clean. The source of the smell is there, but you're only have to distance yourself 4 hours from this. Not so much the smell. But there's this stuff, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell ends. At that point on, you have to distance yourself 4 hours. In the price of one price it says, what kind of poison from my humans, dogs, pigs, and chicken wings? It says, I mean, chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken food. According to Rava, the only time dog and pig wings are also secreted is when they are used and hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you can see inside us, it doesn't matter how far away it is. As long as you can see it, it's us to say Krishma. If it's above or below you, let's say Krishma is considered no domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's not to say Krishma from the bit. But when it comes to erba, if a glass separates from the erba, that doesn't give you a head there because over there it's still an erba. If you have a very small amount of soy of potion, all you do is cover it.
What is
just
this
put on it.
bullshit?
If the soda is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the soy is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's a thing for whether or not you're allowed to say Krishna. Now the halacha is that if the soy whose stomach is under the tree is like the cat is like the other. So anybody that's part that walks underneath the tree becomes covered. But if somebody that's part is underneath the tree, and the Matzah walks by the tree, the person that's part remains part because it's not his domain. Says Abaye, if soy, the same thing applies to soya. In other words, if soya is moving by, it's moving by, then you are allowed to say Krishna. Only if it's stationary, it's awesome. All this is no. When it comes to soya, it says, you are need to be in a proper place of Krishna. Since he's buying you, then at that moment, of Kaddish, that's what you say Krishna. A reach, a smell that doesn't have a source. So here is an example that sheep walker, they would sleep on these machatzos, but their friends would learn next to them. Now, when a person sleeps, doesn't really have full bodily function control, and it's possible that there's some sort of reach smell that comes from the buffer. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say Krishna. The person himself is the one that created that smell. He's the one allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is Meriklayim or let's say apple juice? It's a suffix. So if it's even if it's in a heap of trash, typically there's a lot of soy and a lot of Meriklayim, it's good because this from the Deraisa of Saint Krishna in front of Meriklayim is in front of a stream coming out of a person. But once it hits the ground, it's not also the right. You have a suffix. However, when it comes to suffix, you don't know.
How'd you find out about me, my friend? Do I remember you? Maybe. I don't know. Tell me about yourself. When you're out. Worst thing ever. Dog, I'm so excited. I feel like good shit.
So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's also why because in trash usually you find soil. In the house, it's not like one number says you don't find soil in your house. What is the sheer power in your life? Is it that it makes it also secretion? One number says that they have a non-select yeah, in other words, so more is that pressure area. You can basically know like it. Other number says you just says only needs to fail. Only this sort of says that you just see that outline of the ground, even though it's not much at all, it's still awesome. What's the sheer soil? You have another shear. One shear is that it's hot on the outside. It's along the
Words.
outside. The other shear says come up to the corner where it's fractured. The other shear says as if it's as hard as earthenware. And if it breaks, the halacha is, Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to be. So in order for you to be able to say, Kriya Shema. And this brings us to all the things. It says in the Mishnah we learned that if a person is inside the Mishnah and he realizes he can't say Kriya Shema, and he doesn't have enough time to get out of the dress, he should say Kriya Shema in the water. Now, number one, we're talking about the secret. So when you use a word Shema that says that all there we drink water, a secret, they don't have it. That's a family. The other thing is hard to out. The other point in ordinance is when you put the water on the water is dirty water or it's not see-through, so therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your airboat, or your heart and your airboat, or the other part that's in your we're talking about clear water, but nevertheless, there's no issue with that.
Words.
There's no issue with ain't no right in this airboat. Look at this. La halacha.
Oh, fucking hamstring. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this. Look at this.
Excrements.
Look at this move.
Now it's completely. Nevertheless, it's concentrated by cultivation of the sword. It's discussing mostly. Further than the entire house, even if the drum is long, it has enough of Dalaramas, or a lot of Tsoya. A point of Chicken, if you have Tsoya that doesn't create a pizza, therefore, this is yourself from Tsoya. If there's a bed and the Tsoya, that creates a pizza. What if the Tsoya is covered? Well, that's if the bed is only red.
I don't accept that ball.
If the bed is
And I look around it,
then
all the way.
it's us. It's a creation.
Like the ball.
If
So sick.
we're gonna have a murder related to the suffer. If the lyric line,
I would have looked like Jackie Kennedy on September 12th, 1953. Everybody would have known it.
if it is first, everybody, or the lyric line has the water, then the lyric line becomes buckled. It's not like drop. As it hits the water, they become buckled. However, if the lyric line
What is this bullshit?
Buckled water, oh, that's
Worst coverage ever.
Just says that. It's exactly. If you put in water before the lyric line, then there's about like whether you need a push after your feet. The lyric line first, certainly need your feet. And finally, for today, there's an Isra Kashmish in the house that has some pyro and film. You either remove some grand film from the house or you build a pizza if you can. That's the wise or it's a grand film in a double wrapping of a wonderful thing. Rocha is Daf Chavov. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, many emails, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be here, I'm at the Shabbos, Shalom Zachar at my house. You're all invited. Achal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzoya in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never used, it's mutter. So it's a type of bathroom called Parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the tzoya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered also considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Ezra is the second, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say to retire if a person is so what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this earlier, person is a zav, saw Gomer, he saw 2 Re'idos even in one day. Now he has to wait Shiva Nakiyim 17 days. During that time, he became about, now, if he goes to the mikvah, doesn't really help much because he's already coming. Same thing, if a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was pregnant, she emitted Shishma Zera. So she also has the Tuma of Tarek. Then the case that's interesting is where she was Mishamish. So Kashmish became Tamei, and then afterwards she became Anida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the repairer review that says since it doesn't help anyways, you are potter. Now the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's Mishamish and then becomes a Nida, and that is if a person is about carrying and then he becomes a Zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways, according to the Tanakama. You do need a tefillah in order to walk in Torah. According to Yudah, you don't need it. And with that, we finish the 3rd parak of brachas. Mazel tov, hadron alach nishemes. It says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shmoyne Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called the tzaddikim, they would daven Shmoyne Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shmoyne Esrei up until Chatzois. That's midday. And that's the light ad b'chlal up until midday. And Rabbi says up until 4 hours shows manios, up until 4 hours, including the 4th hour. If somebody purposely, the amazing, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says. Me'ubas lo yuchal liskoin. This is something that is never fixed. If a person forgets to daven Shemona Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv. He says 2 Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, we'll say 2 mincha. If you didn't say mincha, we'll say 2 myers. And the big chiddush is a mincha. Because mincha, saying that 2 myers already considers the following day. Nevertheless, you think, Omer's manoi, Otok Korbanoi. No. Since it's davening, it's rachamim, you could say 2 myers because you missed the mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say 2 Shemona Esrei in the following tefillah, he gets sechar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get sechar for saying that tefillah is just fine. The situation of that pasuk of Muvas Leif at this point is the Tzarin, the Pesrin, the Yuchal Limona. The Gemara says that's what we do when people get together and say, let's go mitzvah, let's go give the back of Chayil, let's go give stuff up. And you refrain from going with them, that's the Tzarin, the Yuchal Limona. And with this, we come to Omer Beis. If a person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos, what should he do? He says Shabbos Myritz, even though it's a different type of Shemona Esrei. It's the Shemona Esrei of Myritz of Shabbos. The issue, the Indian is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. It should have 18 brachas. It's just a Chacham said not to be matrios, not to be triachas. They made it less brachas. So therefore, if we say on weekday Shemona Esrei, we say Shabbos Shemona Esrei instead of weekday Shemona Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the Mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is the Myra of Motzei Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemona Esrei. What do you do? You say 2 Shemona Esrei, 2 Myra, and the first one has a bell in it, and the second one does not. Because the halacha is that the Shemona Esrei that you're saying first, the one you believe. So the first one is Myra, same Myra. The second Shemona Esrei is Tashlumim. What if you reversed it? So the first one for is Mincha, and the second one for Myra. Halacha is he has to say the third one because it's not Yotze. The kasha is that where it brings down, we say that if a person says he forgets to say Havdalah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemona Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that brayso, we learn that if somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or the same Halamata, it must repeat the Shemona Esrei. Now, going into the davening, why do we have Shachris Mikvah? The first sheet is Rabbi, it's based on our Avos English. Avraham Avinu, he instituted Shachris as it says Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mikvah because it says Lifnei Sorah. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv Vayol and Shach. Now, Rabbi Shmuel Levi says that it's based on the Avos. They were so mechad, we compared it to the Korbanos. Shachris is up until Chatzais, like the Korban that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of mitzvah doila, meaning 6.5 hours in the day until the erev. Rashi says at chashecha. You learn in Rashi means until tzeitzis b'chavim. Other Rishonim say until shkia. In fact, the Mishnah says that mincha should be said and finished with the chazar shashnas and everything before shkia. B'di'evet, you have up until 15 minutes before tzeitzis b'chavim. But the Mishnah points out that it's better to daven b'yichidas before shkia than to daven with a minion after shkia. Mincha is like the tamen of the evening, which goes until evening, which the Yehuda says until Shlag Mincha halfway through Mincha, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the Yivarim of the Hayla that you're micro and half all through the day. What's Musaf? Musaf is actually Knesset Sadoila during Misakane, and that's why it's a pattern of Musaf that goes all day long. Where the Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours in the day. We should hear only Surah Tavais. Have a wonderful day.
Did you catch it? Yes. That was sick. I would have done it a little faster, man. That was great.
Rocha is not from Zion. According to
That was
all
amazing.
these manim of tefillah are adbad l'chol. They each entire hour. So, Shemona Esrei of Shafetz, when he says what's the fourth hour, that means including all of the fourth hour. It doesn't mean until the end of the third, but rather it goes into the fourth until the end of the fourth hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as follows. Let's talk about this Manu Mincha for a second. We have Mincha Doima. Take the daylight hours of the day and divide them into 12 parts. That's called Shais Manu. It's not necessarily the hours that we have today. Chatzos is exactly in the middle of 6 hours. Plag Mincha or Mincha Doila is a half an hour after Chatzos. So it's 6.5 hours. Mincha Tana is 9.5 hours from the beginning of daylight, or 2.5 hours before the night. Take those 2.5 hours before the night and divide that in half. Why? Half. That's Plag Mincha. Or you could say Mincha, not Mincha, until the first portion, the first part of that Plag. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying Mincha, because the first part of Plag and it's the entire part of that project. Most of the work goes all the way to the end of the 7th hour, Adai B'Chlav. Therefore, there's a situation where if a person has tefillas in front of him, he has mincha because he said that mincha doila starts at 6.5 hours, and he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first? It says daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire, and daven it past the end of the 7th hour. You only have a half hour left. If you look at Ben Baba testified 5 things in the second savings. And we pass it like the second savings. One is that we teach a child whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon, in order that she shouldn't be after. In certain situations, the teacher can be meals. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation with 2 sisters, doing this kind of marriage for a brother, and her older sister is a third married to another brother. That older sister's husband died, therefore she falls to evil. She cannot fall to evil in this current state because of the 2 sisters married to the other. Therefore, we teach the younger one the Miyah, and she'll be a proper Yavama over it. We taught a testimony that you can marry a woman based on an Eidechad, one witness testifying that her husband died. We also testified that they did steal from a chicken who killed a person. And that for the suffering on this bath, it's enough. To be considered old wine, it's enough to be 40 days old. And finally, for our sugya, the Taman was never out 4 hours, in other words, the entire 4 hours into the day. And that's why we constantly produce that David Shachris 4 hours of the day, not until Pesach. Rav, except Shabbos, he did an early Shabbos, what we call today, after the flag, because he holds up to you that flag is the end of the day, and after flag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only do the Tal Shabbos after Shkiras. It's Chachamim that is Shayim, because they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, the Myra about do any way you choose as the if the entire congregation daven Shemona Esrei, they thought it's nighttime, they daven Myra for most of Shabbos, but it's still Shabbos, they didn't see that it's only cloudy day. They're in Tefillah, it works, because of Tzibura, but if they don't make a mistake, he has to repeat the daven. The Rabbi sat in the Beis HaMerchatz, did a sauna before the Gzeiros against doing Zayel, and he was Mikabel, after was Mikabel Shabbos. First he was Mikabel Shabbos, went to the sauna, and then he fought Torah. Rabbi Baharo, who was a Talmud Chaver of Rabbi, he davened Mincha of Friday behind Rabbi, who's davening Meir of Shabbos. And you see from here that Rabbi didn't take his steps back and influence the Shalom because Rabbi was still davening Shemona Esrei. Learn out lawful that if somebody's davening behind you, you're not allowed to take steps back. You're disturbing them, or the Shekhinah is green, but the Shekhinah is there. However, if it's out of the 4 hours of the person, you're allowed. And the only reason why Rabbi was allowed to daven behind Rabbi is because he's also his friend. He's not his cover. But a regular person, a regular Talmud is also to daven behind his Rebbe. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to be quite strong. Just like if a Rebbe says Shalom to a Talmud, and you answer him back like you answer a regular person, Shalom, instead of saying Shalom Aleichem, that also causes the Shekhinah. And if a Talmud opens up the yeshiva without asking permission to Yeshua, that's Misal the Shekhinah. A person couldn't make it from Shabbos and before nightfall, as long as it repeats pre-Shabbos. Shmuel says that a person can dive in once a Shabbos, not the Fanatano, on Shabbos itself, and make a go on a cup before Shabbos is over. The very interesting story, the Gemara says that in the name of Rabbi said that Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, later of Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says, well, that's not what happened. It happens to be it wasn't a pillar, so it was a palm tree. And it wasn't a Shmuel Berkes, it was a Rebbe Lazar Berkes. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos. On Shabbos, rather, it was Shabbos of what's a Shabbos. This my point is whether the Meir is obligatory, you have to daven it or not. And in order to bring it, therefore, our Mishnah says, our Mishnah holds that it's not a fear. Our brings a very famous story that Rabbi Shua ben Yochai asked Rabbi Shua, you have to daven Meir or not? And he said, it's a Rishos. And he went and he asked Rabbi Gamliel, who's the Nasi of the Mishnah, it's a Playboy. He said, wait a minute, Rabbi Shua said it's not a Playboy. He said, let's wait until everybody comes. Everybody comes to this place. He says, ask him. He says, do I have to daven Meir? He says, you have to daven Meir. Rabbi Shua said, I don't have to. He said, no. So Rabbi Gamliel says, is anybody here before? And Rabbi Shua said, no, nobody argued with that. But they said in your name that I said that you said that it's Rishos. Says Rabbi Shua, I can't argue with him. He's alive, I'm alive. How can I argue? Rabbi Gamliel forced Rabbi Shua to stand as the year went on. And Tzibor was very upset. They said, last year when it came to Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Shua asked him that it's Yom Kippur. And Rabbi Gamliel said, I want you to come on Yom Kippur, which I know is not Yom Kippur, with your stand with your month. And he asked him when it comes to Clarius, Rabbi telling him that he made Rabbi Shua stand up like he did today. We had to get rid of him today. Who's going to be instead of him? Rabbi Shua can't be instead of him because he's part of the story. Rabbi can't be instead of him because he's our Shabbat. It has to be Rabbi Elazar because he's a Chacham. He knows how to answer everybody. He has this Shabbat, his 10th generation from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He will deal with the Pesach. So Rabbi Elazar is exact, that's one word. His name is excuse. So he asks his wife. His wife says, but what if they remove you? It's better to be a glass cup and that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair. Story in Pesach. That day is the nest. And he has 18 rows of white hair. And Be'ez Hashem, like we say in Cheder, the Rabbi says, tomorrow we'll continue the story and Hashem have a wonderful day.
What in the fuck, Bob?
Not is that how fast you can the story where they remove some meal as the Muslims tested that Nazariah that they became stats already mentioned right that day that Nazariah the Muslims opened up the doors to gatekeepers and quick weather barriers or fetch this meal using 700 meal felt really bad. Sometimes very presented somebody people were showed him white vessels with ashes inside, meaning that they would not inside it wasn't that.
Everybody got to take it out, man.
In fact, those people were proper people. They were joyous in their spirit and smart men who feel good. That day, we set this particular witness of walking, everybody goes all the kilometers. And time is fast. So everybody knows it's very that day. So honestly, any halacha that they had a question about to resolve and didn't themselves won't have and fighting against Yeshua halachas. Facts. Big fight between Zim and Yeshua. Whether Rabbi Yehuda was a person who became Rabbi, whether she or not, it says the third sides of their Rabbi. Yeshua claimed that Sahara came and mixed up combinations, and therefore they are no longer considered Rabbinim, but the Parish, and some Parish, this particular non-Jew comes from the right, and therefore we accept it. We will argue with this if everybody agrees to Yeshua, says we will, if everybody agrees to Yeshua, I see that perhaps I may have seen my fighting with him, he went back to like was his phone, he saw that the walls of his house were black, you realize this is not something he deals with things that make his house black. He says, I see you're Muhammad, Yeshua says back, I see you don't understand the rules of Christ from Muhammad, how to inspire us. He says, I accept. I ask you to go Yeshua giving the Tefillah. He says, the Gemara an amazing thing. He says, well, at least the Rabbi Yeshua he wants me in the honor of my forefathers. As you see, his great-grandfather was Hillel. And look at all silent, all the see him as being from Hillel, all throughout Hashem Yadil. And in fact, Yeshua was mindful of him. The Gemara said, if so, once Yeshua was mindful of Hillel, we could reinstate Hillel, what he do. He sent the launderer, and the launderer said, Rabbi, the words of Yeshua, he said, let the person that wears the clothing that's cloaked continue wearing the clothing. Referring to the meal, and one who doesn't, or the desire, he shouldn't say, give me your clothes, let me wear it. Rabbi Yamil didn't accept it. He says, with the kiva, let's close the doors, let's not allow the servants, the slaves of the meal to come and persuade us. Yeshua himself went to the meal. Yeshua said, a person, who's the son of a Kohen, who doesn't have son, and supposed to have to require the book. He needs to speak the sons, you're the son of Nasi or the Nasi, and therefore you should be Nasi. The question is, so he accepted. The question is, what do you do for the Nazariah who's raised in Nasi? You don't go lower in Kedusha. So he said is, the wheel will say, you can such a Nazariah, and it's the job, hopefully, because the pain,
Worst.
Rabbi says the Gemara was very weak. He put him on fire, but he could get some silver. So you can stand by the Spanish ship and he stood up. So he could stand up. And he heard the following Allah from in the name of Rothschild that if somebody is late with his Musaf, the time is also after 7 hours, is considered a free ship. Yes, if he has the option of diving in Mikvah or Musaf, he should dive in Mikvah first because Mikvah is fun. The same repeated this however 40 times in order not to forget that he heard Yochanan and that's through the lake. The place for before Musaf, you call it. That's I'm not saying the eat before Yochanan, according to Bishop Levi, is also but Allah it's and this brings us to other things. If a person is not even a shul with a tzibur and they're not held by I must have been also friends with David and Moses before. So they asked for things. You keep this and shit is everything you could. Says the Mishnah. So we're looking at Hannah had a special thing that you see for the Federation. For learning, that the Gemara says those spouse, you want to know the years of the whole alone. Like, question is about Allah. They should understand Allah for this could be Federation. I definitely is a friend should be happy that he made a stand Allah for another make fun of you. This would be too proud. So and I shouldn't say that coming sorry for coming, and my friend shouldn't be additional and Allah, and I should make fun of them. That is what you say. Well, it's another thing that sometimes we usually do some measures. I'm not sure if everybody knows this from the same thing. Such a I'm not sure. When Rabbi was saying, he told us that if you want to know what's up, it's down with you. He says that this water is very interesting first. The friend that you respect, that's number one. Number two, don't allow your children to explode. Then they stay away from tomorrow. Have children be surrounded by them, put them in a place. And when you die, number one real dying is not so much have fun, etc., but to remember why you die. When you remember what is about to die, he's crying and asks why you crying. He says, it wasn't enough for a person that was ever going to be. We're so fearful that it was justice, it was jail, etc. But the king that today he's here, tomorrow he's done. It should be right. I'm afraid. I don't know what the difference is. You heard from him, and he gave him a profile that he fears the money should be as sincere of a thought as fear human being. He said that he does. I don't know. You're about to come in and prepare us. This global I'm not sure that it is a place of the day. Says the bishop, that's really real. That's what to say. Say, not all of it is beginning of the head. Going to the head. You know, it's a lesson very well. It's a lesson that's interesting. The place of psychotic is something called Sorrow. And you never have it. See, Sorrow, again later on. Once a kid, sorry, Shashim's output is strong, conscious and equal. Defense, forever. Bad feeling. Person is right on a donkey. Must give off the donkey with 1,000 experience that was lying. And his heart. On a boat. His heart. He comes to production. Why do we say, when it's 18 drops, one other is 18. Represents that 18 Shemas of Hashem, and you did the law of Hashem, or the 18 Shemas, or that 18 celebrated having a spine.
I would hand it off. Psych, bitch. I'll take it. Touchdown. I think that's my worst one ever.
Rafa is daf of Tess, as you might have heard. Tonight is the Shalom Zachar of my first grandchild, my grandson. And I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages. And I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcoming to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share and think this together. The Gemara tells us that Shimon HaPikoili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas that we say every day. And the Shmuel HaKatan is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei, we say 19 brachas. And the 19th bracha is Bilam Al-Shidim, it's against the Minim, the heretics. And the Gemara tells us that a year later, after you author it, he's davening for the Ovid, he was a Shnei Tzibur, and he simply forgot his masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove him. But if he forgets Bilam Al-Shidim, we must be concerned perhaps he himself is a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a min. Just because he's a tzaddik, and just because he authored it, doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha, and that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a rasha, and then he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a rasha. If a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a rasha later on in life? And this is also dependent on the machlokes whether or not Yochanan Kohen Gadol is the same person as Yana Yama. Yochanan Kohen Gadol, we know, served as a Kohen Gadol for 80 years, yet he died as a rasha.
Word.
The 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei. On Shabbos is fine. We call it Shemona Esrei. The 8th bracha is really 7.
Worse.
They correspond with the 7 pralos that David said in Kol Hashem Alamayim. The 9 brachas we say are Rosh Hashanah are correspond with the Asparas that Chana said, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Chana were nifted because both decided that they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On Atainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like Atainus. And why? These are corresponding to 24 Menorahs, the Shiras, the song that Shlomo said as they brought the Aron into the country after the lot. Yeshua says that you say Me'ain Shemona Esrei. You don't say a full Shemona Esrei. Everybody's supposed to say the Me'ain Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? According to everybody, at least the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. The question is what you put in between. According to Shmuel, you put Havineinu. So you had before it's a Kitzur of Shemona Esrei. Each bracha consists of 3-4 words. And Abaya curse those that would use Havineinu instead of Shemona Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havineinu every single day besides in the Shabbos. Because what do you do with the Havadolah that we insert into the Shemona Esrei, but at the Chayim we put it at the Chanadonim. And you cannot make its own bracha like he said it should be the 4th bracha at the Chanadonim. And according to Rabbi Eliezer, the reason why we don't pass like Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say the Kitzur in at the Chayim and add a couple of words for Abdullah? The Gemara says it's passion. Rabbi would not say Havineinu in the wintertime because you can't insert the same Talmud Matar into Havineinu. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Birkas Hashanim because that would be matching him, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting Atochan and Torah with Atochan because the beginning of Shemona Esrei where it says a person has kavanah. It's only later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has kavanah and Atochan das, then we can insert whatever we want.
This is the worst shit
and we don't
ever.
insert it purposely by Shemet. That's only if a person made a mistake, you can insert it. If a person doesn't say Mashiach Ruach Murder Geshem, we make him repeat the entire Shemona Esrei. If a person doesn't say the same Talmud Bracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shemona Esrei unless he's passionate. You can always say by Shemet. If a person doesn't say Yahweh, he goes back to it and say. As long as he didn't finish Shemona Esrei, he goes back to it and say. Now, if he takes 3 steps back, but it's wrong, then he has to repeat Shemona Esrei. There's some people that say that if a person is not used to saying Tachanunim, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, because that Shemona Esrei doesn't say Tefillah, he must repeat Shemona Esrei. We learned in Mishnah that you should not make your Shemona Esrei a kvav, fixed. You should make your Shemona Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? One means numerous pshat. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? Another pshat is it doesn't say it like a freedom. It doesn't say it softly as if it's begging or something. Another pshat is that it's a Shemona Esrei that you don't add your own words. From a singular you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. But someone said that's not true. I know how to add my own feel, but I don't think it was that. Another pshat is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by the sea. You don't daven with calm.
It's like
By Shkia, which is all at the last moment. And the straw they would curse those who
Hey guys, let me
forget.
who you said
got it.
and we eat that.
Mishnah discusses the Torah. If you're in a situation of danger, you should take the Torah short and tefillah. One of the things we say that tefillah is the whole parsha see evil. In the parsha of Hebrew, the Gemara explains it's referring to pregnancy. Just like when a woman is upset, she's
Like the
pregnant, so too happens Baruch Hu when he's upset, should have one of the clients. Causes the Shalom Torah just in a little fart. What is a woman that is pregnant, she's upset? That is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation.
This is
The
the
Gemara
worst
says straw was knit into the straw. In order to come
ever.
to a beautiful, healthy child, you have to go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else out. So just a woman who's upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end of beautiful things, so you implies on the people that said that it comes to beautiful things, the words at the beginning of the set.
Or no
That
one to
wasn't upset, like those days when Philip was in the first Israel, that led people to go off the dark because they didn't
That's
have
where
a fear
the
of the
chemistry.
consequences.
That's a good look.
Actually is good for us. It brings good things. And some people say that this field of Shas Hebrew means when
Losers.
cholesterol are not
I've
doing the
never
right thing, like
respected
people still think about cholesterol. If a person is walking in a safari with dangerous animals or bandits, you should take field of Torah. What is this field of Torah? What does it says? I say return from Shemon Yimel between Nefesh Ruach the Yiriyah from Mitachas. I told you I say Baruch Hashem Shemon. The Lord Rothschild says, Shema Tzakas Amshel Yisrael, Vasei Meir B'Hashosam, Baruch Hashem Shemon is another one. And finally, Acherim said, I think this is a song, but I didn't Torah. He wrote it just because Echad Echad Kedei Parasasoi. Echad Vio Vio Dei Machstoira. It should be everybody what they need. And the Allah says, this is what Field Torah. So the other we said, don't get upset because if you get upset, that brings to Naveira. You should always say, that we know what it is. You wrote saying, etc., etc. Have a wonderful day, have a great Shabbos, have Mazel Tov, and by everybody.
Worst logo ever. Worst. Just let me score it.
Brothers not flamming. I'm going to watch the Super Bowl today. Please remember to serve a little bit of Torah, maybe at halftime and 8-minute dive. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures. The word tells us that we're going on the way of Tzidkei Sadera. The way of the city, but not Tzidkei Sadera once you pass 8,000 amas, which is approximately 16,000 feet. Rav Sheshes hold that when Tzidkei Sadera stands still, Rav Sheshes says he's moving. Yet when they went together, Rav Sheshes picked Rav Sheshes, and he stood. We didn't want to keep that in a place of, in fact, Allah says it's preferable to be in a standing position where you say, riding on a donkey, it's not like whether you get off the donkey, you give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi said you don't because that's going to take away concentration, you're going to be carrying the donkey. A person who's blind, who doesn't have a compass, he should think about what you have in his heart. The point is, you always have to be facing the person who's in the So if you're in the face, that's a straw, which is eventually going to get you if you're in a straw, flying, some English, Russian, really got you face the pirates, behind the pirates, you turn around like everybody else faces the pirates. In north and south, always facing the pirates. What do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to dive into this? The father's treatment is dive into this extremely early. According to Rashi, before places says that doesn't make sense because there's no such shear that's in the middle of the night. That's slightly different. Rav Shimon Elazar is Mechol. He says, first you say Kriya Shema, then you say Shemon Esrei. It's better to say Shemon Esrei sitting down, but it's right after Shema that you say Shemon Esrei standing up. When the with Shmuel, it's better to say Shemon Esrei standing with Kavar. The Rebbe before they said a shear, you grab them, and even though it's really early, their opinion and dive. And once they gave the shear, and you David Shmoneh. But actually, very interesting. He would give his material as his announcer. He would give him a lot of material to say over. And when he was saying over that material, he, in a sitting position, would say Shema and Shmoneh. Why didn't he get up and go out and say Shmoneh? This is actually an amazing thing. He didn't want to be that person who caused the whole basement of Shiva to stand up in his honor. That would be too much of a fear for everybody. He didn't want to dive in really early like Shmuel's father, because he never saw his Rabbi do it. He didn't want to bring a minute because he thought that was a difficult reason to show up at the start time of the year. Says the Mishnah. Chachamim say that you dive in Musaf even if this is not a secret. Elizabeth Nazariah says no. Musaf is only a secret. Buddha says in the name of Elizabeth Nazariah that Musaf, if you have a tzibur, then the shnei tzibur is white tzibur. If you don't have a tzibur, then even if Yochid is required to dive in Musaf, and that in fact is how Rabbi Shmuel Paskin and Rabbi Paskin comment they see Musaf in the kids. We had in the beginning of the Sefer, and they used to dive in the exact same place by the pillars where they would learn Torah. In other words, dive in the Yichidos, Shachris, and Musaf. Rabbi Yochanan testified that he saw Rabbi Yanai davening back to that Shemon Esrei. Gemara says the same Paskin saying that he didn't have Kavanah. That's why he repeated Shemon Esrei, because look, testified as Rabbi Yochanan, who knows what he's saying. He told us the story in order to bring it a point that daven also even be killers. Or does a similar story. Rabbi Bar was davening Shemon Esrei, and he did it can't be because he didn't have Kavanah. Lezer says that before you have Shemon Esrei, you have to assess your situation, evaluate whether you can at least have Kavanah more profit according to this. And therefore, it's impossible to Rabbi Bar didn't have Kavanah. Therefore, it must be that each one answering because you were Shkoinish, you got say Yal B'Yava. One forgets to say Yal B'Yava in chakras, or Muslim forgets complete Muslim instead of Muslim. He says, I prefer to read this one answering if he's in a seaport, he doesn't read one answering because and he himself is going to Rabbi later on at Mincha. But obviously, he does short repeat Shmoneh. If a person forgets Yalav and Meir, Rashi says never repeat Meir. Why? Because Rosh Chodesh is Mekudesh in the daytime, not at night. There's not enough Kedusha in order for us to make him repeat Yalav. However, Meir says that's only in a 2-day Rosh Chodesh where you can say Yalav in the second night of Rosh Chodesh. One day Rosh Chodesh, you do repeat Shmoneh. We're supposed to repeat Shmoneh or he's diving in Musaf immediately after Shabbos. He must wait enough time for him to walk down the Yavis. I would say that's approximately 2 to 3 seconds. And with that, we finish the 4th parak of Tfilas HaShachar, and now we begin the 5th parak, Ein Oindim. The mission tells us that the David Shmoneh has to be with complete respect and awe of the Torah. We can't be laughing, giggling. It has to be with private grudge. The Hasidim Rishonim would contemplate and meditate about the davening for 1 full hour before the davening. Even a king comes over and speaks while you're davening Shmoneh Esrei, you're not allowed to answer it. Or if a snake wraps himself around the snake, don't move. The Gemara says, don't learn from Hannah. That says by her hardest nefesh, she had a pure heart. Hannah is different from our children. Don't learn from David Melech. It says, when you bring Chazal to Sefer, with fear. David Melech is different. He knows and he works extremely hard on himself. He's fearful, powerful. Perhaps you can learn from the passage by Hadras Kodesh. Sometimes the hate of test is interchangeable, so we'll be prepared that study. We should have fear of the Kodesh. So you want to know, we could just read simply Hadras Kodesh, meaning you should wear beautiful clothing, glory. You should wear nice clothing when you die. So where do we learn this concept that you have to be with private grudge? It says the passage, if you do this Hashem Yirah, you should serve Hashem with fear. The grudge of the passage is people who are other should be joyful of trepidation. What does that mean? That every time you are joyful and happy, the other hand should have that fear. The Lord tells us, Rabbi asked Rabbi, why is he joyful? It says in the passage, people who are other, they have to be fearful. He says, don't worry about it. I'm wearing filling. I'm wearing filling, thou keep me in check. It's a similar story. Zuri said, Yirmiyah, I'm a Litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the Litvak's most favorite puzzle. To be sad, you get Sachar for being sad. At least that's what the Hasidim would say about the Litvak. Quoting the seat from the apostle. Fearful of Hashem. Don't run around laughing and being joyful. Zero. I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. Roughly Zaf Lamed Aleph. The Gemara tells us to get that balance between being joyful and being feared of the Gemara. Because Gemara's stories are identical. Margaret, Rabbi, and Rashi both are weddings at different times. We saw that the crowd was very joyful. Extremely expensive. The last dishes broken. It's the minute to drink a glass by football. But they put everybody in their plates. Gemara says, Rabbi, on hold. It says, what's the office? So it can only then, when Mashiach comes in, you have a smile and be happy. Shlokish was smiling at the time. He heard this, that did not, never smiled. How often it is that when you come to an answer, you should down and right after you didn't, or after you learn, you realize that will be working concentration. That's the Allah of Sukkah. There's no argument about it. For instance, the word says, the raise the scroll, they accept it for themselves, and even if they see down the size of a mustard seed, they have to wait 17 days. Your eyes, you don't have to wait 17 days. You have down all throughout 7 days and go to pick on 7 days. Another Allah. With your eyes, you bring food into your house, you take weed into the house, you put the back door, shafar, you pull for myself. Because Allah has you have to be through the front door, and you have to do the door, and it has to be smooth and fire. With the shafar, another Allah. If you let the blood out of an animal, you draw blood, you're not allowed to use it where the animal was a carbon. You shove the animal that's a carbon, use that blood, it's no evil. You didn't chop it,
Do you like boxing? Do you like MMA more than boxing?
Rabban said,
Yeah, why should we just fight on the ground?
Rashi said, Allah is right before he says Transrate, saying, I love you. You don't have Transrate. You're sad, or you're truly happy and joyful, but just finish a great conversation, or the thing, simple of the mitzvah. Same with all the applies. You take about your friend, you shouldn't be the callous rush or the thing. Best thing is, you give him a great reward. Think about, remember you after you leave. Riz Bukanima says, the only places that are inhabited today on earth are places that other Rothschild said at the time they should be inhabited. Therefore, if you see the tree growing, that means that back then other Rothschild said that looks like when you got to yourself, you start out in one corner of the house, you end up in another corner, you have all these fears and stuff. Now, so when he David did Seabird, he was mindful of other people around him, and David really put you in estimate, so they don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they killed Daniel, they killed the lions, and as we know, and he said, look, he doesn't listen to their young, he asks a question of an fucking right is because he has windows in his house. This David, would you climb it? So you see that David, you have to climb it, maybe to have this one when you down translate set up, you see three brooks that are shots and brooks that we ask around these. Why? One of them says, then one should ask his niece, the brother should have. If he literally wants to ask this motherfucker, I want to be okay. Yes. I know the famous story on says China was in the field. She was married to the of the Navi. And she was on trip. She went to the English and Sheila and Davin and she had played. She was very called she was grown. In fact, she ended up having Shmuel Hanover. She was like yeah, boxes was too many. It says never something. One she must have Davin. Roxy was always supposed to be meeting them and he must move the lips. You can't just stare at the face. It sounds like a yell must move your lips. It says incredibly dramatic. I think they're all reports in weird sound because it's also for a person Davin out loud. Let's you. Gaiba. They have Chevelle, the Chevelle, making out of drunk, meaning that a drunk is also drunk out. Drunk says it, you play with it, I mean, sorry. This brings us to the base. It says, I must have Chevelle, making drunk. In other words, you must rebuke your friend, even if it's a Rabbi. She said, Loyada. I thought, so I prepared the job. No, I thought you did that. Somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them that they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. Yeah, I did it wrong. He said, this motherfucker is dead. It's over for this guy. You must be that person of wrong. I hope you won't be wrong. I was the first person that was yeah. And the name Scholars. This motherfucker was straight. Tricks and feelings. Yeah. Don't play again. I'm a son, and a son that is even mine on the murder. He really, he's the water. It says the puzzle. It's Israel Zera. What is that? If she's proven not guilty, have a child. Of course, I'm not going to have a child. I don't know about the if she's proven not guilty, then she'll have a birth. Yeah. She's already proven. When did that Madonna, Roy Risa, Roy Kira, is not a drush. Because it says I'm a self, I'm a certain times, the word what? The word I'm a self, I'm a Risa. Why don't you check me the three different ways that you check other women and give them Risa? If they weren't mindful of Risa, Allah, and Allah is there. I am not. Why do I deserve what you're giving me? She says that there's no Zera Anosh, give me Zera Anosh. What does that mean? A man that's above other men. Zera Anosh is the pussy. I feel like, yeah, this shit. Give me the ball.
I'm sick. West Side. Hey, everybody. Let's see. If no one has replied to me. Oh, chat. What up, babies? Restream always there for me. Sight. Oh, this motherfucker's like blah, blah, blah. Nobody.
You're right. You shouldn't have said that. Now you're more Allah. Rabbi, you are saying you might be killing him. Dude, it's not as out of the field. Next man in. It's might be some metal down for another thing. I bet that motherfucker tell her that's this. I try spirit. That's not fun. Even though it's not cool. I'll just give you something to know. Hold it for a reason. Said everything we created in the is for a purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why do you need to put on nerves if I don't have a child? Finally, the Gemara says, another element that's not going to be a person sins and makes a kindness like shepherds. Rush explains, nobody's ever so much food. That will break things down for 70 years. Problem is, that's the child, that's it. It's all for that, it's the evolution. That's the rubbish, that's the something. That's the something, that's a different thing. I think it's wonderful. Shit. Ever. Worst. Shit. Yeah. Rothschild is not to one extent the heart of Muslim and daughter and son-in-law Megan and Jacob, the rest of their son, and that's probably relation.
This one's
bad. It is not discussed.
Yeah,
Holy means tefillah. Tefillah Moshe Rabbeinu. The Word tells us that the Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the pasuk, "Asher Eri Oisi." I'm the one that causes you to sin. Getting the fire of the Yotzer like clay in the hand of an artist. It's his fault we sin. That's the racist name evident that the heart should be removed. The heart of stone that he put on us. It's his fault. That's Ruchi at the beginning. I'm the one that insert your ruach. And then finally, Allah, Moshe Hashem. Moshe Hashem, the Gemara is Hashem. Which is not the best thing in the world. Zov. Once this place dissolves, it's the Russian dies off. Enough of this gold. It's your fault that we broke.
Yes.
You gave us so much gold and silver.
Get
That
the
we saved
fucking
the egg
tree
without
out
that we wouldn't be able to save it. Moshe is a person that had a very weak cow, a bony cow. He fed him a lot, and then the cow
Yes.
comes around and kicks him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him.
Yes.
Therefore, he got kicked.
Yeah.
But your father, another Moshe, that picks his
Yeah,
son,
son.
feeds him, and he
Yeah.
gets a lot of money. He puts him by the door of the house of the Zayda. It's the
Worse.
father's fault that he's sick. The Gemara says when you
Are they gonna
spoil
put him on
someone,
the fire?
spoil a kid, fill his stomach, that causes sin.
They don't even have a
Finally, the Shmuel, this is what Rabbi says, right? Because of your basic, I give a lot of money, a lot of silver, saw a vessel of Baal, and a lot of gold, and what you said, hey, so I think now, it's my fault. What tells me Rabbi, late for great feet, go down, what's this number, Lusha? What tells me Rabbi, I'm only giving you godless, you have greatness,
Hey,
I
yeah,
was told, give it back to the Lord, therefore, Rabbi, I told you, Rabbi, realize that since the Pope said, every minute, leave me alone, so I can go destroy them. Meaning, if you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So much Rabbi was it's like a muscle where a kid is beating up a son, and the kid's best friend is watching that and he's going to say something. When the kid tells the son, look at my friend is here, otherwise I'm going to kill you. The friend realizes that he has power, and he steps in, and he brings up the fight.
Well, beautiful. This quarterback.
If the player wouldn't have said it before, it should be usher to say it. The player says that Moshe Rabbeinu
Quarterback
held on to his word
ever.
and wouldn't let him go until he
Hey,
paid
everybody.
values.
Nice.
Say the famous posting on the pennies, like Yishal Moshe. What does it mean by Yishal Moshe? You can say Moshe David by Yishal Moshe. Or it gives us six options how to learn the word Yishal. One is if you know it's a lesson of prophecy to be persistent. Or Yafet, which is a lesson of nether. It's a nether. Somebody else will know it. 100% by Jewish Rabbi. Only nether going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or the lesson of color. Color is the body of the person. But Rabbi said, if any of the small people give up their life to Klal Yisrael, or it's a lesson of foul, to rest. It's a refuge, rest of Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lesson of sacrilegious. Which are going to be doesn't make sense. You should
I would watch this.
finally
This is like an in-dance crusade.
that
Hundreds of
gold.
This is all
Rabbi said, God is so much
Worse.
that he got sick. This is
Dream.
the back to the sworn off in yourself. What does that mean? Had a book sworn in the heaven and the earth. Just like the heaven and the earth, you can destroy that true.
really impressive.
He's sworn himself, never going to last forever. So to Yeshua, the body is strong.
Oh, what is this bullshit?
It's going to last forever. But the barrel area is
Worse.
Moshe Rabbeinu
Extreme.
and then also this this is the barrel area. Ben is our family question.
What is this
Bullshit.
bullshit?
So either you can learn that the person who believes in Moshe Rabbeinu is better than you learn that the entire person of Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbeinu said, I already know in Klal Yisrael, you told me to say that you're going to give me the land, so you have to keep your word. It says in the passage, Hashem. It's a lashon that came from the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu said the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. We're able to fight strong.
You can't believe
It's one nation.
that's not his problem. That's
Why you say that? Says the Gemara, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the rules are. So I'm not going to that's what you should say. The Gemara is a Talmud who is ready.
amazing.
Give a shvach and then ask me. Feel is more important and more powerful than good deeds. Because no one is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu when it comes to good deeds. And it's powerful. Hoping that later they don't say it's wrong because of his tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah because kindness is tzedakah money, and tefillah, the whole function has more power than karma. But playing kill someone has the situation that's possible. Therefore, you don't play you trying to kill another individual no longer. Zulman can't do this in a person's life. Once there's human values, the gates of tefillah are locked, be open, but it's difficult. You go to put a fita, a parcel, a iron wall between us and himself. However, the
Maybe
gates of
6, maybe.
fears are never locked. Rashi points out Hashem was 60 years. He doesn't feel 6 years. He just has to be able to travel his fear. Rabbi never made a penance because it was cloudy, said cloud, stop the tefillah. And a person lengthens tefillah as long as it's not behind it, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has
Oh,
to,
dude, this is a fight.
even when he asks, then his tefillah will be the stable. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's not behind his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. What does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn prayer. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah. It says twice, Kaveh Hashem has a next level, and Kaveh Hashem. There are 4 things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, tefillah, has a this one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the Pasuk, Hashem forgot about us. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebel against God.
I like how they let that motherfucker right.
Forgot about it.
I like that.
3.6 billion times 300 billion stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros. But those are the stars.
What is this?
They're all for your sake. I forgot about you.
Who are you?
It says the Pasuk, can a woman forget about her own child? The Lord says, I'll never forget about your babies. I'll never forget about your rabbis. However, I do sometimes lose my memory. When it comes to Taveras like the eagle, I'll forget that, but I won't forget. If I see the Lord says, we're an hour before davening. The Lord tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening. Davening took them an hour. So that's 3 hours of each tefillah. This 3 tefillahs a day, that's 9 hours. When did they have to practice? You had to see how the Shemaya that they didn't forget learning to learn before the class. That's the Shemaya that they're not saying. Very minimal. Finally, for today, if you're a middle short answering, you see a king says something, you don't answer. That's the Jewish English, really do answer. I can see a king coming, English king, and you're able to finish the rest of quick. Say it quickly and run. I mean, wonderful, man. Where? Brachas Daf Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There's a chassid davening Shmoneh Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer him because he was middle Shmoneh Esrei. Says the officer, Reka, you're a poor. In your own Torah it says, if to watch your soul, I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She says, give me a moment to explain it. If you yourself were talking to the king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do? I said, cut my head off. Okay, Kavachimer. I'm coming to Melech Malchim Baruch. How can I stop? Learn in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps itself around somebody's leg while it's down Shmoneh Esrei, you don't stop Shmoneh Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shmoneh Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because the lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down in Shmoneh Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack, is unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Rabbi and the Aroid, some call it Arvad, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race who can get to the water first. If the human gets first, then the Aroy dies. If the Aroy gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroy causing a lot of trouble. They went to Rabbi. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroy bit him. And the next happened that there was a Ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed Aroy. He took Aroy, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the base of and he said, ain't Aroy making the Aroy doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroy that bumped into Reb Chanina ben Dosa. It says in the Mishnah, we say, Mashiv Ruach, where? In the Bracha of Mechaya makes, because rain is the same thing as this amazing, it's the same power, it's the same nace. We say the same Talmudatul Bracha, in the Birkus Hashanim, that's the Bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the Bracha of Chodesh Adas. You need das, you need seichel, the friendship between Chodesh and Chol, Tomei and Tar. The Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha they say in the weekdays. Every Shemon Esrei say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas then. But the first bracha of the weekday is Atochem. It says the Gemara, there are 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel, to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, a person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rachmanas. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around Hashem's name, also great. Person that uses Seichel, it's as if built the Beis Hamikdash. Milchama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. You want to know, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atochem. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the fourth bracha. Rabbi Eliezer says he inserted it in the Bible. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? You just look at what Anshe Knesset said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 hakanas from Anshe Knesset Doila and Chachamim, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first hakana was to say Havdalah in Shul in Shemon Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over there. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said, no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor, so they kind of changed it. They said, let's, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one hakana. We'll say it in Shul, and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can afford it will be Yotza with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei, because the first hakana was to say it on Shemon Esrei. But what if the reverse? The person said Havdalah in Shemon Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? We know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame l'shav. It's a bracha of Havdalah. You don't say Hashem's name for no reason. It says l'sisa. It's a brisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us to this. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats 1 kazayis of bread, they'll be mechayev him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei, and he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemon Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemon Esrei, plus he has to make Birkus Hamazon, that's 24 brachas. What's a Shabbos that falls out on Yom Tov? There's no Atochem, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. But for Bless, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas, or invite them. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's 3 Lashonos from Rabbi Yochanan, either the Lashon of Moedim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the Lashon of Matim, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that looks like Rabbi Eliezer, that you insert that Havdalah in. And the final lesson is near it. We conceive of Eliezer's words. In other words, we don't tell, not in public, we don't pass it like that to an individual. But if an individual said Havdalah by himself, in Moedim, we don't make him read one answer. According to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass it today, we say, after the middle, after the Bechar, we stop, we say after the which describes Yom Tovim, and we are grateful that we were for giving us all the and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov because the Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shvat HaKadosh Baruch Hu and says, look, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you can have Rachmanis on birds, you made us do Shiluch Hatan, we tell them to be quiet. Either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and the birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says, Moedim, and he says it, repeats it again, Moedim, it looks as if he's talking to two different entities and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, you call Hashem's great chesed, all the good that he does to me, you tell him to be quiet because you have to thank Hashem even for that. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad, you say, Baruch Dynamics. There was a person that was sitting in front of the Tanina, and he started saying, okay, Hagadol, Hagibar, Hanoira. Those are what we say. But he added, Oisus, Oyam, Hanoira, Bayam, etc., etc. And when he finished, the Tanina said, that's all you got. In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 shvachim. And Ezra only said 3. And actually said, no, we're talking, so say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He has that much more. It's like saying on a person that has that much gold, and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. You know that everything's in the hands of heaven besides Yerushalayim. And what Rabbi says, what does Hashem want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, all he has in his Oitzer, all he has is Yerushalayim. In other words, he covets Yerushalayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is now going to down. If a person repeats the words in Shema, it says Shema, Shema, V'ahavta, V'ahavta. It's really nice. It's good enough. If a person repeats the entire pasuk twice, then we tell him to be quiet. That seems like he's down different entities. We teach a person to have kavanah. If he doesn't, says the Gemara, we take a metal hammer and give him a nice whack. Says the Mishnah, if a shtei tzibur, a chazan, makes a mistake, he can't continue further. And that's right. You need to replace him, you need to do another chazan. But typically, when somebody's asked to be a chazan, it's the process. First time you're asked, you refuse. The second time you start getting geared up. No, the third time you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time for refusing, not refusing. When they ask you to get up to be the replacement, you jump and you go. A person who doesn't refuse to be a chazan, when it's not an emergency, it's similar to a person who eats meat without salt. You can fix it. If a person refuses too much, that's if he's eating food, too much salt, that's not fixing it. The replacement chazan, where does it begin? It begins from the place that the original chazan is standing. The typical chazan, when we get to Rivas Kohanim, it doesn't answer on it. However, nowadays, when we have Sikurim with the Menachem, the chazan should say Amen. That the Psukim of the Berachah are not that the Berachah of the Berachah. A chazan tzikayim should typically not be Rivas Kohanim without confusing, unless he short himself and he won't be confused. That's what they do nowadays. The Gemara says that there are 3 things that too much of it is no good: salt, yeast, and refusing down for the Amen too much, declining sarvanas. On the whole, the person makes a mistake with the first 3 brachas that's right. He starts with the beginning of Shemona. The last 3 brachas of Shemona, he starts with the beginning of the last 3 brachas of Shemona. That's it. The person makes a mistake in the middle brachas, and he begins from the beginning of the middle brachas. At the time of the whole, all 13 brachas are the vast. The middle brachas is only one. It's pretty Rashi. It's saying only one in any order. One made a mistake. It's important to place yourself back in the place that he made the mistake in its original place. Gemara describes Mishra Hashem's works. brachas is like a servant set up praise for his master. Once he praises him, the person in middle brachas and asks for his needs, and finally the last brachas are thanks to his master. I think the residents think this class is no good. But once the diamond, let's call it, was still the Sharpen diamond before the demons. Instead about another class, the Hazan is very quick. What's the deal? The Sharpen is also very quick. And love, upon Allah, without the mirror, a very short scale. In this class, we learned that if a person davens for a friend, it's not necessary to mention the name. Because the Sharpen didn't mention your name. We know when we got into that, down forward, straight down. We do this 3 times, actually 4 times per hour. 2 in the first level, right when we start to answer, we're looking at Rome, the end of the first level. And then we do it once by minute. And the other one, which is actually called kind of like that. If one has to add extra kilos, you cannot do so. And a couple of these things, it looks like,
Oh shit.
watching this, it's like, you know, if you're a
Fantasy football.
you do bells that focus on the brother at the end of the your kids bell at every single brother in the beginning of the brother and at the end of it. What you make is you think you bell once the finish pedestrian and anything that is hard for it. There's 3 types of bell. There's one called either means you can head forwards until it reaches the ground. Do that by you feel some kind of a confidence. Not an hour. Real is where you get on your knees and put your forward, push yourself off, legs flat out on the ground, hands and feet. High and rubber, you're only doing feel some kind of you flat on the ground, but you put on your side, not to have your face towards you. And nowadays, we just put our hand and we put our hand like that. Says the Mishnah. So if a person makes a mistake with your restaurant, it's a really bad sign for him. If he's a cousin who makes a mistake, that's a bad sign for both congregation. Rava saw that Rav and Rothschild was bound twice by Moedim, one at the beginning of Moedim, at the end of Moedim. Rice that says it should not bow by Moedim refers to the Moedim because the Moedim comes to bow there, bow very power. But people from that's which did in the place of Rav, someone that's sick, he would know whether he live or die based on the flow of his word. Next thing, he could go on. You say that the person makes a mistake, it's a bad sign. Some say that means in the first bracha. Some say the first bracha is referring to the second kavana, that's kavana at least in the first bracha. There is an effect, one of judgment said, regarding the rule of which is a rule of good things are going to happen in the kingdom, says regarding it's referring to a person who marries off his daughter to the prophet, or does this before become a prophet instead of becoming a prophet, or somebody who become a prophet from his own. But the prophet himself can't comprehend what lays in store for him. Another member reference that they rule is for the time of Mashiach. But the Allah, which is different than the time of Mashiach, nobody can comprehend. One sure, the time of Mashiach and how we can say themselves, and they have the same home, the same fire. You're not going to have people of healers, you're going to be in dollars, at least amigos, it will be the same. And another shot is that when the pool was given to the Bali Chuba and Sadiqim, or draining Bali Chuba, we can't comprehend what your Sahara is. So the Babo is down to Bali Chuba, how great is it Sadiqim, what is Bali Chuba, only it's Sadiqim, very family Lama. Plus it says, I learned Rasa, and I is never what is referring to the wines that's there from the 6 days of creation. Or it's referring to Adam, which no one has ever seen, other than the sea. God, the garden, but he's never seen it. When Jamil's son was ill, he went with the disciple and he spent confusion with David, and he said, okay, in fact he was. And over in Jamil, when he says, David all day long, nobody will answer him. I said, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. But I'm like the general, I'm not like the slave, the servant that walks around with his house in the place of has bigger pull than I do. Gemara says that a person considered a hustle pushes down into an open field. That the person enumerates his sins and talks about sins in the open, because people go, that's considered first thought. The other point Rabbi is not loving hey, bread with Eric, pizza, cartoon, discusses the progress of making food. We all know that true big bird creates besides otherwise the food of the ground, vegetables, make bird create. Besides I'm bread, which you make a waste of the water. The unit says the Rothschilds like cabbage, lettuce, we make bird, we make where do we call it president? Right? That it's spur up, it's not, it's much better from this world without making a profit. You might think that you can have the same customer with you. You know this concept of first 3 years of food. Now that on the 4th year it's called network value. You trade it exactly like the mice are showing that it's one year before you must bring it up to each other. You don't want to bring it up to the same, you must follow the food of money. What I see, yeah, you know, that according to everybody, one of those things is just a concept. You will follow the food of money. That was the one. Now, the second, you might begin to trust that the person is talking about. Even if you say that the person is talking about also, or even if you have another input with their shovel. So that leaves just one problem. I would use that for group salads. It's most of the rice is the same. First, I mean, there is one. If I may have to make a problem before you, well, it's not a thing. If I make a growth up, I'm associated to certainly, or I'm trying to make a growth. Problem is, whereby learn growth with all other things. They like saying, let's learn from grapes, grapes are something special. That's what they're otherwise, we give it to the and therefore I think about perhaps I should learn from bread. Bread as a concept of balance. Maybe that's why I think about. Maybe combine both together. Well, they are special with bread and wine because it's always there. Learn out from the Shiva Beetle. Shiva Beetle, you have to make a bracha. So Shiva Beetle have two. And besides, the Malhara that says, never, how does he know? Since there's no meat in the ground, it's just meat, eggs, and fish. Therefore, we have to come up with blood. Story tells me that also better for this world.
I would throw something back. We like that.
Look,
Stuff is really
this is this company that won't call it above, which is the simple wishes. But the mouth the growing is the sin, growing always is a king. Plus, Christ with the sin well. And therefore, one should go through a call and should learn the growth. It says in the Bible, Hashem wanted to learn the entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, Lawrence, let's say, Hashem gave us the land before they well, before you make a bracha, Hashem wants to make a bracha. Buy it off Hashem, you have permission to use it. And it gives us what it says. It says it comes to us after the right thing. And then it says, we're practically done it. Where's one hand, it's our brain, other hand, it's Hashem's brain. That's Hashem's will. It's our brain. We don't know Hashem's will.
I like your heart.
Famous Mahadik.
Okay,
One
this
person spends these days
look at this. Look at this.
That says the puzzle outside of the company. You go out.
What is it?
Gather your drink. In other words, you're a farmer. On the other hand, it says that you have to learn the piece of what you put on the land, but you learn fair. It says we have to combine it with the learn fair. Probably, but combine it with the fair. With learning the
That was baller.
says, let's be testing the concept of and now we
And every
work on the field.
what is this? Bush.
Therefore, if we question His will, then this will also be done through other means. No questions will not only will you have to earn a living,
Look at this.
but earn a living for other people as well. It says, I am many did what people said, generation, every type of way, they make their Torah, they made try the day that they're earning the livelihoods.
What is it? Real.
Small prices. They've been trying to come up with tricks to outdo the Torah and the mitzvahs. Their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate. You know, nice. And therefore, to the Gemara, the Torah stayed and their livelihood. They made a living. Later generations, they made their livelihood the main part of it. How to prevent such. How to keep mice from community through the skyline. They didn't learn Torah. On olive oil, you don't make the broth of very exact because you don't become satiated from olive oil. Why? Satiates and also makes you happy to make very double. You don't make good for money because no one wine. But I just love it. That's how you don't make the broth on oil because value. Oil, in restaurants, the oil becomes the bread and make it bread. You don't want to put it. If you put shemesh oil in a garlic, which is a certain mixture with to put oil, olive oil, pizza, there the oil is a make the proper oil. However, if you're a grower and you're feeding the olive oil in garlic because you want the olive oil to consume that, then you make a proper where for days on the olive oil conditions that you look through the medicine, you still have to make a proper wonderful.
New York. A city so nice they named it what? She's an interest.
Rabbi is not the
Oh
problem.
my word. What did you do to your face, woman?
But it's not the problem to make it. People plant olive trees for the olive oil final product. And therefore, you drink olive oil as is in a way that doesn't harm your body. You don't repeat very items. When it comes to flour, grain itself is not once you grind it and make flour out of it, according to Shmuel, the other one continue to make hadama. According to Rabbi, since it's not
Are you fucking serious?
Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, it's works. And yet on the other hand, it doesn't body sustenance is hard. Therefore, you make a shahaka. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahaka because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it and therefore it's a shahaka. The Gemara discusses pyro. Pyro is something that comes out of one tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree, becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is, right now that it's edible, what rough do you make? Rabbi Yehuda says you make very pre because it's a fruit. And according to Shmuel, you make a shahata because eventually the party is up. Shmuel tells his student, Rabbi Yehuda, Shinana, he has a sharp one. You know, I had a turnip from a turnip. Turnips they become hard. Right now, they are hadama. The Gemara says it's not a kaya because turnips become plenty. We're eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a hadama. But nevertheless, the Allah is a shmuel, that the Allah is to make it shahaka.
Beets?
The Gemara discusses a great letter of slab, which are caper berries. Caper berries have four parts here. You have the actual berry, and you have the husk.
Give it to me, baby. This is
Around the berry falls up.
This is big.
Before you have a chance to take the berry.
Amazing.
In addition to that,
Sickest shit ever.
To grow on the leaves. The law says in the Gemara that since you plant the caper berry from all four of these, therefore you have to make a bracha on everything. And you make eight on the berry itself and on the husk that surrounds the berry. And on the leaf and on the date, you make a double. We know that our law, the first 3 years of the tree, are the deraisa. You don't have any benefit from it. The deraisa. In Chutz La'aretz, it's the Rabbi. And we have a concept that go with Chutz La'aretz like the most lenient position in Eretz Yisrael. Who's the most lenient in Eretz Yisrael? There would be a hoax by Meiser. laws, not from the date. Therefore, when it comes to Arla and Chutzlaretz, only are Chayim on Arla on the berry itself. That's the Shita that's the more making the Shiva, but we ignore that Shita. That's that of Bisham. Bisham holds that a paper berry is a suffix tree, a suffix vegetable. Therefore, it's an issue to play a berry with paper berry. That berry means to take great and plant it together with other vegetables. Since Bisham thinks that perhaps paper berry is a vegetable, he says it's awesome. If there's a suffix, that's a suffix Arla. And the suffix Arla, you can go to someone not marking an Arla and buy paper berries from them as long as they don't look. Maybe he's taking from a paper berry tree that's advisable, you can order it, just don't look. So that's the important thing there, but people, the reason why we don't look at our Bishame sheet is because the Bishame arguably still it's as if they don't exist. We ignore their sheet. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the paper berry a shiner, a protector for the berry? And if it's a shiner protector for the berry, it should be Chayim Bar, it should be quite very different from the husk. And the answer is, in a specific Gemara, that a protector is only considered something that actually protects the fruit. If you remove the protector from the field, and if it remains to exist and it doesn't spoil, it's not a protector. The paper berry, if you remove this husk, it remains a paper berry. It doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a good protector and a high amount of. When it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown you have something that's called a mace, or bunch. It's a small flower that grows out of it. Underneath that is a petal. Inside, right there, is a petal.
How's that
That
better?
in one sense is considered a shiner. It's protected the fruit, and it's also included in the shield of Tumah. In order for fruit to become it, you have to have a kavetza. You don't have kavetza. The victim is considered Tumah. The mate, on the other hand, is not inspired for the food for Tumah, because it's a short of the shiner. So it has to be separated. Yet, when it comes to Arla, the mate is also Arla in because it's still considered a shiner. Protector, even though it falls off really hard when it's broken. So this are the fucker kept this. If they have present, you have to eat from the tree, but not destroy them. Off the shear, the one goes from shear from the shaman, one starts growing, then it's still dependent on it's carrot, or it's like a chain shear. So definitely if you grow, but the last it's twice the same shear as full of a type of bean. Allah is which grows legs, flowers, all the other trees bring you silver once they start growing. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayim or the other words with because the Torah says it's mouthful that you have a six that anything is the same thing. Right? I know that's the you also look at that person that are strong goodness and however, stuff like this. The further Sheshas, Refraim first if they are moist, and the Brofane will give a shape but if it's dry, if you have dry black pepper, it's shaka. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, Refraim first. If it's dry, not Refraim first, you don't even know how to call it. Ginger, which is dry, is rubble, and it's different colors we give it. However, if it's part of a regular food that wants to push, Rashi says, Ethiopia or other states, India, the point is it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not marking on, we should not do because it's mostly fresh ginger, yet what would be Adama. And the Gemara finally talks about Daisa, some sort of oatmeal. If you eat it as is, just the oatmeal or the alms or one finish the meal, the Rabbi gives us add a lot of honey to it, stuff like this. According to Rabbi, the main part is the honey different in the Shahaka, and according to Rabbi Kahana, since it has one of the five medium, one of the five grains, Rabbi this points out, even if you have the five grains are in there, to find the item, such as let's say licorice, say that
They keep the
flour is just the
guaranteed.
but as blue, then roughly is wonderful. Halacha is not like saying a person needs a mixture that includes one of the 5 grains. He has to make very many things. Unless, like we said the other day, there's brings down that if the 5 grains acts as a binder, then it's a chakra. Now we're going to be discussing something about Kas, Oirins is Kas Doifus. Bread of Oirins and Doifus. What is Doifus? Rashi says Oirins is millet and Urchat is panic grass. But many other Rishonim are holding Rashi, what Allah that Oirins we call today rice. And in Israel, Oirins is rice. So what bracha do you make if you eat rice bread? And what bracha do you eat? So 4 way machlokes. Rabbi Shmuel hold in the Mikdash and afterwards make a burden of us. And this will come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. You have to hold on the other end. You make a harabaiti and a birkas hamazon on rice bread. The bottom in these going today, you make up the zaynos of the burden in the oceans. Little ones make the zaynos and halabah. You mentioned burden of oceans. Explain what the word burden of oceans.
I would throw it in.
As it says,
If anybody wants to
burden of oceans is for strength. What is the strength? It is what's essential to life. Bread and water. Take a shake of bread and water. It means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine that the world gave us just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. How boring. Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. What about oatmeal? You make a oatmeal oatmeal. We make from the size. That's what we do today. And we make our mikveh. But oatmeal, this is a huge tradition. We make a breakfast for Muslim when we're done eating oatmeal. Somebody choose grain. Make a butter fish. Round it and make it. Depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, we make bites. It doesn't look like bread, make designers. But the Yehuda says you have to be more specific when it comes to the fire free adama. So in the Mishnah he says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, you have to make fire we make pishai. Over here he holds that shoe grain, you have to make fire we make zirai. What if you shoe rice? You make also fire free adama. And if you ground it, face it, and cook it, and that's what you make. Rice bread you make results. According to the Ramiro, all Shivas Hamina, pomegranate states, you have to make a because the Muslim done eat. It's unbelievable. So Mark tells the story that Rabbi and Rabbi Kiva, they were eating things. And Rabbi told Rabbi Kiva, he said he broke off right. Rabbi Kiva jumped ahead and made an aluminium and said, I'm the Rabbi, I hold that it's because the Muslim. You hear yourself constant that you should go by the right home, make dates, which is something that you make. The Lord brings different types of food. One of them is a chavitza, which is almost like a challah cooker, let's say. It's a tafshil that has bread in it. So the Lord, if the size of the bread is precise, then we have to make a noise. It's less than precise, it's a mistake. We learned this from when Yisroel brings his mitzvah, and he hasn't brought one of the very old company that actually makes a chef yod. If the plate eats from the mitzvah, he makes that one. Provided these are designed to see that you need a precise in order to make a moed. There's a rice that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mitzvah, and he eats the crumbs in the Chatzi Kras, the shoot of Chatzi Kras, and he ate 4 kibbitzim in 3 to 9 days. So he lights up the matzah. Matzah is left in my meat, and this is really poor bread. But he's also chayav al chametz. It's chametz. You must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still exists, and therefore these crumbs have chashivos. La halacha. Chavitza that has crumbs that are less than a kazayis make this amazing if you could see that these crumbs come from bread, they are bread. Because it's true that I am. Now, if the crumbs are larger than 3 ounces, even if you can't tell that they are bread, you still make hamlet. Twice as small as this, I'm asking that you're not talking about cook, so it's actually just bound together in some other thing, like eggs or something. And only in that situation do you need to design. But the halacha, if you have crumbs of bread, then even without binding them together, it's definitely not right. Something called cooking shorts, which is also known as kubadara. It's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough. Then you put it in the oven. Says the Gemara that according to Robin, it's kind of challah, and according to Rabbi, it's called challah. Teresa. What is Teresa? There are two explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin batter. Maybe something like a cleansed batter. Another shot is it's Indian bread, it's dough that's on a spit and turn it around and put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as dough, but it's bread that's made in the sun.
You did
All
it.
these things, whatever the shot is, are covered in tallow. Now we know that is type of tallow. So we must say that that a person deciding to make it a bread, you see what the effort you made, nice design, that shape. So that's type of tallow.
Back in my day, we had nothing.
No sound, silent, like fucking shoot.
That would be called tallow of the wonderful thing.
They never played any songs. At the end of the third quarter, some old man would come out and make a punt. That was it. You know. Oh, what? Are you seeing this bullshit? What up? How are you?
Take flour and mix it with water.
Yo,
It's liquid dough. You put the batter in the oven.
how are you?
One of these batter comments considered
Can you hear me?
Oh, wow, you're amazing. There's one more.
Dough that's present.
I'm here. Just a moment.
How's your day going?
How's your
What are you doing? Okay. Do you have Discord? Okay, will you join my Discord? That's where you can see a bunch of people who are watching football and movies and stuff. It's discord.me/rabbi. 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 Just one moment. Yo, just one moment, big dog. What's your name? Marcy. Amazing. I'm Rabbi, and we'd love to have you as a member of Discord. You can see me on a lot more cameras. So if you just type into your browser, discord.me/rabbi, and it will give you the link to my Discord. Oh, you're doing that right away? You're amazing. Excellent. We're going to become very good friends. And if you have questions, let me know. Excellent. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Excellent. What was the first thing you said? You like to stroll around? You said you like to stroll? That's amazing. I hear people say I like to walk or run, but never stroll. That's beautiful. It's totally beautiful. When did you learn to say I like to stroll? Okay. Um, just one moment. I'll send you an invite. Do you know your Discord name? Okay, just one moment. Okay, what's your Discord name? Like MERCY? MERCYY 0105. Okay, I just submitted a friend request to you. It said, this didn't work. Double check the username is correct. MERCYY 0105. Not MAR. MER? Yeah. Okay. So M as in Mary, E as in elephant, R as in rhino, C, correct? C as in cat, Y as in yo-yo, Y as in yo-yo. So MERCYY 0105. Oh, 0175. Okay, just one moment. Okay, check your friend request. Amazing. Okay, we accepted. Okay, now I'm gonna send you an invite. And then I'm gonna tell you all about myself. And I'm gonna learn all about you. Alright, feel free to join my Discord. I just sent you an invite. Accepted. Okay, and then join the BC and I will talk to you. Okay, I can talk to you there. Easier. Okay, do you see how to join the BC? Are you at least 18 years old? You're 17. Oh, get out of here. I wish you were 18. Okay. Well, Mercy, when you turn 18, come to my server. Until then, blessings to you. Best wishes. You're welcome. Shout out to Mercy.
There's a little question that is in and I'll look. My sutra says that this is considered regular bread and make a whole meal out of it. And there's a lot. Barbara Mash on the other hand says that this is considered a format bread and you can make breads out of it. Rather look like this about juices that come out of fruit. Is it only grapes and olives that use them and take out juice? That the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, you make a special bracha? What about apple vinegar? somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, apple juice, whatever it is, if you try to pay that was back, if they're punished with disease, it's called for truma. And therefore the bracha would be where it creates on the juice. On the other hand, if you cook truma juice, that's you don't make that much. It's not considered a drink, and therefore you make a shahako on the juice. It's about to call truma, take juice, mash it slightly. A lot of people like truma, they're not allowed to destroy the food. You have to make beer out of truma food instead of destroying the food. Yeah, you're allowed to mash the food. But therefore, it's considered truma, and it's original bracha you made it really healthy, quite good. You see so. So you take grape kernels, dry them out in the oven. They're sweet, you add some oil to it, so that if you're thick, you can burn yourself. And if they're very thin, that would be medicine purposes. You make a Shabbos. You know, Shabbos, you're not allowed to mix it. You're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. That's really because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that acts as a medicine as well. To finish it, and even if you have kavana to eat it as medicine, you don't sustenance the body. Make a bracha on it, like we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus sustenance, you can make a bracha. Bracha of mighty, you have to make a bracha about the past. Or you from the ground. So what much do you make mighty? Is that mean past or how mighty? Well, we know a lot of say how mighty past. There's the whole discussion whether mighty is the pursuit of
Oh, fuck.
what tells us that Rabbi is known as a great person in the talking that a lot of the brothers were telling Zera how great he was. He said, "Come over, I want to test him." He came over and he gave the bread, and Rabbi said, "I'm mighty," and Rabbi Zera was upset. Why did he say mighty and take us out of our respect us, push out of the cross? But like we said, the halacha is what we say today, Habaitzi, which means in the past. More than the whole discussion about the convention, what's the halacha? More things keep in mind instead of that. Adobo or shana. But this says that there are vegetables that are great when they're raw, great when they're cooked, such as carrots, etc. There are vegetables that start out not that good, like having pumpkins. The raw would be a raw, they a shana. All the African then they are very good. On the other hand, you have vegetables like garlic and meat that, as it is, they have flavor. But once you eat them, they lose their flavor. This is as you know, and garlic tastes great. As it says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and sugar and two things from what else you put it in. But if you just take garlic and put it in the water, destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a very good. I don't know how much you put in the water, you cook it, it turns into shahab. Or says, not confuse this with my matzah. Everybody agrees that there's yaitza and a matzah that was soaked in water. In fact, when it comes to the right, it's important to it's about what's whether you cook yaitza matzah. Where it says, whether the flavor of the matzah or the base of the matzah, that's not what we're cooking. That's our system. But the vegetables, everybody might agree. The broccoli is not done. Tomorrow brings up the Remember by Yefes said in the name of the vegetables of shop. On the other hand, the Gemara brings Kibar Abba, which is a river says that vegetables are Abba. First, it's not comparison between Remember by Yefes and Remember Yefes was the night. Barabba is very exact. There's a fact where it says, say over every 30 days, every 30 days. Another third writing word for this purpose, that will be in 7 times. Remember to dawn on it. You see that even after cooking, the original bracha remains. These are a few where I was sort of living on, say, a bracha on a salted olive. The salted olive has a love as a you put the motor or you pickle the motor, you're not going to the motor. Why? Because the motor loses its motor flavor. It's wonderful. Rafa is the fantastic, the target of Yosef's ate a very salty olive. The question is, how do you make a Rafa from it? In order to make a Rafa from it, you have to use shear of an olive size. But every olive has a pin, and therefore that olive that he ate is less than a shear. So we're talking about a very large olive. The shear of the size is a medium olive. So even without the pin, it's still kind of shear of a medium olive. If you have two foods in front of you, one is the adama, and one is the shahaka. Make the Rafa on a double first. Let's say the both on a double first. Just like one of them more than the other. You must get the Rafa on the first. Says the Gemara story. There were two Tanoim from Edom that were sitting in front of our Gemara with the meal, and they brought out and come to them. Good average. And then we have the whole discussion yesterday.
That's a deep.
Which is quite great for the meat of a goat. And also, we must give out knowledge of that. As far as what we're committed, we're going to be good citizens of God. One of that, jump to that, and ask the question, do you think God must be his friend, his life? But the Torah was very careful. I'll tell you for last time, friends, this because he likes me more than anything else. But I'm saying you can make the Torah be. You should have asked him. I'm already. Versus the fact that he's annoyed, different times. More says, no, from this story, that the focus of what I look at is regard to the character, which is professionals. It's possible to say that everybody's going to have a job. There's another question. What's the answer about the annoying was when you have a situation you have two things about you. One,
Absolutely.
you only say profit, cabbage, and the meat.
You're amazing.
But what you like more, you like the meat more. But what is more filling? The cabbage is more filling. Which one do you make the bracha on? What do you make the bracha on? The meat helps you make a bracha. What more? The other helps you make a bracha. So there's this story. One of those like there are 3 days to cook. Some turnips that are uncooked. What it says makes the difference how you cut it. If you very large pieces, it remains the original form, and then you make ladon. You cut it very thin, but the loosest form is shalashal, the pieces not true. If you cut it very thin, you because you want it. And the sweetness, you want to make it sweeter and better. Therefore, one piece is into hadama. Rothschild says if you have a dish made out of beets, and it doesn't have that much flour in it, you make hadama. What about a turnip dish? You put a lot of flour. So you don't make the size on it. Flour is there only to combine the ingredients together. Or it tells us that this is really good for your heart, for your eyesight, and it's good for your investment. So the money provided that we put on the stove now, that you can get a pleasing ear to sound so good. You want to sound really smart if you're asking your family a trick question. You know it's a trick question. What bracha do you make on vegetables? Just the liquid that comes out of vegetables. No chicken, no other ingredients, just vegetables. And the halacha is that it's adama. It's exactly like the vegetable that it comes from. Not only that, Torah says, even the bill, don't think the bill is there to remove downloads. It's there to impart the flavor or bring that once you have the bill, you put the food. And it expresses its flavor, the whole flavor on each food, and the one with the health of the bill itself is good because they're already a part of this flavor. So you see that it has flavor to the part. More brings a three-way mathematics when you cut bread. At what point the broken bread? Rabbi Ravashi, Ravashi says, if you have a very tough piece of bread, you want to be able to use soaking water. Soaking the water creates a situation that's as if it's hot. Then you make the bracha after it. That means that Ravashi holds you make a bracha after your bread is completely hot. The Chiyah himself holds you should make the bracha of the bread at the end of the bracha. This is it. You make the bracha on a whole bread. Rabbi says, that's not true. Since you cut it right What happens if you have a fucking choice? One is a small, old roller, and the other one is a large piece, but it's broken. The Torah says to make the broken it's more beautiful function than therefore even though the other is shit. But doesn't sense broken on the whole one. One of the things that Son of Ham said you should do is the Torah said take both of them together. Take the broken one and the whole one. It's what she does. He said it's amazing. He asked me about what's the name. He said the showers. He said
Oh, baby.
I don't know it's called showing.
Oh, baby.
And
Good couple. But you
Morris says this case of a broken bread and a whole bread is not similar.
I was sure.
And the halacha is that if you have a large half of honey, which tastes better than a small pint of honey, you should give a half honey as rule. Everybody holds it. But the thing is, that it should full pint of it. That's the thing. It's going to go to waste. So what I don't know. Says side.
They're still. They never lie. Oh,
Better one, more comfortable. If you have a broken piece of bread that's made out of
what is this?
and a whole bread that's made out of garlic flour, as long as you make the bracha on the broken view, it's more comfortable.
Setting.
As it says in the Pasuk,
Channel.
don't so eat the comes before origin. Our brother is the one that said before, we mentioned before, you can put them together for miracle. On Pesach, when Papa says on Pesach, everybody holds it. And you put it underneath the whole match, and that's when you make a mitzvah. Because in Pesach, there's the concept of lechamite, poor man's bread. And when you do so, it shows as if you are breaking off from the broken piece of matzah, which poor people usually have broken bread. The Bible says that Shabbos have Talis left his Mishnah, the Rabbi saw that kind of caught only one out of two bread. The Zero says, according to Rashi, the Zero cut a very large piece of talent, and he said it doesn't look like a rascal, like a pastor or a professor, because everybody knows that during the weekdays you have a smaller piece of only the colored Shabbos that you made a large piece. Other Rishonim learned that the Zero cut both pieces, both sides. So Rabbi and Rabbi, and this is the last one today. When they would get power for his Eruv, they would make Hamotzi. They had a choice of different powers. They would use the Eruv power because the Eruv power had one that's in the Eruv.
Oh, that is so funny.
They never had a mitzvah dumpster. Have a wonderful day. If a person talks whenever he says once before he gets his breath, he must repeat the process. Unless, say, like Rothschild, that tells someone of his family, he would take a piece of challah from the broth. What if he says, yes, to the son, that's what like this version says, that's not a nice. That says, that you said, you must make it. That's also not nice. Because it's part of the broth, it's before you feed your own animal. Hear yourself before you make commodity. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt or whatever it is you want to bread. Otherwise, if you have unless you're eating commodity, a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, doesn't need any smear. After every meal,
$99.
after you drink it, have a little bit of water that prevents the bad breath.
How's the paradise?
Astro, which is the disease in the tongue tomorrow.
Who's his garden? Nobody.
A lot of water, a whole flask of water for every bread.
Look at this.
In other words, you flip to your stomach, so to speak. That prevents
It's my face. Not good. Hey,
lentils once every 30 days. That's really good.
look at
And
this.
if you eat it every day, it prevents bad breath. If you eat custard once every 30 days, then it prevents diseases in general.
Look at this.
It's not very good. It weakens the heart.
Look at this one.
Where does the his mother make bread with heads up, and she remove it because of the bad odor. Mishnah says, we learned that is the holes that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So you have to say, where do you get this short? Where do you get this concept? Because it says, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom. You don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is that every day, you know, Mishnah on the day of the Yom Kippur, Shabbos, especially Shabbos, especially Yom Kippur. So too, it's different. Within the same category, but to narrow it down, in vegetables, there's three categories. There's Adama, there's Shoyim, and Zeroyim for seeds. What I said is before we look at unit, when they're testing school, they can't it up anymore. So before we use a couple of Torah, the more we learn, the more we retain. It says the passage by Yomer, so another shot is if Chazar, as Chazar learning, is going to retain more. If you say Adama, what is Adama?
I would throw it.
Say what?
I feel wouldn't even penalty. Where's the
Aloharis and the Sasha on the trail, on the landing, what happens if you had a assassinated man, your tree chopped down, your stream disappeared, it's still safe. He says, yes, it's still safe. The main part is the actual land, not so much the tree. So holds it's the land that people grew up on, not the tree. So the place is what exactly, what tree the other Arisha, whatever you say. Point to it later.
what are they going to do?
Great. Because simply because of one. The thing it says, it's the thing. Because the thing is going to dress itself.
Oh, yeah. How did they get that? Let me see it again.
Compensate better than he did. Finally, refuse the whole. It's in other words, meat is a tree. The meat that eats a dust, it gave him seichel. Child is the same. His mother, after he has meat. In other words, that's how he had that. And I would think if you say a meat of wheat, the answer is that although maybe since it doesn't grow, you want to pick it. That's it. So you don't say, well, hey, it's hungry. Rabbi says, if you say shahako, or you have everything besides wine and bread. Rabbi says shahako is even wine and bread. It's not like Jesus says, the word of the prophets of Chachamim and actually that's a bread or the Sunday, you're not going to. Rabbi says, first he uses his own language and he says, how beautiful is this fig? Baruch HaMokah, blessed is the Baruch, says later he's Yotze. It's possible that it's better than saying Shahako. Shahako is just a general better. On the other hand, it could be that Shahako is better than saying your own language because Shahako is a broker. One tells us that there's a shepherd, his name was Yamin. And by mentioning, instead of mentioning, he said, Baruch Rahman Morim, the high Rifta. Blessed is Hashem, the master of this bread. Rabbi said this Yotze, the first part of Brit Samazah, the first broker Brit Samazah. And we know that Brit Samazah is modified because it can say in any language. Parsha Psachah, Kidu, Haiser, Ishmat, this was Brit Samazah, it can say in any language. Now, it can say in any language, and you translate word for word. In this case, he says all words, much more than two things. Number one is a different language, and number two, you can even mimic the language that the Chachamim instituted. Nevertheless, it's a good bracha. Rav says the most important thing in the bracha is to mention the Hashem's name. The other one says you must mention the Hashem's name, but you must mention the fact that it's a king. Mishnah says anything that doesn't grow to the ground, bracha is shahako. Yudah says something that is first when you describe what it is. Don't mention it all. It's an egg bracha. He also says that you different foods. One of them is something. must make the bracha shizami first, and according to Chachamim, doesn't matter. So here's a list. You have meat, fish, chicken, eggs, cheese, and foods that got ruined, like bread that's moldy, wine that's no good anymore, or anything that's no good. Salt, it's water, projects. What are these projects? So you must say now, understand that memories means dates that were something. They were burning the sun, and according to the past, it's considered a curse. It's a curse, and therefore there's no bracha at all. There's a second topic, memories, and that is when it comes to the halachas of masters. You have an amaris, but I'm sure whether that mice or not, you don't have to be not going to take mice again until it's really cheap, like dates that were worth. So is whether it means dates that are worth, dates that fell off the tree. It's a fell off the tree. You show me where they are also. Here, you're going up to get a pile of them. They are higher. This one is a bottom. They're higher than this. Having wonderful day. Bracha is daf and aleph. We have an emotional affliction. Which one do you do? Is it the shittas coming first, or is it covered first? One like more. Says like some right and explains what. But only when the brachas are the same. Both of them are right. So you have an apple and an aleph. The aleph is something. The apples are like which one's made first? The brachas are different. And what you have a and then an aleph. The bracha on the card is there's a price that says if you turn it and then you can aleph, turn it, the adaba on the turn is quite see the aleph that's right. And once explained, the shot is it's very sharp. And the only reason you're eating the aleph is fused with very sharp bits. In other words, the aleph is muffled to the turn. And here's a big thing. Even though you're eating the muffles, not together with the turn. Nevertheless, since it comes from the cause of the turn, it's still considered to be proper turns, don't make a problem. Now this machine that says that the machlokes are still, and Chachamim is even in the case when the brachas are not equal. But we have a Rabbi who says that the positive that discussed I mean, Eretz, Tito, Usairo, Gefen, Kahino, Eretz, Zisam, Zis, Shemesh, goes in a very specific order. Tito, we brought it comes before Sairo of Garden. And just go down the puzzle. Whatever is first in the puzzle, Rabbi comes before that and therefore. That will tell us that anything that's in this puzzle comes before other vegetables as well. Chachamim says that this puzzle is coming to tell us that these food of Eretz Yisrael all correspond to Shurim in the Torah. So, for instance, you start with the beginning, Kiza, wheat. That is, if a person goes to the house of Mitzvah, holding his clothing and his shoes and his ring, they become how many people can keep some kind of all his clothing. But if he's wearing his clothing, he has to wait anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes. That's the shear for the Achilas price. A half a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread is half of bread is 4 basin, 1 suda. But the Gemara says it has to be a special shear that's easy to eat. It has to be made out of wheat. So maybe you have the shear of wheat. Meaning they have to have wheat there. The next shear is soira. The bone the size of a garlic is the common that person touch it, and if you lift it, but it's not the whole year, you like it. You have that? Right? It's a shear for another. Another eats parzanim, eats the peel, the seeds of the grape, eats a shear of the rubies. How do you measure rubies? With wine, the wine is thicker than water, therefore more of it fits into the cup. Haino is a fig. That's how much you have to take out the food. Chocolate is the size of the fig. That is the size of the fig. You might have pomegranate. Aleph, that's also the sugar of fire, so it's setting it down. The rice are, and finally, Bash, which is a date. That's the level of the
Got kicked out of the game.
Question. I'm talking about faith, and I'm talking about which one do you make a problem now? Going to list of Torah, faith is the last one in 7 minutes. Ready is number 5. So Torah, says the Gemara, Rabbi said no. The faith comes before the Torah. Because the plus is divided into 2 pieces. The first eretz, the second piece. Faith is the second one for the 7 eretz. The second one comes before the 5th one on the first eretz. And if this is this is extremely exciting to say, well, if I should have metal feet so I can serve you through everything. The first thing I'm going to do, they brought him dates, figs, and grapes. According to the ruler of Levin, since it's not part of the school, you have to make some rough on it. And so it wasn't works to be noisy, because according to the treatment, you need to make a good rough and rain up. Because Hamazon doesn't work right. Because Hamazon is only for something that's situated for just for sweetness, different from make another rough. And this is one of the scariest moves of shots. The only thing that I think that doesn't require a rough Rashi explains. What this thing is bread that comes at the end of the meal, toasted bread. Says Rashi, it's talking about after we got some other green toasted bread, in addition to the green bread, and since that bread has so little flour, less than precise flour, it has a lot of nuts, other stuff in it. Therefore, we don't have to make a rough on bread. This is argument Rashi very strong. The Kia says, bread, packets, all food, and wine packets, all good. So it says Rabbi, I love them as it's milk. I would say, a rationary, but also the places which go by places, and that's what's called things that come cause of the Suda, in the middle of the Suda, go to the Prophet, says Rashi, that's talking about anything that is shit, that's talking about meat and fish. That's what we do today. We don't make meat and fish because it's a lava. It comes out of the bread. You don't need to do with the bread, but because you understand the bread, on the table, outside fish. Secondly, if it doesn't come because of the Suda, then you have to make it rough beforehand, but not after. What does that mean? Says Rashi, it's not for the satiating yourself, such as eating cabbage or turnips. Rashi says, no, he's talking about food, sweets. Rashi uses this as the turnip. Sweets come from fruit. They don't come because of the bread, and therefore, make it rough before, but you don't see it. And finally, the turnip. Anything that comes after food, you have to make it rough before and after. According to Rashi. According to Rashi, it means even meat and fish that come after you're done. Say, I'm finished. You don't think it's only you're done. You make another rough and you shove it. Finally, last one is this. The Torah says that when you make that mighty on bread, it's not mighty or wine. Why is that? Wine is special. Wine is way more rough than itself. There are times that you make a rough on that you don't even want to drink the wine. So you have to make it on mighty. It's no. Therefore, it's a very special rough. And if you're not yet through bread, it's wonderful. Rothschild is not the base container the sugar of Hasam of the Christian. Bread that comes together with Christian, which is toasted grain. In other words, it's a type of bread. Rashi describes it as very heavy on the sweets, on nuts, very long flour. That's why I know that says you don't need to make a break on some. What rough and they brought out piston. And he said, what's this seed noise that I hear? In other words, he heard him say, I'm going to see. And he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said to be Lachmaniyot, which are decided for Hebrew conservatives. And the question is why it's not real bread? And the answer is this started it's real bread. However, I'm afraid of do not make a business of Muslim. So what do you make according to Rashi? Or there are not other people establish a meal on it, they make a birkas hamazon. The concept of Hesed Hadas, what the size is no longer the meal, even if he didn't make birkas hamazon, if he more food out, he has to make a new growth. What's Hesed Hadas? One opinion is what's the size of the meal is over. One says no. If you remove all the food from the table, or actually you people out of the way, Rabbi was once at the rich fellows, even though the meal is over, in his mind, he understood that the rich fellows won't do that much food, and therefore there's no capacity to make a bracha on the additional food that we have after. A third opinion is that if you wash hands with oil and you sanitize your hand, that signifies that it's going to be good for you, anything that comes after that point that you make a new bracha. And finally, the fourth opinion, that's not halacha, is that it's my machroinim that's established with this flag, wash your hands with my machroinim, that meal is hard. If you bench, what food after that point, you have to make a bracha. First, the four things that must happen immediately after you do the first one. The first one is, I would answer your hands on the easily speaker. You must be the speaker that comes out the speaker immediately. Rule out with speaker. Say, well, you swallow, you stop stressing immediately.
I've been one of the things that I
The final thing is
one hand,
you immediately have a bracha. It says in the Mishnah, you can't do a meal that one would be going to have as well. One would start really
yeah, now.
one during the meal, that was what was the soup of food and stuff. All the people after the meal before doing this habaz. So it's the Mishnah that if you make a bracha on the wine that comes during the appetite before the meal, that's enough time for the wine that comes after the meal before because habaz and the same thing you do the bracha on. So the appetite is that's enough. The appetite is during the meal as well. This is how it makes. Where it says that one cup of wine, the second provided that it's
Dream.
Therefore, you have to make a bracha on the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on the speaker and you're waiting the coffee. So you make a bracha on bread, you're waiting the paris, which is like cake or snack. But not that. Make the bracha on the paris, you're not waiting the bread. By bread, in the tomorrow, when they ate the meal, they don't say that they used to lay down on their beds, on their couches. If they were in a leading position, then one person would be their leader. That would be one person himself, then one person would not be people nowadays. Yes. Sit as drink wine, soap. That has less of a consequence than drinking wine for enjoy. Therefore, it's about language whether making a bracha on the wine that's different is mighty, but more importantly, of after the meal, drinking enough. When the wine comes in the middle of the meal, everyone should make the wine alcohol. One should not do that. So if you're busy swallowing, so consider that you choke, and one is the bottom of the bracha. If it comes after the meal, so one person makes the bracha. The Mishnah says that only when therefore meaning one to be with somebody else, unless they plan initially to sit down and have the meal Now just consider they decide to do so. Or it says a story. After Rabbi was lifted, Talmidim and Rabbi, and they all decided to get together and said they're going to eat on the base of the fire of David. When they got there, they weren't sure if that's considered established a Sukkah. And they were very sad because they had nobody to ask because like, their Rebbe wasn't there anymore. The Rabbi Adam or Ahava got up and he turned his shirt around, the shirt that already had Kriya on it, he flipped it around so he could perform another Kriya. He was so sad that he had nobody to ask. And it tells us that the young Rebbe came and said, no, he thought he was usually aggressive, he got answered and said, so he says, when we will get together, and they come over that pizza, right? So we decide to sit down, that's real, that's enough. There's still one, like everybody else. It's wonderful. Rothschild said that people live in the mission that everybody's gathered around you, all eating on the couches, one person with the brother or everybody else. So the part that's not about that. But when it comes to wine, is and this view of being what Rabbi said. The first lesson says, Rabbi said, when it comes to wine, if everybody's eating, then one person makes it. The second lesson doesn't matter. Everybody was eating. Won't know. Everybody must make some home run. Everybody knows everybody's eating. How do we explain this right? The wealthy person that invites many more people as guests. And the guests are coming in and sitting down in front of you. And I'm waiting for the rest of the guests to come in. As the waiting, he serves them wine. He tells them, watch one thing. He says, and each one makes his breath on the water. The question is, what did the person coming in about? Why can't one person eat from bread? The answer is, because they're all transitioning to the second room. And therefore, this group is not considered but considered solid together, and each one should take one lesson. So now, all the echelon, and the transition to the second room, they have then everything is down to the same level, and you all watch all of them, and you see your breath. Now, one person makes a breath on the line. The question is, what is the second? How can one person make a breath? Where is that? That's breath. Since one person makes a breath on bread, so meat or bread, once the other people will says that the person honored the same person that broke on the summit once everybody else. It seems like there's another person than him in the room. Why is that he's doing all these brothers? Why does he watch this as first? Am I my brother? So he gets the museum. That's he gets the museum. He said he finished this stuff, makes a bracha on the sun mitzvah. One of the story that God was eaten by Rebbe's house. Then he stuff, and Rebbe looked around and said, go watch with me. When I started eating, Rebbe did something wrong. Everyone physics had to know. Rebbe wants to go watch with us first. But my friend went, he said, if you want to go watch us first, he's the one that's on my mind. Why do we think of brocha smell? It's not a physical thing. It's what the system of it called a Shabbat smell. What is it that the Shabbat benefit from the rest of the body does? What we see is the smell, because it says, make a brocha. Everybody says, just like when you eat bread, you say, I like bread, so you before you eat that ruining food. So because the smells make the brocha before you actually smell. As long as it's going up the smoke, you make that brocha. It says, which is, it says they put on coals and creates a nice fragrance of smoke. Brocha is acid smoke on each side, motion, to make it plus, which comes from animals. Brocha being utterly exceptional. Rising says, Rising says, the only thing that says after sun is parasite, Rabbi, and Nadas. Now, what brocha do you make on a parasite? The oil of parasite. Don't bring the right from Rabbi. The law that is strong, therefore, inserted in the brocha, where they shove it at the same way we're left. Brocha is like a good call one of the federal stations toilet. Our toilet, which is guarding rules, is all as a song. What does it say? Take some example of something which is vital. We have a system that's medical, but also has very good smells. And you make a special profile. Also, we have that things. And these son, we start thinking, saying, more actually, everybody's on the phone. Nothing is missing. We don't have them. What about US highways? Not as highways. Why do you think we can change? It's not as bad as other things us. It's like, it's part of the future check that Israel, young men have the smell of the butter. What is that amazing thing that we don't read the world around? Every family breathes their smell, even a cannon, really smell, it's used to smell, even though it's a really bad smell. It says, Laura, similar to a mushroom here, a person puts a hot shoe on the back of the pig. And it's quick. The pig will find his way to bowl the mud. Even if this person's panic finds another job, eventually it's comes back. And if a person walks by himself and then you know, after a shitty damages for part of the citizenship. Once a left leads to
There she is. How you live, girl?
let's see the shape. You.
Excellent. What'd you do? Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that. Did you have fun? Okay, excellent. Would you do it again? Yeah. Excellent. That's what I was thinking. Excellent. All right. You should have an invitation. LFG, girl. LFG. Look at you. Give it to me. I wanted that. I deserve that. Give it to me. Work, girl. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Look at you. Get it. That was garbage. Get it. That was amazing. Get it. Miss Aquarius. No one's touching you tonight. Miss Aquarius, get it. Miss Aquarius, you got this. No doubt. Get it. Miss Aquarius, this is not good. This is very, very difficult. Very difficult. All right, Miss Aquarius. Get it there. What? Oh no. You got me, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win. You win. Miss Aquarius. I did win. Undefeated. Not just a winner. Undefeated. Word, girl. Word, girl. No doubt. No doubt. They should just make it so that a perfect game every time. That's what I'm going to get. I'm going to get it 300. First one. Come on. Big.
Zoo! Zoo, how you living? Yeah? Zoo! How are you, big dog? Why do you say such bad stuff? Calm down, Juice. Oh! Nice spin, Mr. Aquarius.
Dude, it's Miss Aquarius. What is so difficult about that? She doesn't call you Zoe. Oh, come on. That's right. She deserves the respect. Dude, how was your day, son? Are you ready to do stand-up comedy? I know, but I mean, are you ready? Are you ready? What are you going to say? What are you going to say? That's what I asked you. Dude's going to be on TV in January if he plays his cards right. Okay, when does the show go on TV? And what's the name of it? World Comedy. It's called World Comedy will open this year. Alrighty, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win, you win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Excellent job. that you have an invitation? Zoom, did you know that you had an invitation?
Are you happy about it? What up, Tim? It's never happened. I don't know what that's like. But I imagine if it did happen,
Not necessarily. Like me personally, no, it's never happened. I'm so funny that everybody finds me attractive. No, but I have an attractive personality, which makes people find me attractive. I have an attractive smile too, which people find very attractive. So just that alone allows me to get abs. Of course it is. Word, dog. Dog. What do you want me to do, sir?
proud of that move. Congratulations. Yes, that's because their boyfriends are good and sad. That means their boyfriends are good and sad. Many times. Okay, well, manage your personality. That's tough to do. You learn social skills. Like, I'll tell you this right now. Your social skills suck. Your social skills are unattractive. You may be attracted to yourself with your social skills. You are rude to people. You don't recognize the people that you are, and it just shows that you're clueless when it comes to some social interactions. Like, I have a new person. Hold on, let me explain. You don't always listen to people when they talk to you. You're already thinking about what you're going to say. In fact, that's most times, which shows that you are self-centered and you are someone who, I mean, you're a nice person, but you don't always recognize like what you have. You just don't recognize your faults. That can cause issues. Um, you're someone who thinks that their opinion is always the most important thing. Yeah, maybe it is, but you got to give people an opportunity. Like, here's a good example. I've told you like 5 times now. Her name is Miss Aquarius. It's not Aquarius. The fact that you shorten it like that shows that you don't have that much respect for her. And That's disgusting. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means that you don't pay attention. Like I've literally told you this like 5 times. Like her name is Miss Aquarius. It's not Aquarius. It's Miss Aquarius. And then you'll be like, yeah, okay. And then next time you see her, you'll be like, hey, what's up, Aquarius? It's like that's not her name. Oh, big dog. Maybe you did. Yeah, dog. That's a perfect example. Perhaps. Yeah, I should probably get kicked out really well. I think so. It's Valentine's Day, right? Okay. Wow, you are really obsessed with this shit. Why did you break up with him? Well, that's what I asked you. Okay. Oh yeah, that's that girl. All right, so she was just using you for your money. Are you proud of that woman? Okay, I think remember what that girlfriend told you that like out of a million guys, a lot of them want to fuck you, but none of them would want your brain. That is I think about that a lot, and it didn't, nobody even ever said that. I see a big move for you. Do you see it? This is one of the biggest moves that you can have. The tide is turning, son. The tide is turning. You got it, though. But you gave. Oh, you fucked up, Sue. You fucked up. You fucked up. Sue fucked up. Yeah, you did. Big time. You could have gotten 5 extra deal points. Oh, it mattered. Big time, son. Are you gonna go? Okay. Dude, that was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. I mean, like normally I'm recording for how you play this game. You just played amazing. 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 Amazing turn. Oh yeah. I'm set to as well. No doubt, son. No doubt, son. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Sue, what do I do, son? What are your thoughts, Cam? What's the issue, Sue? Do you really think you're gonna come back? Okay. You're drunk right now? How was that? Never get hot. Sue, you are dumb. Sue, did you know you were dominating? Dude, are you, dude, you could beat me right here. What did you say? Okay. All right. So, Sue, I think that you can be an attractive person to people, but nowhere you're perfect. But nobody. But overall, I think you're on your way to being a winner. Okay. Are you done? Are you done? I just lost. Oh, that was good. Dude, what are you saying, Victor? Are you? You leave. What stat did you read, dude? Oh, I fucked up, dude. I just gave you the win. Yeah, exactly.
That means what you have to do is fired as
There you go, big dog. There you go, big dog. Okay. Dude, I just healed 15. I just healed 15. Dude, please don't leave. Dude, you ready for? Oh, wow. Dude, you got me. Fuck. Dude, you got me. Dude, are you proud? I want to interview you. How do you feel? Do you feel better than you've ever felt in your entire life? Are you ready to play again? All right, just one moment. I'm going to send you an invitation to a game.
We're gonna play a different kind of table soccer. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, you have an invitation. How did I get China? I never did China. Give me that ball. Excellent, man. Good job. Are you gonna make this? Or are you gonna stop this? Zoot, are you gonna stop this? Look how good the shot is, Zoot. Zoot, it's your turn. You gotta pick two moves. Dude, I just scored. How about score? I could have predicted that I was going to score. Okay, why? It's very fast. If you just, it's very fast. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Look how good a shot this is, dude. Dude, you're up. You're up, baby. Oh, no way. Dude, what in the fuck are you saying? You're not even speaking English. Go. No, because I'm not a loser. No. Yep. Yeah. I mean, we made our own sign language, I guess. Like back in the day. Yeah, that doesn't count. What's that? Not really. Okay, but there are differences. Oh, zoo. Okay, let's see you score. That's all. Oh, what the fuck, Zoo? Zoo, what are you gonna do here? What's that, baby? Esperanto. It was a language that was invented in the 1890s. It was really easy to learn. Yeah, you can learn it in like 1 month. No song. everything like the standard. Dude, I might try to steal this ball from you. Try to score. What the? Oh shoot! Look at this pass, dude. It's not in place globally. Yeah, they just don't want unification. Oh, shoot. Shoot. This is terrible. Oh, shoot. How the fuck did you fuck that up? Look at this, dude. Dude, look at this play. Your Tourette syndrome. Your self-centeredness. Yeah. You only care about yourself. Like, I'll even say to you, please, dude, stay. I have to go to the bathroom. And you'd be like, okay. And then you leave. Like, you may not think that, I don't know, but that's like extremely self-centered. Dude, do you know what the Chinese dragon attack is? Dude, watch this. I'm going to block out your guys. Dude, did you know that it's 3-0? Dude, did you know that one of the biggest fights of the year is on right now? No. Dude, do you like sports? No, you don't. What's your problem with sports? No. It was very abusive. Was that because like you're a bitch, or because like he was really nice? You get along with him now? Was he very good? Like, what did he do? So he was really a dick. Does he get along with your mom? Didn't she like try to protect you? Wouldn't you be like, hey, mom, my brother beat me up? It happened. It happened when? No, you're covering your mic. What'd you say? Oh, it happened when she was working. Is he older than you are? How much older? Okay. So he really likes sports, which make you not like sports, right? sounds like you're okay. You never had this sports experience? Okay. Is it possible that like your mother could have like caused you trauma mentally? Like yeah. Okay. You sound like a total dick. Did you know that you're done more than nothing? So did you know that you're done more than nothing? I want to see it. It'd be the greatest comeback in the history of the spin. You don't like this version as much? So what are your thoughts? You think I can score and make this? You're gonna not score. Guaranteed you're gonna miss. What up, Cam? Yes, sir. Zero. Zero. Look at this. Look at this. What up, Cam? I'm ready. Incorrect. Are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? You know it's your turn? You didn't get the ball. I'm gonna lock your guy. I'm gonna score you. Oh, you need cosmetic surgery. So you just tell me. Score, dude. Are you fucking serious? This would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Zoo, you know that this would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No one's ever come back before. Zoo. Zoo. What are you gonna do, big dog? Are you fucking serious? Zoo. Fuck this game. Zoo. Fuck this game. Zoo. Are you gonna? You are winning. Dude, shut the fuck up. Block. Make the greatest block in the history of this game. Dude, did you see that? Dude, did you see that? Dude. Oh, I know. I know. Dude, I know. I am well aware. I am well aware that this may be. We're done. We're done. It absolutely is the greatest comeback in the history of table soccer. We're going to give you that. No. 5 goals. Dog. That was. It sucks. Yeah, but he still came back and won, which was amazing. Dog. Are you going to watch this fight? Okay. Why don't you go do that? With McDonald's? With who?
Is it with the government? Okay, that's great. That's great, dude. Are you excited for it? Well, I thought you weren't autistic. Okay, I disagree with that. Welcome. Look who it is. How you living, Pam? Dude, calm down. Buddy, how you living? You can have sticky names. How'd you find out about me, my friend? Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I stream to go back to the pandemic, which is that between the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, well, it's essentially a story of someone who's entire life is on camera. That's what mine is. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was the rich's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, it will make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you all have the ability to have generational wealth. And I want you to be able to support charities and build jobs organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, flooding greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponic farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. That's what all this stuff is. It's worth about $100 billion. One of the things that we do, we build walls in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the life share program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater and make it drinkable. How did that sound? Sure. In the upper right corner of this ball, there's like a little plus button, and you can click that. And if you look at the left hand side, there's just 20% on the street. Do you see it? Okay, excellent. I talk about futuristic topics. Futuristic is really important to me. So what up? How many Adverb? 7? Yeah, Adverb. How do you live in Japan? Adverb, do you speak? Does Adverb speak? Okay, absolutely. I talk about people. Okay, that's fine. Shyness disorders? I gotcha. Yo, what up? Adverb, we hear you. How do you live in Japan? Yo, how are you? Yo, what up, Adverb? How you living, big dog? No worries about it. So I talk about futurism and futuristic topics. Futuristic topics and integrating informatic travel, technology, investment, communication, things like the visibility of clothes, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I talk about things like quantum computing. I talk about things like cryptocurrency, and space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, things like de-extinction technology. People that know this person has the de-extinction took place in the year 2003 in the colony of Quebec, which was a belt located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossal Scientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, about the year 2028, to reintroduce the whole mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing astronomical circuits, which I just think is a really exciting aspect. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird thereafter. They recently made headlines with their wearable project. I'm an advocate for these types of projects. Additionally, I'm an advocate for life extension technology. Cartier, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I would increase that using technology to get it to be at least 100, 120. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. So when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about 80 years old. I'm going to increase that to 100, 120 through the use of technology such as, yeah, absolutely. Oxygen therapy, human growth hormone stem cells, things like nootropics, things like peptides, things like cryonics, cryogenics, all checked in. Pardon me? Yeah, I do. Yeah, very well. I'm an advocate for these types of technologies, things like red light therapy, electronic therapy, conversion therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been an amazing life. Will my body start to break down? What's the next plan? And if this is again with your consent, if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, and where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And later download it to an Android or your car side or your cybernetic being from yourself and robot, and if you will be whatever you want to be. Essentially, what I'm saying is that you may be able to experience the digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Word up. So that's what I do. I also do my best to be a positive person, to have an optimistic view on the future. Pardon me? Well, already being done with device memory transfer, we're probably within a generation or two. That means you can basically have save points like a video game so that you'll be able to do base jumping, and if something ever happens, your parachute uh, doesn't uh, band correctly, then you'd be able to essentially remove yourself as a brain and then input your mind into your memories into it, and you never know the difference. So that's what I do. What are your interests? How long do I think I've been on this? I don't think you heard about 39. I'm a certified project management professional. I run jobs on Bachelor Global Play. In addition, I have major contract with Fortune 100 companies. That's correct. 100%. National Eastern Europe. I, I love both these. I sit both sides at a table, we live stream it. I take out an app, get beside a grab, say draw the border. It's okay. It's not my Word, Mockingbird. Yo, baby, I'll stream it too. What'd you say, Big Dog? That's too many cookies. Okay, but if that messes up, you got me in the backup, baby. So what's going on, Big Dog? No worries. That's all good. Don't worry about it. Hit me with the Big Dog. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Dude, it's streameast.sk. Just put a box in. Okay, man. You got it, Big Dog. I support Rothschild. Johnson. You put up that I'm in the middle of the street. Shooting with you guys, give an opportunity. Check out the profiles, join my Discord. You're watching the NFL. Here's Logan. Here's Mike Tyson. I'm going crazy for Mike Tyson. All right, here we go. 5th round.
Yes, sir. So, as I understand, Robert's 41-0. So he's got at least a loss. That's tough to bet against. As of right now, it's something that he's fighting. How about you? Who do you think's going to win? Right. Ooh. And around six. Around seven. Unofficial scorecard was Crawford 59, Howard 55. See what the second. 12. Right, this meeting, 8th round. It's scored right now 69-64 in favor of Crawford, unofficial. Fight total punches landed 48-64 in favor of Crawford. I think that is good. As this fight goes on, it keeps backing Crawford up. Even though Crawford has the lead, that was still it was off.
Here we go. This is the beginning of the ninth round. It's scored right now. Crawford 70, Melo 74. Unofficially. Leopold had it as the night starts. Time. So there's a night. Accidental head press. Against Crawford. So you know that Crawford. He seems to be okay with the time. These guys are fighting. Minute and a half left in the ninth. 12 total rounds. Thirty seconds left in the ninth. Right, that's it in the ninth. 3 more to go, folks. If you haven't had the chance, please shoot the score, and I'd appreciate it. But I think it's in my fourth round. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I think Crawford got it. They're working on the pod. All right, it's 88-83 unofficially in favor of Crawford. We've got 3 rounds left. This is the beginning of 10. 10, 11, 12. what's in the tank. 2 more rounds remaining. This is live in the league statement. It's a new attempts record, 70,000 feet. All right, 11th round. 6 minutes remaining. 8 minutes. Right. After 40 jabs, never set. Wow. 40 seconds left in the time. That's the end of the 11th. One more round. No, just my left fight. If y'all haven't had the chance to do so, please join our Discord. It's in my bio. If you want the link, it's discord.me/Rabbi. We'll be watching NFL tomorrow, all day on Sunday. Football North America, then we'll watch Monday Night Football. Do the same thing on Thursday Night Football, Sunday, etc. go. 3 minutes left. It is scored 97-93 for Crawford. So Canelo essentially needs a knockout. It's now 107, 102 for Crawford. Canelo's got to figure it out. 2 minutes left. All right, boys and girls. Down to 1 minute left in this fight. Round 12 of 12. Here we go. 60 seconds. Thirty seconds. Seconds. That's it. Crawford looks like he's going to go 42-0. You're welcome, my friends. Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for the other Christmas tree. We're about to see who the official winner is. I'm glad to be with you all. Peace. Bruce Bell. Absolutely.
That's coffee. Mr. Beast, Dave Chappelle, Calvin Brennan, everybody. All right, there you go, friends. Thank you so much. Feel free to join our Discord if you like.
You have to shut the fuck up. This is criticism. the moon. It's as if there are three people there and you won't even see this shit. The Rebbe says it's better for a person to throw himself into a fire than to embarrass him in public because of his Homer Yehuda. The person is holding his head. Oil smells good in Hadas. According to this skill, you make the broken Hadas, Shabbat with the broken Shabbat. So you have Shabbat is right. Because Shabbat accomplishes the thing. It's smeared on your skin, and it also smells good. Jill says, Rabbi Shabbat is right. But what happened was, the Lord says, the Papa has like the silver. So Will said that the whole thing was Shabbat. So Rabbi, yeah, but I heard that from Rabbi, the Lord's like the silver. The Gemara heard it through the but Papa was embarrassed. So he made up a story that Rabbi possibly was. The person has two things. Oil and wine make Rabbi first. You should have said oil in your hand make Rabbi oil. And this is a little old. The wine in your right hand is Rabbi the wine. What do you do with the oil? Emotion. Your service. Service. Don't you not smell oil there. Because how much you put when they go out, it's how much you work as a distance. First of all, the club should not go out into the marketplace smelling good, especially in places shut up yourself. And the word says it should put on his clothing, put on his body to have this deodorant, whereas it's trying to look like this, or having to put it on his ear. Both are put on his body. But the club should not go out and sell, right? Because people make rumors about it. Unless he has a celebrity, people know that he's going there, and that's what he's having. But the club should not have shoes there. It's not nice. Only if it's in a place that's sea. Only if it's summer days, it's mud outside, only outside. So the farm should not be clothing to a woman in the hard place in the dark, has to sweat, daughter, sister, know that they are living. And the farm should not be in the company of an employer that others might bring them down. And he should never be the last one to spend your shoes. People say that it's negligent, and he shouldn't walk very wide steps because he says that it's 2,500 on the high side, and if he does do so much, he really should not have stores. That's finally. A problem is not walk right. That's a guy who was powerful and a wonderful thing. Rothschild is not very valid. The mission tells us that we make food, and the secondary food as well. Make one broth on the main food, and the secondary food is part from a broth. 99% of the time when you eat bread, bread is the main food. The mission tells us that it's an exception to the rule. Hey rice, hey rice. These are extremely sweet food that are found in Eretz Yisrael. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to finish the taste. And you get a little bread with it. That bread is a truffle. You don't make a truffle on that bread. The Gemara tells us they're really not. Love this food very much. And it's coming and bringing thousands of these foods at a time. And then you eat them all and it's swear that it's not even satiated. But you eat them until you fly the blood on his forehead and slide right off from the oil. Rabbi, you're passing with so many of these that you have earwax, something fall out of your head. For sluggish, you get so many of them that become delirious and become shiver. You have to call the authorities to have them drive them home. One tells us better to scroll. Yana had a city that had so many things that needed that many employees that they needed 600,000 balls of food. That had a tree that had so many birds in it that could take 3 times a month what you saw of chickens out of the tree. It was a city called Business that had 80 years of Adam got married 80 Adam girls. The verse says it's so rare that only happened once that his twin daughters and years ago he married 2 brothers who Israel Troy Barchama and Barchama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. It says the Mishnah, you will hold that you eat. You should decide to get the meal. religious possibility. So I'm saying yes, but there's a possibility in that sentence, in that sense, Nietzsche said, you only today, I'm with you. Will said, tells them, shoot, with, like, if you drink water, there's a thirsty, Rabbi says, alcohol, you can wear it, the functions, but it's as soon as it's like, whether you make a broth at all, broth right on water. Allah Mishnah of fruit is very similar to how we do today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. Allah is a praise. Allah says there's some clever or trouble. We say sure, this is over. The word does it. So if Allah will say, the level of the period of his women, Rafa Hashem, and Israel, and Mecca, which like Rafa of the Mecca, this same day, we shall lie, we will check with their remain, and it's come, some people come, and not quite make like that. And on the 5 meaning of praying, Allah Mecca, and Sada, Allah Oretz, Allah Mecca. You know there is Shvaydish, finish of the Bracha, in Kaddish Israel, there, Rosh Hashanah, that's two things that we say. We say the same thing, we say one thing, and Allah Mecca, for instance. According to Rav Chisda, is to say, Allah Oretz, Allah Oretz, according to one Lashon. In other words, you're benching of Eretz Israel. And remember, in Eretz Israel, it's Allah Mecca, generally. That it Chutz La'aretz to say, Allah bears. Now, if we're not going to be here, we're not mentioning about Israel, and Israel, you say, either way, Rabbi says that when it comes to vegetables and water, there's no broken bread. You don't make a bird of it. Rabbi says there is a vegetable, you don't make a bird of water, the Bible says you make a bird of water and a vegetable. Actually, Nita says that this bracha, the right thing to do the bracha before it, but not afterwards. Everything needs a bracha. In water, you must say this referring to it. It's the only bracha you've done. Although in Israel, they would make brachas when it was still in a system to say bracha. So you must say that the manual and the hamar is referring to smell. When you smell something, you make a bracha before it, you don't make a bracha afterwards. What does is that egg is more than this of any other food. If it's lightly roasted, it's better than 3 dozen egg worth of flour. And if it's completely cooked, it's the best food in the world. Besides, it's the same size. But have the same nutrient value. Spleen, says the Gemara, is good for your teeth, but very bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should chew it and spit it out. Leek is bad for your teeth and bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should swallow it. After bloodletting, you should eat raw vegetables. It causes the face to lose color. Turn to one option. Vegetables, raw vegetables, causes the person a lot of damage in the first 4 hours of the day. Another lesson says that it causes damage to the person speaking to that person that ate it because of the foul odor. If you eat very small animals, in other words, animals are supposed to grow to large size. If you eat one animal that's only 25% of its actual growth, it prevents the person from growing. Animals, live animals, breathe life. So you get a small fish that breathes life. It's easy from the throat area, which is where the life goes to breathe from, that breathes life that revitalizes the body. And rubble is not what you need from the place of the shkita. The Gemara tells us there are 6 things that are medicinal. That is carrot. The Gemara says not only is carrot good medicine, but it also satiates a person's needs. Heavy royal water, law, the womb, and the diaphragm. Burning is really bad for your health. Unless you eat it together with meat, or much another shkita, unless you cook it with milk, or what it hates it, and another shkita, which is rava, you eat it together with wine, then it's actually good for you. And that's why Rabbi will tell his servant, when he determines, don't ever ask me to buy it, I would like to have wonderful. Rothschild stopped and paid bread on Paris. Relationship practice discussing. Three people get together, eat bread. One of them leads the other in zero. How do we know this from the Pasuk? The person says, God knew that Hashem, you two, my friends, should bless Hashem and eat together with me. That's the total of three. Or, shame Hashem, I will fall out Hashem. You guys, all completely with people. Together we have. Mishnah says that there are some people that cannot be part of the zoo. These are people that are eating food that some mice weren't taken from that. More important than shame. Or the waiter, he doesn't design it. But if you see this stuff, women, hopefully,
No.
Cold
Cold status.
status.
Cold status. Go fuck
How
yourself.
much
I don't want to speak to anyone. Jewish.
and enough of the person Rabbi says, science says, you must think against it. You remember the same part of God that the person that answers woman should answer louder than the person himself. What it says, why should he not? Set over that sense of this commercial dinner, and make sure I'm able to read it over the body stroke. Here's the word. The family word is about prayer, and then arguments. The person repeated the words and translated them to the local language. The two, the prayer and the argument, have to be the same noise level. One should not be louder than the other. Mishnah says that Tzibah is repeating. How about two people? And they elect to do Tzibah. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says yes, they could do Tzibah. Rabbi says the minute though is when people know how to read. And people, each one, benches individually themselves. Support somebody that doesn't know how to read. But one bench for the other, twice the one, I love it. Here, the Rothschild says, you said that wrong. The Bible is a series of questions, asking questions about good and bad. And our mission says that three people get together to do zero. And after there will be a question about this, is that you do zero and I'll answer. Our mission is talking about a field, and I was coming down to show us you will love it so you can. The rising says, so if three people get together, one of them cannot run away and leave his two friends behind. It seems like two people are in one could run away, and the answer is yes. You have three people eating, but one can't run away because he's the man of you, created him and running away. He's destroying that field. Very interesting also. Yeah, people imagine people eating together, having a conversation, and there's a waiter. And the waiter flags down next to them is something that's not considered guideline, it's okay. If they serve those two people want them to submit so that they have a future, why should they think about it? It was enough. You don't need it. The answer is reading is better than food because food creates a real field. We have a real field. Go to level 2 place, change the place. When you live, it's the mitzvah is great. As we said, women can do something by themselves, but they should not use an heaven inside of them and not using themselves to use an heaven because of it seems like that 100 women have the same kind of weapon. Heal 2 men. And it says the women are the so you see the 2 men. This is the word not true. Women have a greater field. 3 women have a greater field than 2 men because of the positive. If God bless them, now the Gemara says that if you have 3 people that would be no matter what, you're allowed to scream out them so that it turns around and it answers you from a distance. However, when you have 10 people, no matter what it is, you cannot scream out them so that it turns around and answers you from a distance. Rather, you can call it back because you're saying Hashem's name. Or we should probably enable Hashem's name. And therefore, it's not time for them to answer from a distance. Rabbi says that if 3 people are eating together, it's not polite, it's not their parents. One of them finishes eating and says, hey, I'm done. Please answer. Because it's 1 against 2. But if you finish it, it's okay for them to ask the third one to stop and answer. But not only does he have to stop and answer, he has to stop and wait until you are finished. It's really rough and brings something as I said. Or it tells us that the actually and also the other meaning that you said, all on the same level of learning and godless, supporting on the essence of no one greater than the other. Therefore, they decided to touch on their own. And that's what Rabbi heard about this man. What's happening? He said, warring going to the mitzvahs. And goes to the mitzvah of Israel. As we go back and we see the retract of this one. Here's our love the mice. You look into the mill on Shabbos, and people are about to start entering. This is what you say. You can't say Baruch Shalom, so you didn't get it. So what do you say? Or it says to say, and to quote the word, unless you use the Rabbi. Let's break down the Shofar. Minus the word. The answer, oral to the word, Shemai, what is the word? And there's 10 people who are in the day. Shabbat office, people without this, people say, oral to the what if you walk in when they're already at the end? So there you just say the word on it. The verse says that only the prophet, when you shall say, come in my own brother. When you are Rafa, you like a man or you say, when you shall mix. The other prophets, that's enough. Rashi points out that's a disciple. It's a series of prophets. The last prophet ends from himself. So the last prophet, how does he say Amen? Or say Amen? This is hard to understand. Why this Amen is very flying? He said, say quiet. Abayo points to this point, for example, that what is like in screaming Amen indicates to them that their time is up and they must go back to work on the shooting bench before the prophet, which is the Rabbi. But Rashi, on the other hand, held that before the Rabbi can say the last, people won't treat you respectfully, and therefore he said Amen. Why? Wonderful things. Prophet after who is mighty? Everybody was mighty because Chala quotes the Malabai. The word tells us the Rabbi Zera was very sick. The Rabbi said to him, so the Rabbi Zera after the Jewish life will be healed. He'll throw a huge party. The Gemara says that Rabbi Zera is short, burnt. His legs were burnt. Zera would test himself out once a month, put himself in a box and sleep. Burnt, like to be burnt again. 1 month he's not Shahara, and his neck is feet that burnt. Sarah had a full recovery and a big party. Rabbi says, I want you to cut the bread. He invites everybody. He says, no. Well, I says, he says, okay. But I want you to do the Sabbath. He doesn't see. There no high hole. Where's the bread? It's the person who does it. The other hole that the Malachi cuts the bread. That's true. But see, the guest you see. Why? Because the guest give a profit to the host and the same Rothschild. Famous in Rothschild, English Malachias and said, what about this? The owner should have any embarrassment at this world for that was pervious and he's not money from the hustle. You will fuss with stuff you bring in here. You will fuss with the same or something. Why you should stop living as you don't have living as you maybe, but it's not going to come to get it. You think are available, but according to our master, simple is like right? When you finish your start off at Hashem, as long as you look to God. The culture of Sheshes, this is only for Hashem, it's incredible. Sheshes home, as long as you look to God, is hard and safe. That is, if you're not mentioning everybody's mentioning something, it says it's okay. You just start. Why do you Hashem again? That's where Hashem starts. It's unbelievable. Places in Florida, Hashem. Same thing would be, let's say 3 people are benching together, and they ask one of them to stop eating. It's 2 has to go. So one that stopped eating, he's eating later on by himself. It's not like it's really starting. According to the company, that's not how it is actually. He would start from later because he's all by himself. But when he comes back, he goes back, he says, look. 2 rices that seem to contradict each other. How do you explain 2 rices? You're not going to explain. One rice says that something's mentioned is only 2 brothers. The second rice says sometimes mentioned is 3 brothers, sometimes it's 1 According to Rabbi, we explain the first price is referring to workers. The workers, they say, when you fly as part of a marshal, so that's two brothers are actually one. So if it's only two people, only two brothers. Now, it's not so much. And they have a heart. If you're benching the zero, you can add one more because the zero is considered a worker. The second price is not one says. It's talking about regular people. And regular people say when you're trying as a brother. So either you have three brothers when you're benching the space, or four brothers, you add zero. According to our changeless, zero goes all the way to presence of the way. Therefore, the machlokas between the prices is whether or not the final profit of the is the rabban of the rice. We have depended on that's the rabban. So I know that says the rice, and therefore the first price also says the rabban. So two people are benching, you have only two profits. So you start doing it. And if it's three people benching, you add to that the zero. That's the third one. And if you home, the second price, that is the rice. So now you add everything for the profit of the most groups include that big idea is there are one person that workers can skip a level. They have to skip a level. Another group that level starts to talk about shit and doesn't end it. And if it was part of benching, it's part of the race. So it's called the Rothschild. It's a prophet that's next to it. And it should not start with part. All the prophets that start with part are short prophets like this. Appears food or prophets and messages. Few exceptions to the rule. Creation of instance. MSV starts without a bar, but ends with a bar. Now, another idea is that in the Bible's house, you don't say, I tell you, I make you point to it. That would prove that it's not a good guys. The verse says, the verse what the it's awfully not bubble. And this is how often invention you say, hey, look at the reading, marine, etc. But you keep them alone. You say a point, I mean, you say, hey, dynamics, dynamics, shape it, etc. These judges with truth, etc. You have the mission, shall we love you, rule the world. Last time as he wishes, or God, which part of she lied, he says, you thought, I'm not the family of this one. You always have to be very in the conflict. When the prince of Israel, we know the holes in Israel, we have lost. Leaders have put us always, men, the spirits of Israel, the fight. What tells us interesting conversation that which goes have, tells us which goes, the Parsitic Persians, they know how to have internet. That, when the very important person is in, you sit down first. With me, lay down on me. And the second thing that would live right above his head. In other words, with this way, the important person you want the first, the second in command. You have to sit up and fight. And that's not proper for the person. But if I see things, they will go with a distant head, and the person behind them would understand. I wish I didn't start from the person. And in the small little thing, so you have to worry about these things late. I'm afraid we start to be supported. The basic person, the important person, have a well, she says, I don't know anything about her. I know about crisis. And in the crisis, it says yes, and the most important person. However, the second two things sits below, so that the first of them got straight in his neck. The third is more important person sits. Well, if it's three people, so now you put the second person above it, and the third person below. Because Rashi explained it's better. It looks more flush when the second person has the straight his neck for somebody to warn. Therefore, understand his neck for the second command rather than the third. How do you do? I'm showing you. Yes, we start with the most important person. But I'm afraid you start, there's five people left, the fifth one, he's the most important person, he's the one that starts by praying, he's the one that does it. However, there's a lot of people, 100 people, you start from the least important person until you work your way up 95 people later, until you have 5 Rabbi says, we all know he's supposed to honor and cover the voices of the Hollywood shadow, and you want to pick up what they love you, or
Look at this one. I'll do it for you. Where is it for you?
So look at this. What's the next scroll? He's right in the street.
Yo,
Scam.
Scam. Hey, poo to do. Like nobody knows what you're talking about with that ching chang chong. Big Angus. Jerome, you're number one. You'll wake up. Swear two. West side. Shit. What? It's really impressive, isn't it? Look at this one.
Somebody say exceptionally long on me, it's not proper to say exceptionally long. Okay, what is that? You start opening the cycle, opening the cycle, and opening the cycle where somebody says amen without even hearing the bracha. So it says amen, people around them are saying amen. How do you know it is? They don't say something within an hour, they say a shva on the right. Amen says the Yuba is, you don't pronounce the Yuba at the end of the word, you say amen instead of amen. All these three things cause a person to lose life. Get a person. So once it's on it, it's properly that actually give it additional things. I read what's the other. Person should not say a bracha as it's heard it. It's trying to get over it. Should say the words nicely and slowly. Rabbi holds that people are eating basically done a third was long in front of them. You cannot go to the that as long as it's certain about it, you can that the third meal is still going on, and that third person is Messiah or zero. The Rabbi says, who's Messiah? The Ikir should have seen them. The main person, the real meaning, the person is there from the beginning. I won't be asking, that is the most important person, the most prominent person, even though he made a middle meal as long as he ate some bread. The word tells us that the list of the item of Mishnah is that people were eating some of that on the start. Not the start, you can't take the list at face value. Just a sense. And the person eats the right part of the soup. Now, the rice has to be part of the soup. What tells us because the mind is looking for a army and a soldier. And every person, even a wealthy person, can be considered a poor person at any given moment, as long as he is not the ones below. They'll become important. Therefore, it's not that in the world that person is united with the stuff. What says? If mice are quality, you get 10% of all food. And the way you put 10% of this 10% of the price, that's good. The that, you can start. The answer is because the straw let you cook. Step one. You and I only eat the lady before you cook. You must do that. 2%. And the Chiddush is that the lady is not responsible for the straw 2%. All the lady has to give is 10% of what you receive. What about my shame? What's the big Chiddush? Somebody eats my shame, those who use properly, that people start. The answer is what's the big property? There's another step that's of face value, plus add an additional 25% or 20% depends double or back. And even if it's so that is that even though we keep the hundred, it's still being stuck. Once we finish that away from the start, that's really later, because he doesn't sit down his face, but he's walking back and forth, and standing, nevertheless, of the meal. Now, why did he start the Why is he any better than I'm artist? Gemara says, Amar is not part of the answer is format of this or format can have a audit that doesn't make use of ISIS. That's why it's not expected. But you see, since use of ISIS are declared, you see our market on other rights. Not only that, they are more market on their rights than Israel. Still more being said. What's the definition of an audit? More being the whole bunch of cheats. One of them is that if a person who doesn't see on the morning and evening, one person that doesn't wear kill, a person that doesn't wear six, a person that doesn't put up a mezuzah, a person who has children who doesn't use fire. Finally, the Gemara says, the Allah is even a person who's very burdened, doesn't certainly common, consider them artists. That's something nowadays, we are the scientists of a ransom, so otherwise we go off and make the whole religion. But that's an amazing story. Oh, you're not allowed when you're not present because you're part of the sea. Because he held a message that he didn't certainly Muhammad, even though he sold Muhammad. Rabbi says, that's why Rabbi Muhammad died. He wasn't silent. He was not here. The question is, why? He didn't certainly Muhammad. He shouldn't be part of this. That's good because the rest of the people did certainly Muhammad. Most of the folks didn't know that. The other challenge is that he didn't certainly Muhammad. But he was not Muhammad. He listened to the prayer and he repeated it in his country, and that was enough for the rest of the people. This tells us that you can travel. You're not getting started. What would be good for that? It's also good to the answer is because you're talking about Rabbanon, it's not about food. It's a plant that you can have holes facing the ground that's going to nourish the ground. What does it do with the rice? Only us in the Rabbanon. If you don't think my change, of course, you can't even start to see one. That's the reason you can't make change from a small point, but a flat point that don't have any tension on that. Of course, if you are not even started, the answer is going to tell you, but when you have the person here, it says, which is still considered a good. Even though you have even started talking to someone, that is considered you have 9 people, good, you can call them as a pet, even if it's a small child, and they all in this group. The True Lady says that you desire as a pet, a slave. The question is, if that's the case, why do you guys feel the need to free a slave in order to have 9 people? And in order to get a slave, you free the slave. Why don't you just get charged for the slave? Because you already use one slave as the knife. And you use the second slave, you got to free the second slave. You can't use 2 slaves. And after this, you know, I bet the answer is a mitzvah for the community, therefore you have to free the slave. The first answer is, I'm sure you want to get the slave before you go. You get the tire, the same amount of tire as everybody else. Very interesting. A lot of 9 people look like they are 10, they are considered a minute, to a place where they get together, else. And finally, see up in the homes that are working together, that Allah is that they're working, act as a third, and they create a teamwork. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild staff member adds, Gemara says about Skara, that a young child who understands the meaning of Rabbi to start to see one of the 3 people in Zima. Gemara tells us that Rabbi asked very young, a Abaye brother, extremely young children. What do you make the Rabbi do? They both said, Kasha, Rabbi pointed up at the ceiling, and Abaye went outside and pointed up at the sky, and Rabbi the canary said, since these are very, very young children, and they understood this concept by themselves, it means that they are going to be big Rabbanim. Gemara says, putting the cafe, you can tell by a very small company, samples will tell which one is going to be a good company. Well, halacha, if you have 7 people that eat bread and 3 people that eat vegetables, you have a 0 of 10 people for 0. If 0 is the super, what about 6 people that eat bread and 4 people that eat vegetables? Is that in spirit as well? You need a majority that's average. Where it tells us that after Yanni and all of our women, we realize that he doesn't want to do venture by himself and need somebody to help him. So he asked his wife for help. She said, yes, I need one who happens to be my own brother. And if you promise you're not going to harm him, I'll pull him out and he'll help us. So she brought him to the table, and Yanni gave him a lot of honor, and he sat him between himself and his Where's the muffles? Okay, bench. He says, how can I bench? If I didn't eat the meal, I can't say Shalom Shalom. Therefore, he takes a cup of wine and he drink it in order to be shnated in the meal. And then they give another cup of wine. The Gemara says that's not the halacha. Since in order to be mighty other people, Hashem Hashem is going to say the entire bench. If you mighty Yara, you need to eat bread. It's not good enough to drink wine. But to be one of the three of Zimon, it's enough to even eat a leaf of a vegetable. Says the Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu is the one that did the first bracha of the Brit Hamazon. He did that when Yisrael received the money. During Yeshua, when they went to Yisrael, they made the bracha Aleph Peretz Alam Mazon, Better Yisrael. David Shalom made the bracha of Bnei Yerushalayim. David made part of Al Yisrael and Milchah by Yisrael. And later on, when Shalom Melech built the Beis Hamikdash, he said, "Alabayis Hagadol HaHakadosh." I tell you about it. It was the Rabbi. When the Haruni Beitar, the many victims, millions of victims from Beitar weren't buried many years, as Shalom says, and famous. And when they finally came to be buried, tremendous snakes, no smell, the bodies were home, and something made a broke out. I tell you that there was no smell behind me, they buried them. So we have four prophets in Birkat Hamazon. Hazon, Al-Aretz, Bnei Yerushalayim, I mean, Shabbos we had, Shabbos we say, insert that in the middle of time. According to the answer, the insert would say, anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it, you will mention the first prophet. The Chakini would say, no, Bnei Yerushalayim, no, I tell you that. According to the time of Allah, with Chakila, you should say it in Rachim. However, if you forget to say, you would say, Rachim, you would say it later on. What you forget to say? Say, no Rachim, you must prior to previous Hamzah. Says the Gemara, the Alpha is the one that teaches us you have to be the Sabbath, and that's the right. As Hashem al is the source for the first bracha of Hazon. Al-Aretz is the bracha of Eretz. HaToiva is the Bnei Yerushalayim. Hashem is the source for HaToiva HaMeitim. The Gemara says, how do I know that you have to make a bracha before you have a assignment? If you make a bracha when you're stationed, it's certainly when you are starving. Rabbi says, you don't need a couple of you actually learn it because the concept of Simon, I don't even use the word Vachal Savat. That I can learn from God, therefore it's extra. Vachal Savat will teach us the first part of Hazon. That made is only the Rabbanim. How do I know we're at the Rabbanim? When a Baruch eats a food, before you eat it, you should already mention Shem to make a Baruch. The reason it says I learned that from love. It says, very rapid last. The less your bread, don't eat it blessed, you should eat it with already, and you shall bless your bread. What is your bread? Before you chew it and destroy it. In other words, the bread state should make a bracha. Or it tells us the story that Shaul went to look for his father's house, but he couldn't find him, so he asked him to help him. Maybe he should help him out. So he asked young girls, where should we? And the Torah tells us a very long direction. It said, better go to the outskirts of the city, the south of London, the Mama, and before you go to this is a bracha, this is after, this is now, on and on. So, first thing we see for our city is to make a bracha. Why did they talk so much? He asked me the question, which you know what, the verse is to be asked. Either because the women like the bracha, or because Shaul says that he should make a malach, he was older than everybody, he was more beautiful than everybody. The women, the girls, wanted Jesus as beauties and smoking. The third shot of it says that one kingdom cannot go with another kingdom even for ministry. And Shaul was the ruler of Israel, and he had to give over the ruling to Shaul, but he had anybody else. So therefore, they expected for that time. Martin says he got a fiber. If you make a bracha, it just gives you sustenance. This is bracha, sustenance. Or above, Shmuel says it's actually it says out of Eretz and his parent also says Al-Sam is seed of my etna, the thought is people for him. So therefore, I learned the concept of bracha and make a bracha when you learn prayer. Rabbi says, I should also love, I learned from here, just like I make a bracha on the good. Whatever I push throws my way, I should not love. If it's bad, I make Rocket that fantastic. There are certain words that must be interpreted as a Muslim, otherwise never get to be a Muslim. According to religion, you must say Eretz Edna Playbook, and you must say Bob Sudan, no, that means you don't have something, you must say the word Chris. According to Yosef, you must say the word Torah. Like it says, by the way, you must say Chris before Torah, because the Torah comes from Christmas, the word Chris, 50 times, which Torah only 3 times. The Bible says that the Rabbi Allah starts with "Let me apply Hashem." You think to Hashem, you must assert that, and in addition to that, you must say, "What do I have to love?" But the person doesn't even say what he does. Buddha. The points in the Gemara, you see, Rabbi, Yisrael Abdachah, Yisrael Abdachah, how do you finish off the book? You finish it off. What do you make finish the left? What if a person wants to finish it off like he started? What do you make Yisrael? According to one man, the Hamar, that's considered Amara, it's good. It's the reason of the rest of the Shah, but the Shah, and then share Yisrael. Or it doesn't forever, no, it starts. One out of, you didn't say Yisrael, I'm not going to like that. You say either Yisrael or however, in a single, you say, what you say, what you should like, you share Yisrael, you say, or it says already, oh, that you finish the bracha, you have to say, I come up, because it's short and track. This is one track. Or it says, what you do is, our Eretz, our parents. It's the land that brings out fruit. Our Eretz, our mother. The land that brings out sustenance. What friends would answer? Say, Hadish Yisrael, Shazman. So there, it's not Yisrael, Shazman. It's why Yisrael, that are Shazman. That why Yisrael is Shazman. The old person of the Torah has the understood for the say, Hadish Shabbos, Yisrael, the Shazman. As it's like that. But that must be referring to Yisrael. Hadish Shabbos, Shabbos, why Yisrael, and if you start rapping, just talking about something strong, maybe you finish it off, you feel it strong. Otherwise, you're not considered. Garbage, how you start with rapping, you always finish it out, always with one English language. When comes training, you start, say something like this, come, let's learn, teach us something tomorrow. Or just, how can I teach you tomorrow when I don't even know how to business? What do you do? He says, after Rich goes to his house, and the bench, Rashishas jumped up like a snake, one attack, really excited. Why? Because I forgot to say, Chris, but your mouth. So why? Why did you do it? He says, because Rab said you don't have to say it. Don't say it, you don't say it. She says, Lord, but all the time I'm right to you, you should say Chris, mouth is clear. Why pass this Rab? Lord tells us, if you hold that the fourth brother mentioned, I think I mean, is the right, so there's no need to mention mountains kingdom. You don't say Baruch Hashem Shem King Melech. But you don't have to. But all that you're a Baruch, you have to insert the word Melech. Says in there, since you're already inserting the word Melech for the fourth bracha, you might as well say it twice for the bracha. Once for what you're Shemayim, that's not it. And why do you have to say it? What you're Shemayim, you're about the mouth was for David. There's no mention at all about the mouth of the Torah, it's not a comfort. So say it twice in the third bracha to make it up for the third bracha. Says the Matan, already making up and speaking in Papa, you might as well say 3 times what you're trying. That's what we do. And one additional one for bracha of Eretz. And one of the few ones, what do we say? Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Hayoretz. They also say Baruch Malkeinu, or we say Melech HaKodesh. That's Rab says, if a person forgets to say what he said, he can say Baruch Atah Hashem Nosson Shabbos is the proof of the Ami Yisrael for Ois, who agrees that Halo, Baruch Atah Hashem, has tried to prove them. No, remember all that, all you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, Nosson Shabbos is Baruch Atah Hashem. But it doesn't really say that. Baruch Atah Hashem, the King of Cheslam, Nosson Yisrael Yisrael, simply Baruch Atah Hashem, Medic Yisrael Batzman. It's trying to say Baruch Atah Hashem, the Lord, Nosson Rothschild, Nosson Mahamad Yisrael, That's it. Say, that's only if you didn't go into more proper like that. Once you start to get into it, then someone more says. There are Schweizer who get this one as the other. But if you get now the other because you don't have to. What's the reason? Because for that's what we must say for us, everybody has to say for us. But the Schweizer, you don't have to do it. You don't need that. There's no fear, and they're not. But the hard things, you on it. That's enough. Then I'll be able to do that. Roda, Shana, that we not must be the students, that's Shana. You then I'll be able to Shana. You don't have to. Let's discuss this. What else? This is not a key for that. Says the Mishnah. Look in the Mishnah that you clear the tip of the beats. But what you should never say is that you decide to but you find except for remember things that you don't decide. When it comes to something with God, God is coming from it outside of his land, and he didn't pass her something else. He must return if his leaders were burning in his leaders. Question how long? Well, there says different. He says that why is it different? So one shot is that you have to flip the shoes to right, what makes it that is the right up. Or the shot is that a place is the possible. You may have heard the words, but how is one that so what's from the how is it after is that? But it says, oh, well, how does so how does not satiated? That's the data. But when it doesn't touch it, because it says you can hear. Hold on. There's always that the basic because there's always the basis of go back to the basic things. It's more and feel the basic of this is always says the Mishnah. You have three people by three saying the Torah shall not look. You have four people you should say, Torah should tell the three, you shall tell Shasha. You have that, the Torah shall not look. You have good, you should tell the unsaid, Torah shall not look. The Torah shall not look. Now, the Lord said, the Torah shall not look. The Torah yes, I did use this is the question of what he loves. And we discussed tomorrow. It's the difference between numbers. It's 100 people saying the Baruch Hashem will be paid. If it's 1,000 people saying the Baruch Hashem will be paid, it was like brothers. You expect it all about it. It's wonderful. One example, as we discussed yesterday, there are three people that are examining to say the Torah shall not look. You have four people, and the fourth person can tell the three, Torah shall not look. You make it right. And it tells us it's preferable if everybody says the same thing. The fourth person doesn't agree with something. But we say the Torah shall not look. Lord puts it from the Mishnah later on pays down. Three people that are eating, it's possible for them to split up. That resist it. But if you have six people, you can break it into groups of three. The question is, if I break it into groups of three, you will only say, Baruch was a shot. Baruch shall come. You have to say, Baruch shall come. You see from here that Baruch shall come is better than Baruch shall come. You might tell us that don't forget, in those days, it was possible for them to save for the city, but to save by heart. Even people said before. The Talmud says, will say, even to God, and from his goodness, but not meet you by the man. Man means lessen what a Talmud is giving us. It's only partial goodness of his God. What about the fact that we say, possible you got it, it's with the man. From you, you offer. That's when you ask for something, don't ask a lot. Ask for the minimum. What about the fact that we say, after about 11%, look at the mail, that would be for anything, and I'll give you. That's what 30%. That's for a lot. You already did it. But the phone says, it's 30 for you, power line. Or it says, I eat real life. The phone says, the bar show us out. You should love it. That, like an Amar says, you need your phone to like free to the post, the feeling. When we say on the base app, you need your also, and I'm saying, well, those guys, go to Zabi. Paul says, Baruch Shachal Mishaloi. It says, Muslim Shachal Mishaloi. Making a broke on the people that people let us know how Muslim, because everybody extends it to be broken because that's his name. That's what we describe. The events in the word in the noise that the happens. Well, are being done in 100 pieces. This thing, so then, it says, we're all the same. So this is the Baruch, or the King of Shachal Mishaloi. So when you not notice, you know that the babies in the mother's stomach say, Shira, like Pietzias, which is right. I learned that the word is a big part. The Chama was in the great Genesis house to try to find things that they were saying special symbol for other people in the whole world. Rabbi said that lots of people didn't have it. He always said the Lord of the Jewish country. He says, Rabbi, in the great Genesis house, there's a lot of people there. And we think eventually we split up and make small groups of people. Because the Rosh Hashanah is very active to meet for groups, different groups. Why not listen to the Rosh Hashanah? Because it's out there. It's hard. You meet people that will be there. And one of them mentions his own. That bit of them, they force the third one to start choosing them. It's not good. See, one of those is the Rabbi Bar Papa, that would be choosing them. He said, oh, where's Hashem? And they never finished Nova. Sing about it now. And the Yiddish thing getting answered. Baruch, Hashem, Baruch. Rabbi said, Hasi Ukma. You have a black cloud that doesn't change his color to do it. Why are you getting involved in a mafia? When the halacha is like small, they don't say I'm a Baruch. You say I'm a Baruch. And everybody agrees that I'm a Baruch is better. Why are you getting yourself? Says the Mishnah. But if two groups in a house, and some of the groups sees the other group, then we started as one zero. Other halacha, you have a cup of wine, that's not they do it in those days, you want to destroy it. They don't put water. You don't make work your government. What does it? Supposed to finish our Mishnah that we have examined, we discussed this. Remember, 2 weeks ago. One shot is that even if they just sat down and breathe, never ate anything. You don't think they didn't eat at all. They could not get up. It's considered they got up and they can't get up and split. Or they all were eating, but they were eating for their own bread. They were blessed to get up and eat. Shot is, they had 9 people, so 3. And one person from each group went to the center and made a group. That group cannot separate. The Rabbi says that's only if the original group is different than once the original group is different, their view of food disappears, dissipates, no longer. The example is a raya from the bed. There's a bed that was coming, and somebody stole half the bed. The rest of the bed was gone. And even though you found the part was slowly reattached, it still never comes back. And so to over here, once the original group says zipfi, the field makes the zippo usually dissipate, and that field makes it. If there are 2 groups far from each other, but there's a waiter in between. That waiter is inside the 2 groups and they keep them together. When discussing why or wasn't they do that, all properly make up that wine my foot. You make white eggs, and you can wash your hands with it. I'm saying, regardless of that people or not, they make white bread up. What can you do with wine? It's not they do. Make medicine out of it. And you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful to the food. Of the myth of the Christian prophet, special kiddush or simon on a cup of wine, that wine should be diluted because it's a mitzvah. I'm not talking about it's better wine. It's a best. Before Allah has that are set by bread, you should not throw bread. You shouldn't make bread disgusting to the point where you can't eat it, such as putting raw meat on it or bringing a cup of wine over it. Why I drink it on the bread? You won't put it or dish on the bread. If the dish spills on the bread, you won't eat it. On something, see, no, but this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread, not by food, and only by food. But when it falls on the floor, you won't eat it, you'll be disgusting, you won't eat it. Martell is now, by wedding, you gotta pour wine in different types, as long as it doesn't destroy, it's not considered destroyed, not as long as it's not destroyed, so you don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food, you realize that you make a bracha, what do you do? Well, depends. If you're drinking, you just swallow. If you're eating food that is disgusting, you take out of your mouth, so you take it out of your mouth. Take it out of your mouth. Without it being disgusting, take it out of your mouth. Make the bracha. Wonderful. Bracha that Manala is the same. If somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, should he eat more garlic? Consider this stuff. If somebody forgot to say bracha in the middle of the eating, you should stop and make a bracha. If so, if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal. And if the right person cannot make a bracha before he's done on a mikvah, he's like there or he's there, you should make the bracha afterwards. So you should make a bracha after you finish eating. The Torah says there's no right from there because the person who's in there should not make a bracha. Don't let him make a bracha afterwards. But the person who's eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost an opportunity. The more discusses this very interesting thing called the spargos. It's made of wine and cabbage. And it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's two types, two varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. One that's made out of wine is very good for the lung and very bad for the mouth. It's good for your heart, your eyes, and spleen. Very bad for your head, intestines, and liver. If the wine is old, it's 3 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards. But if you drink the beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards. Whatever that beer is made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for your body, but if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body. If you drink the wine variety, let's eat afterwards because that has a lot of damage to the body. Beer variety, you should spit and you have to spit. Therefore, if you're in front of a king, you should spit in front of the king. The Gemara tells us, Shmuel the Ish was talking to Surya, a very prominent Malach, and Shmuel said, you should be careful. And first of all, don't allow someone else to dress you in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash their own hands to wash your hands in the morning. Now, when you finish drinking asparagus, you come over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it would be extremely dangerous. There are gangs of shaitan that are waiting to attack humans, and they just wait for you to mess with one of these communities, and then they'll attack you, or there's a gang of Allah. Either way, it's very dangerous. Sure, Libby was told that Allah is the same exact thing. But the third thing about asparagus was switched. Allah didn't know about asparagus, but he told him that very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from funeral, because I myself and Allah sit between them, dance with my sword, waiting for someone to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 4 arms, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, whatever you have to do to get out of there, right behind the wall, and you should at least say the Pasi, you grab a phone. There are 10 halachas that are set by an official bracha. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine and only later on diluted. You should have a full cup. If you do have not look at the tzarim, other shotties you have whatever I said, well, you should do it round your cup, either with aluminum or with other cups, fill those cups with wine, into one shot. Ito means in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for bringing some Muslim Kiddush. You should bring halachim, that's what you should do. Some sort of hat, or some are even mackin on wearing a jacket. You should lift up the cup of wine with 2 hands or something else to lift up with 2 hands, put it into your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least a tefach and above the table if you're using the table with 1 tefach. Breathes into the wine so that you can concentrate on the bracha of the Kiddush. It's amazing. But there's no result that put 4 out of the 10 on washing the inside and out. That should be full and should be undiluted. This points out that real results not on the 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Amirayim were very happy on all 10. Therefore, we should also, if we can, be happy on all 10. The more discusses if the cup is too heavy, or if it's Shabbos for Sheminish Chanukah, eventually really long and it becomes heavy. Then you use your left hand to help you out. And since we don't have to push it, you should not use your left hand at all. You should try to send your wine from the Bishop Rothschild in order to store it. You're not going to have to pull up as a guest and eat on him with Simon and then he told you to give stuff in my wife. And listen, I don't have to because you drink from the vegetable bracha, that's enough for your wife. Yalda, Nachman's wife, was very upset. She went ahead and she drove 400 barrels of wine. And Nachman tried to calm her down and said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel. Vegetable bracha goes from the barrel. She doesn't really think before. You're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another two halacha the Gemara says, once you look at the picture, you're not talking anymore. If you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, and not drink the second cup, that's called sumas. You should not drink some other than that second cup. It's dangerous to drink here. Anything impairs is dangerous. When it comes to drinking some Muslim halacha, you should always sit down, even if you're walking, if you're standing, if you're reading, you should always be in the same position so you can concentrate on being some Muslim. That we finished. Perek Shlosh Haflos. Now we're going to begin Perek Bigui part. We have a very long Mishnah which discusses many machlokes Shabbos Silo. We're going into all the machlokes later on in the studios, one by one. We mentioned them briefly here. And all of them, the halachas like Silo, we have a machlokes Shabbos Silo. If you make, according to the Silo, you make the bracha on one, then you make the first you make kiddush on the Silo, then you wash your hands. Wipe your hands on the towel, just put that on your cushion, not on the table, like the shower. First you wash your hands writing, then you sweep up the floor for crumbs, the table for crumbs. You only have to do 1 cup of wine. And that cup, you want to use it for a bella technique, some other one is water. According to the Silo, you take Ner, candle, then Besamim, then Birkus Hamazah, then Havdalah, and they still say, you see the words, not the different colors in the fire. If a person forgot to bench and you walked away, you should just look at this. The mother is on a weekday, if they gave him a cup of wine, according to this pillow, you make a bracha on then you make the bracha on the week. And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle on the summit of a kohen, the person in that of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Shlomo can be said until the food is digested in the body, you don't food that or exactly the shear is. If you hear a half a bracha from a Jew, you know what he's referring to, well, that is coming. You see, says that bracha. You don't know if you say bracha is God, powerful, therefore, you don't say amen at all. First, we shall be still in this. What comes first, kiddush or yayin? It still says you say bracha on the girlfriend and then on kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the kiddush. Without wine, you have kiddush, and wine is other. Use wine for a dollar, use some other kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's 2 reasons against the Shabbos, 2 reasons. And the halachas like the Silo. What's the big kiddush? The halachas like the Silo. We know. But the basketball team said that the halachas always like the Silo. It's very possible that this before the penalty points came out, and it's possible that we don't go by a basketball. The Shmuel says when it came to the Yezer, he said, "I'm not the Yezer. We don't listen to basketball." I mean, wonderful. Bracha is that means if a person only has 1 cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah, and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimah, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the 1 cup of wine for both Birkas Hamazon and Havdalah. Well, what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkas Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Besamim, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to Misham. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes to remember. What is the machlokes between the Silo and Misham? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Havdalah is all the way at the end. And in Rameir, everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Misham and Silo is in the middle. You say Birkas Hamazon and then Besamim, or you say Besamim then Birkas Hamazon. And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that Birkas Hamazon is first. Machlokes is only is Ner before Besamim or Besamim before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Birkas Hamazon comes first, then comes Ner, then comes Sam, and then Abdallah, like we said in the Brisa. The only one that says that is Bishamai, according to Rabbi Yehuda. Issue is that you see Abdallah is all the way to the end. Abdallah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah of Bishamai hold, first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First wine and Kiddush, Abdallah. The answer is there's a difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then buy your Priya Gav. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make your Priya Gav first, only afterwards you do. Are you required to have Chapzima? They still say yes. But the Shammai is a machlokes, two-way machlokes, what the Shammai hold. The Brisa says specifically that according to the Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to the Shammai, you don't need. But in the Mishnah, there's no heifer. It's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine for benching. But it says in the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just tastes it a little bit, he put it in his hand without touching it, without taking the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to be yotzei both. Now we're going to go into a sugya of Tuma and Tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is a Aviyav. The person that touches that corpse becomes a Abba, and one step lower. Abba Tuma, who touches food or pill, they become a Rishon. A Rishon touches another food, becomes a sheni. And that's pretty much it for Pula. Unless it's Truma, which becomes a Shlish. There's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madrega, one class of Tuma every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashking, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, if a person who's a sheni touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a Rishon. And it has the power only with Rabbanan to be Metama something else and make that a shame. Therefore, we have a machlokes in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the Tilas Yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the machlokes? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become common. The Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is coming. Outside means only to the Rabbanan. I'm concerned that if your hands are coming, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup. And your hands have liquid on them, they'll touch, or perhaps the cup has excites, it has wine that came off the top. Your hand, it's the sheni, touches that wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to be the time of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's coming, say rishon. But we still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is coming. My concern is, says Basil, that your hands are going to be. You're not allowed to eat with coming hands. So if the cup is coming, you wash your hands, you have moisture on your hands. You didn't wipe your hands perfectly. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands a sheni, and that's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to be coming cup because the cup cannot make hands coming. You need the water and you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup coming either, because a sheni doesn't make a shlisha. Another machlokes we learned from the Mishnah. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? You put it on the table, or you put it next to you on a couch, on a cushion. What's the difference? According to the Betzilla, the table is a sheni, and the cushion is a sheni. So there should be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say Betzilla, that the moisture in the towel will make other food, the Kamarisha will make other foods on the table common. I'm not concerned that my hands will become covered, because that is not something that we find in the Torah that just hands become common with the rest of the Torah. It doesn't become common. Where food becomes a shame, that's in the Torah. Mishai is saying differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become common. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a shame according to the Shabbat. You're not allowed to use the table as a shame according to the Shabbat. And therefore, put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlokes you find in the Mishnah is you have to sweep the floor before you wash Ma'amafred, or you have to clear the table front. According to Shabbat, are you allowed to use a shamish A waiter is an Amaris that doesn't know the halachas, doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread from the shaman. You are allowed to because he will. You're allowed to use a shamash that's Amaris, and therefore have to be concerned that you might leave larger pieces, and the water from your mouth will drip on it and ruin those pieces. So say, I'm not concerned because you're only allowed to use it from Chacham, and he'll remove those pieces. Halacha in this case is like the Shammai. Unless you switch to Shikas, you say that what the Shammai says is what the Still said, and therefore the entire Mishnah and the entire Parak, all the halachas will be like Beis Hillel. The machlokes between the Shammai and Beis Hillel, do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word Oirei? Bara means in the past. Hashem created light in the past. Oirei means right now he's creating, or perhaps it also means in the past. And that's machlokes the Shammai and Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be. We say Yitzhak with Oirei and Chayshel. Doesn't mean he's creating like now. It means he created, he just made gracious. Therefore says, everybody wants to say Oirei. Machlokes says, the word Ma'oirei, does Ma'oirei mean that light, how many different colors does the fire have? According to the Shammai, one, or the Beis Hillel, it has three Ma'oirei. You don't say Ma'oirei, you say Ma'oirei. It has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a goy, you're not allowed to use the light from it for Abdullah because he did it with it during Shabbos. Rashi says amazing that he did it from Allah on Shabbos, he used it from Allah. The summer of the goy, you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party. Most of the parties are found in Zara, have a wonderful day. Rothschild is definitely given. Today we're going to be discussing immediately the Havdalah candle and the summer. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, up the heter, before a woman was giving birth, or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a guy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a guy, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayim because you're taking the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's possible to use a flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle, the same way that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos? There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. But if at the end of the process, we're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in the shul? Very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for Abdullah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person there, but the caretaker needs his own light, you could make a bracha on it. If there's a full moon that the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Abdullah. And they brought a candle into this measure for Abdullah. Machlokes, Shammai says everyone should say the bracha to themselves, because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that could cause a big difficulty. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of this, you don't say bless you because that's the difference. It's all argument. They say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept. Like one person makes kiddush for everybody, I might for everybody. It's better that one person should be mighty everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Abdullah. But if you're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, fragrance for the dead to counteract bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands. You do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in his store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly goyim and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, not make a bracha on its Rabbi Dezar. Therefore, if you have a city and a minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for sorting for kishes, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Avdallah, and you have a minority that are goyim, the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Avdallah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Avodah Zarah and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an Avdallah. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Avdallah. First, you must see the flame and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a corner. And benefiting is machlokes. Rav says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dipping out with the olive. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light. Different points. Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle on Shabbos like you would search for esrog and other messages. If it comes to you easy, great. If not, not. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot to say Birkas Hamazon and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Basil, he doesn't have to go back. According to Bishami, he does have to go back. But Basil, according to Bishami, that if he did it on purpose, he walked away, amazing, he must go back. He knows it. One was not like Bishami. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Basil, the other comment on the other hand, he like Basil, but on the amazing part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi. He was on a trip and he stopped to eat and he ate, but he forgot to bench and he got back on and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, the last time they'll say, bench right here. Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them. He said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Back. So he went back and he benched. And Gemara says that he found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klal Yisrael is neutral to a dove. What saves a dove? It's means the mitzvah saved Klal Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, it's still saving from mother. What does that mean? It says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. If you walk 4 parcels, it's the time of 4 parcels, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. It's more than you can. And that's if you eat a very large meal. But if you eat a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you can bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you can answer of it. So the Gemara obviously is not trying to be yotzin or kishamoitzi or kiddush or whatever it is. Because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say amen. Because typically you're not allowed to say amen if you don't hear a bracha. But since you heard part of it, you know what bracha to refer to. You can say amen. The machlokes, what is better? Is it preferable to lead ziyun, or is it preferable to answer the ziyun? One of my says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Brisa says it gets a far before the person that says, okay? And the other Manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, do not say amen to that bracha. But a child who's laning or is reading after, you could say amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi Ziloi, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Ziloi, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Ziloi and says that hands that are mizuam, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise it's not bench. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lashon. I don't know Ziloi, Ziloi, Ziloi. I don't know who these people are. All I know about is a brayz. The brayz it says, from here I learned that you should do Mayim and Shainim to wash those nine and Mayim Achronim. And then when the pasuk continues, it says Ki Chadash is referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us you should bench Birkas Hamazon. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi's Dafn and Dal, a brand paragraph already, which discusses many different types of prophets who can say different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where a miracle and makes happen his forefathers, he says, Baruch, also, we see Rabbi Simon, but look at this points out. The prior paragraph, we say, Baruch means Baruch Hashem, and this we learn from Yisro. If a person sees an eternal place where the couples are Zara and the broke down, it's the higher strong. And it's a special custom for that. If a person sees mountains, hills, rivers, seas, he says, Baruch explorations. He says he sees the great ocean, he says special bracha, Baruch Hashem, Yom HaGadol, as long as we didn't see it in the last 30 years. The person sees rain for years, great cruise, he says, Baruch Hashem, I made the years, bad news, he says, Baruch Zion Emes. The person builds a brand new house, buys clothing, he says, Shafiyanu. There's no use of davening for something that already occurred. That's called the Tefillah Shav. So if your wife is pregnant, you daven to have a boy, that's Tefillah Shav. You hear her screaming, saying, I hope he wrote something. It shouldn't be something for the family. It's too late. That's Tefillah Shav. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, the first one he says, two prophets or four. One when he comes in the city, one when he leaves. Or two, one when he walks in, but as he gets into the city that he's sitting, he says the second bracha, and the second as he leaves, he says the second bracha, when he realizes that he's safe. Before you make a bracha on the bad, just like you make on the good, so say, here's my every day, the full of love, it's sorry, it's I'm not sure, it's away, Shama, hope I definitely shut even if the bracha is money, or definitely have a lesson of this measure. All measures that the Lord gives you are for good and damage. There's an insert to act right in front of the history. Some people are now walking to the next industry, walking stick, with money belt, and dust on your shoes. Shouldn't use these conditions as hundreds of more explain, and certainly shouldn't spit. In the first place, I'm supposed to say, every reference to an ice cream is a very interesting motion. Elohim Yisrael, Ada Olam, Baruch, for instance, Ada Hashem finally attacks. Because believe that there's only one world, there's no world in God, so therefore, it's happening. So you say, Ada Olam, this one, Ada Olam to the next one. When you ask a friend, you say, Hi, how are you doing? Good morning, to use Hashem's name. Just breathe. So, Ace last Hashem referred to himself in certain situations to break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace with your friend. A miracle that occurred to the congregation, everybody's been pleased to say, Rafa, of heaven to individual refuge in cases where somebody's lying, or a murder that was saying of a wild camel, and also that the mace was very thirsty in the river, running into everybody passed that place. We mentioned both using that avenue. We say the Rafa Baruch Shahasar, this is what we say. Come to the place where Kiryas Yaakov or Eber Yarden or the Yerushalayim, the next Yerushalayim where the wall of Yerushalayim was swallowed by the ground. Why did we fall? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, since the Torah was coming over. I don't know. Where there's the story of his ace. That Israel were walking in the desert and the people wanted to kill them and they didn't think they dug holes in the walls of the mountains and did it. And the Pharaoh flattened out all the mountains and destroyed them. People, face, body, they were meant to write, they were behind Israel, the Sufa at the head. And when Israel passed and the mountains went back to normal, they realized what happened. And when Israel said, Shiva, El Gavay, he out there, he shot out of the back of the man, the baby, his married Baruch, His Baruch stopped him there. Later on, Yeshua needed the Baruch to kill the enemies and came back there. It was the stone of where the Mephibosheth, and Mephibosheth made some sort of calculation of Israel's comparison. He lifted up a mountain of that size and stuff, killed them, he could put it on the same carriage. So the part that Rothschild made a mix that the ants dug a hole in the mountain and slipped right over his head and got stuck in his neck. He tried to look it up and he put it, but it says the Pasuk Shepard, but this thing came out, she laughed at him. They keep him long and pregnant and he couldn't get it back off. At this point, he was really weak and much Rabbi was tired, had an axe that When you see the amount of salt from light soil, that's a disaster. So you don't say a nice broth, you say pork that. When you see light, you say it's part of the surface that's upset. Bad thing. Still forever. It's in the same light because of a brother. It says there are four people that must say, because the question of the word is light on the Chasadim light. We based on the Rothschild of the Rebbe. We say, Hagiman Chasadim voice. That is people that cross the desert, not ocean, or a sick person who's or something in hell, then you say, Bible. You need the people to write a plan must be Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda says the was sick and he was healed. Rafana and 9 other people visited, and they told him, "We're Rafana, the Yahweh, and Allah, and Allah." Eventually, Baruch will give you to us instead of giving you to the ground. And he said, Amen. And he said, Amen. And one, there are 3 that need special protection. And they are people that have bad hazard, a sick person, or we don't just be burned as I'm saying, somebody that's mourning. And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of shame, they are dangerous. Possibly power, some say, and finally, there are 3 people that are zoifen for longevity, or even something because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of responsibilities. They spend a lot of time in the factories. This moment have wonderful. Romans chapter 8, or it tells us that there are people that use the file of the quarter of season. There's something that they can sit underneath the wall. It's not horrible, my friend that came take care of it. In other words, it's not horrible, it's not perfect. Take care of that guy. And if you tell them, my feet are so great, why don't you accept my feet up? That's even feet up. You should have come on it. You should look me down and perhaps that be accepted. As long as it's a leadership system, this may have to give us a word. What is it? They don't have any leader, so it's our table. Our table leader. Part of us is a list of things that you remember. Part of them is sitting in the bathroom in a squat position. What we said that the bathroom is a really good thing for facilities. Or yes, if you sit on the toilet like we are doing, that's good. But lifting, stay is good. But squatting is not. The Lord tells us that there's about to be some more other people are light. It seems like you're making a lot of money, so have you probably selling pigs? How do you loan chart? He says, no, I swear that I don't do that. But my house lives eventually for bathrooms make you stop and try to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing. There are 3 things that shorten a person's life. The person uses 3 things for parents are able to life. So those would be the person. A person who uses the zero when it has been created, which is brought up and a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like Yosef Tzaddik was punished for 10 years of his life for every time that his brother said the word. Your servant, our father, and an infant. There are 3 that need Rachanim, a good king, a good ear, a good crew, which we discussed. There are 3 that Mishpach himself creates. That is, he's a famine or the opposite of famine, plentiful, a lot of food. And the leader of the unit, the race who doesn't put somebody in a position to lead the unit as the community feels like. Rabbi, you agree that should put sallow place as a reason. You even certain different issues, so it's not enough. So that's Weisra. So he has Weisra. Weisra says if he's good, by the way, if he tells only 15 years old, it's good. If you push Rabbi, it's certainly good for us. Push Rabbi, some say is actually pressing itself, reverse the years of the Bible said, itself first make the oven, then the Caleb, and then the Mishra. Itself said, Moshe Rabbeinu, he used those words, he called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First, you don't have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. Moshe told him, Are you sure you're not Kel? Are you sure you weren't in the shadow by Shem when you heard this? Hashem told us himself. It's all a tremendous chachma. He knew how to take the letters that probably used to create the world. Zero for Israelites. Fourth one says, only gives wisdom for people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, a very lengthy sugya. It says numerous quotes regarding this person. The worst dream a person has is dreaming that he's fast. He's fast. A dream that nobody can decipher is great. It's like a letter that has been opened. Once you open it, then the problem starts. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you read them. A bad dream is a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually part of it does away with the dream. On the reverse side, a person has a good dream and feels good about himself, that actually takes away from his society. A bad dream is worse than any malchus. We learn from his tzaddik that not everything in the dream comes true because he's talking sure that his mother family, that his mother wasn't alive anymore. And we learn from his tzaddik that sometimes it can take years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik, such as Rabbi, never dreams of a good dream. Rothschild, like a playful, never dreams of a bad dream. It says the Prophet is Surah left on Ra. We live this possible that the tzaddik dreams of a dream will forget about how he wakes up, and therefore that it's a dream. And when the person says, the negative weight on the left arm should come back to the whole truth, should not find his right mistake, but it's something good. Any person that doesn't dream at all, for 7 days, is considered bad. A person is really worried about his dream. Should go find 3 people that they should do color. They should make his color better. They should tell them. Tell them what color has I saw a really good dream. And then that it should be good. Seal 7 0 aesthetic that it's good. And they should say 3 streams that are in reverse, 3 about redemption, choice, and choice that we say to do there. Lord told us, 3 friends, Abraham, and Rabbi, staying together. And he said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first thing that everybody said, you don't know what you need. You're worried about who needs. So you should talk about it. You should say that you're not saying it's going to happen. Play about it. It's a rough thing that says, everybody should have a initial phone for the place I should have. I'm yours, my kids are yours, etc. Very long, you're not saying you're supposed to finish all that you want them with everybody as you're saying, oh, but if you miss the boat, they don't say, oh, but you're not saying. Today you're supposed to say, Adi Babari, shows me the Guru, Adi showing you not saying you should pass it later. The second one gets what's that whoever is afraid of an eye product should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I need to claim I'm so and so. This area is I'm a descendant, yes, you're not a direct descendant. You probably have some yes, blood in you, and therefore yes, the child is descendant of eye product. What about your own eye product? Try to steer that left nostril. And then the third one gets up and said, a sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. After that, he should say, people should down you. And he feels really down because Rabbi was sick. And he told this guy, don't tell anybody. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi should down his Rabbi. And whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi is sick. Because when an enemy is happy that he's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he'd say to the person, they're not. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say in confession, they're there was. Chalemish are not there. In fact, says the positive, Chalemish that we buy. Should consider dreams. Rabbi had the conversation. Consider dreams. Let me show you the way. He said, well, the dream comes from a malach, and we know it's true. It comes from a shame. No, it's false. Rabbi said, it's like the 24 people that knew how to place with Chalemish. They knew how to decipher people. Went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones. And all 24 paid the dreams, the marvelous dreams. Wonderful. Yesterday's staff from Vav were continuing with an amazing study of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a rabbi going regarding a short passing through himself and gave me as a gift. Fixed all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Mar tells us during the day that's with the night. Mar tells us two stories. We're going to keep the Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are we going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind big bits. Mar tells us about Bar Hedda. Bar Hedda was a good interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation, and if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. I and Rabbi had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever you interpreted to Rabbi in the negative, you interpreted Abai in the positive. You told Rabbi, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your kids are going to do terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into this palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rabbi of breaking into this palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by two clubs. In fact, Rabbi walked through the show and saw two blind people fighting and trying to break the fight, and he got hit twice. You're about to hit him again. Rabbi said, stop. He dreamt that he got hit twice. He interpreted in Rabbi's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. Two pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rabbi paid it, he told Rabbi that the fact that the wall is falling down means he's going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abai's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abai under the bus. Even though Abai paid him, he said Abai's going to die. You're going to call Abai's going to be there. My house is falling. Your is going to go everywhere. And all of a sudden, I saw my dream that my head split open out. No, that's just a pillow. He tells him, I dreamt that they're saying Hallel Mitzrayim, the regular Hallel. So he tells him that means you're going to have these. The Gemara says both Barhen and Rabbi were about to embark on a ship, and Barhen remembered that Rabbi didn't have an ace. He said, why should I get a boat with Rabbi? If the boat sinks, he'll have an ace. Al-Zai jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, he dropped, and Rabbi in his boat, and he saw it says, all the dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rabbi looks at Barhen and he says, Russia, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything, but I do not forgive you for killing the daughter of the sister of my wife. And he gives him a curse that his head should be split open and his brain should fall out. That's a very difficult thing to happen. Our head just said, if Rabbi cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golos. Goes to Rome. And he opened up shop in Rome. And sure enough, the customer comes, head of the treasury, and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. He says, but then you pay me, I'll take the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. Says, I won't interpret. The next day comes to him and says, I dreamt that I have words between my fingers. Pay me, no. The following day he says, my entire head is warming. He says, but then you don't have to pay me, I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are worthy. You're in charge of watching it. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasure out to kill him. The treasure doesn't well. Our head knew about this, and they didn't tell him. They took our head and they tied his legs to two cedars. They let the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars, and our head, his body was split in half. His brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Rabbi came to him and said, my two jaws fell. He says, Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell. So that means that the eager of his bone fell away. My hands fell off. He says, Shmuel, that means you're not going to need for us anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in honor, and I'm not going to make it to these sons. So that means you're going to die in honor, and you're not going to have this son in the Russian sons. Lord tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. It's two people came to Rabbi Shmuel and says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. He says, Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star. That means that you killed a Jew. And I swallowed a star. That means you sold a Jew and you already used the woman. My eyes are touching one another. It means you had relations with your own sister. I kissed the moon. That means you have relations with your sister. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas. That means in relation to a naira and a rasa. I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. So in relation the wrong way. I saw ravens red. That means you would come many. I grabbed two villages. They flew away. Sent away your two wives without giving them a gift. I killed an egg. That means you still from the dead bodies. Says the story, unbelievable. I agreed to everything. I did all of those things I mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead. That woman comes and says, that clothing you're wearing, you stole from the dead. And finally, and this is incredible, why would Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. Because Shmuel had dripped, and my father said, he left me money for cooking. He says, that means that he left me money for cooking. You're seeing the effects of money. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of their peace, or of Torah, and notice says, of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot doesn't have any meaning. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down. Well, you can't get into it because it's very lengthy, but each one you have to say a specific puzzle, and not a different puzzle that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, it's supposed to say special story. About a shayk for a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, he should anticipate chachma. If he dreams about weeds, plural, he should anticipate bina to understand. If a person dreams about gourds, cotton, and wax, it's a different dream. Gourds are dreamt only by people that have Yerushalayim. There are 5 things that are said about an act. If you eat and speak, you become wealthy. If it gores you, your kids will be great at learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you're dreaming about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you're dreaming about a cat or death, and call the cat Shura, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shura with a young, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, that's a good sign. Black grapes depends. If it's the right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great red horse. It's moving nicely. It's a sign it's galloping. That's a bad sign. And finally, you should know the inherit. It's the son of Avram Shmuel. Then you should know that your tefillah will be a skabel. If you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day. Brothers and sisters, I will continue in dreams since we have over 150 dreams determined. We are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he's supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. If he sees 2 elephants, it's even better. If a person dreams the name written down, with 1 nun, he'll see a nest. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chanim and Yochanan, he'll have multiple nisa. If a person sees the word hesped, that means he will have Rahmanas on him, and they will redeem him from Shemai. If the person sees himself saying, Shmei Rabbi, he's promised to have a Rabba. If the person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's heroic to have the Shema on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. So if the person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign that there's a certain illicit relation that a person dreams of, on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his father, he knew them, but he never thought about them. He dreams about them. It's his sister is Chachma, his mother is Ina, Naira, Rasa, is Torah, Ashes Ish, but be a Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of, he dreams of wheat, it's peace. Barley is, won't have any affairs. A person dreams of grapes, that means his wife won't miscarry. Grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that this Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or multiply or grow. If it's split, then it's chacham. it's a sign of Torah. If he's Amor, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, he won't have any affairs. The person drinks of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats, he'll have 2 good years or more. If he sees hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll only sees an esrog. Now we're going to the Arba Minim. Esrog, that means that the Baruch Hu thinks as beautiful in front of the Baruch Hu. The person sees a lulav, that means it's one heart that the Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma. And if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign of Rosh Shiva, like Rabbi said in Rabbi. If a person sees a chicken, that's a sign of having a Ben Zachar, multiple chickens, multiple Ben Zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and simcha in his life. If a person sees eggs or any round thing that's closed, like a nut or a glass cleat or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended. But if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into the city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he is in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. And he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Roof on the body, say no. Once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently it's our din. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all Averis. If he's naked in Israel, that means he stripped himself of all of the mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain them up, he'll have global protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Kalom. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means parnosa. The snakes don't have to work for the food. If the snake bites him, he'll have double parnosa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnosa. Even though Rav Sheshes said that his parnosa will double, that's because Rav Sheshes ripped it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if it's double chacham is a great sign. If he's not double chacham, it depends. So there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if this person sees Sefer Melachim in his dream, that means he'll rise greatness. He sees the Cheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is in Chama, Yirmiyah is Puranas. The person sees Tehillim, Shira Shiru, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Chasidus. The person sees Mishnah Kadosh and Rabbi Ben Zoyma, it's a sign of Chachma. The person sees Iyov, Kiros, Acho, and Shmuel Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranas. If he sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayoma, that is a sign that will have a nace. If you see Rabbi Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and an axe with a handle. Those are all items that you can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are 3 things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them. Sharis, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are 3 things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bed. There are 3 things that have resemblance to the Mabot, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bed. There are 3 things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or a good voice, especially being a woman, and good sight, like there's pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are 3 things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are 5 things that are 1 of 60. Fire is 1/60 of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60 of the man. Shabbos is 1/60 of the Loyal Rabbi. Sleeping is 1/60 of death, and a dream is 1/60 of a nevuah. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things will heal us, a sick person, and that is cabbage, the womb, and intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fish, meat, and dry penny oil. 10 things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if you eat the meat of an ox, and if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave, or if you eat cress, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's a large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Torah always says, the Rabbi always had small cucumber tables and very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means a sign of peace. If that person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides shoes. Anything he gives you in the dream, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, Mara mentions Marsulis. She says, Hashem has Rahmanas even to those who do against his will. If you pass by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in their scroll, you should say, it's a shame, just like this Avodah Zarah was uprooted from Nekron, and Makim is happening. From all over Israel, but and you turn the hearts of these people to do tshuva. The Tanakh says, don't say that because they are mostly goyim. Shmuel says, even since all the goyim are going to become gerim, you should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is definitely obsessed with first of all, the person's regular bless this. Just like every human face looks different, so to every human mind is different. You see 600,000 Jews make special prayer for
Someone wants to clinic?
each and every one of those 600,000 mind faces, 600,000 mind is push but the source we added another prophet. Borrow the pagan shame. All these people serve me. Other reason when we wanted to bread, you had to perform 11 different functions. You had to field, you had to see, etc. When you wanted to put clothing, you had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk to the store and buy a loaf of bread. All these people that clothing, all these people that there's either good, yes, and bad, yes, mentions. The type of food you serve them. Thank you for the meat, wine, clothes, and I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food, just says thanks for the peace, for the drink. You didn't do it for me, you did it for yourself. Now, when father Yishai, when he came in, he came with 600,000, when he left 600,000. When he spoke to 600,000. But in Florence, don't make the rough of Chacham or love. When you see a bubble, from Israel, you make a special prophet. Possibly real. When you see a Chacham, you say, Baruch Shalom B'Chachasa, the boss of the you see Jewish king, you say, Baruch Shalom B'Chachasa, not Jewish king, say, Baruch Shalom B'Chachasa, the boss of the The Rebbe says a person should always try to see Jewish kings, either not Jewish kings, so you can compare the two when Mashiach comes. I'm saying just the word, this story was life. He went to see the king, and it's okay, he came in front of him and said, you can't see anyways, what are you doing here? He says, well, I'll show you what I understand what you do. So when the first troops walked by and there's a lot of noise, the troops said, oh, here comes the king. He says, there's not yet. The second troop come, here comes the king, not yet. The third troop came and was complete silence, and the official says, here comes the king. Because that's how it goes with the Baruch. When the Baruch comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. When he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he said, the Baruch, says the Fuki, why make the Baruch came and see him? He says the Baruch either. His friends opened his eyes out, or the Sheshes looked at the Fuki and he turned into a heap of bones. Another great story. Rav Sheshes gave Malchus to a Jew who was boiling. So the Jew went to the king and said, Rav Sheshes, something Rav Sheshes, he said, why did you make these with your own hands? He said, Rav Sheshes, because he boiled the donkey. He says, the king is such a killed him. He says, once we left our strong, we know it's going to kill people anymore. He said, do you have a witness? He says, yeah. And you know, he came and testified. This guy is beaten before the doctor. Says, the Mario, well, once he's all done, Rothschild starts eating flesh. So like, what are you whispering? He says, I'm begging Hashem for giving us such a great king. He knows that it's a great judgment. He says, oh, you love the kingdom. Take this back, put this step, and do it for yourself. Whoever you dish it out. He says, Lord, we're leaving the palace. Snitch, shoot, tells Rothschild, what a powerful, sends witnesses for lies, says Rothschild it wasn't a lie. You want to file a fraud. That's considered a fraud. And notice that the guy was turning around, snitch on him once again. He said, come on. He took a stick and he killed him. Because all of people, Ashkin Mahorga, he was a writer. Mordor says, since he was saved by this concept called Fashrak Kula, the Fashrak Kula means my separation. So people says it's for the opposite. Black Guru, Rav Shea says it's the seeds of Sharim, Rav Shea says it's not the Teferes. Not the Teferes is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rav Shea says not the Teferes. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rav Shea says it's Yerushalayim. Bahoy is the war of Aaron. He says this big dog. The Chol HaShamayim is Sisra, this is all Shelah, who says Rav Shea is a Kogi model in the future. The Chol HaRosh, the human, the head of irrigation, and he's broken the size, that should be his job. If you see houses of Klai that are settled, you see the bracha, Baruch Hatzim Kulam Bona. If they are in a rubble, you see Baruch Dynamics. If they're in Kodesh housing, you see base, gate, Yisaf. In other words, it should be uprooted, and with the form, you see Hilda Kamas Hashem. Says tomorrow a story. People were walking by the rubble of the house of Rav Chanah ben Levi, and Rav Chizda got on his side. He says, "You have your side to remove your body." So Rav Chizda got on that side. In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor people with 4 doors. And people coming all over. Rav Chanah had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody has some money, he didn't have to be embarrassed with his reset that things to slip out in the pocket. He put the barley out the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed at the beginning of the night. How should I not decide? So we tried to console him, and he said, the house of Tzadikim, with the spread of Reuben says the house of Tzadikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better, you just assume that if the Lord was home, and his ambition is destroyed, so be yours. It says the Gemara, if a person sees a paper, a cemetery, or just a grave of something of Israel, you say, this man is prophet. Or אתה חשב שיוצא הסמדים, זה הסמדים, כתב הסמדים, לא עשתה הסמדים, לא עשתה הסמדים, ודווקא used to say, you take out me and you end off, you take this report, you also have to listen. Or אתה חשב, say, Moshe created, Moshe did it. Do what he says. If you see a friend that you see in 30 days, you should check me on it. It's more than 12 months. You say, if I have some I would say, it's 12 months. Forget about the dead. It's down in every day, we don't really say this brother. One of the son of the short of Papa, great story. They were walking and he bumped into a great Rabbi. It was a big dog. So they said, first of all, Shafi, they haven't seen him in some days. Second of all, they said, Shafi, it's supposed to be around. So they were like, you want more than you. I'll say, it's here, bro. Let me say, it's a hot question because you are equal to 600,000. Look at it, 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. He looked at it and he died. First, he said it. The Mishnah, you see different types of people. So one of them says the more you see a Bahamkim, somebody that has major threats. This colored phrase, you say, Vishama Amrios, special problem. That's if he was born like that. But if it happened later on in his life, you say, Dayan Emes. You see a Christian or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, you say, Vishama Amrios. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or is blind, or has ear that's mad and it's one piece, and you say, or dynamics. Person sees, say, an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say, or Mishanas Abrios. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees, you say, or Shakapla Berlon. You look for the Mishnah Zikit. What's a Zikit? It's a Shabbat. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know all that happens in heaven, but I know the splits here in our life. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by seal, then the world will be destroyed. That's we see that it goes by seal. That's just its blow. That's one shot. Another shot is there's one curtain that's more than we see through it. More than shot is Shabbat comes this way and another star comes towards it. That other star backs out. But for us, it looks as if Shabbat is continuing That's why it seems like totally different. It doesn't have a wonderful day. Rothschild staff and class, we are gearing up for brand new Masechet Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have or watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or you download our app, whether you see it on WhatsApp. I guarantee you it's a lot more smiling, it's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima, or if you wanted to make a model in this world, you remove 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the novel, he replaced the 2 stars. If you got a chemo with 2 stars from Ash, the question is why don't you just replace it with 2 stars that are removed? Since as far as the concept, you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit and try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or any thing or not, or a prosecutor, something that caused a novel, cannot stop the novel, cannot be put in the bed. We said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, that make a bracha. It says in our story, Rabbi was walking by. Was a person who verses with the dead knows. And he said, I wonder if the Oiv knows why we just had an earthquake. Says the Oiv, of course I know. So he thinks about why he's from Golas, he sheds some tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. He says, Rav Latino, that's not true. He's lying. Then they should be toured. He says, the reason why Rav Latino said he's lying is because he won't follow this argument. But in fact, Rav Latino was right. The art
First, 1 championship.
Thunder is what it says tomorrow. The show of either clouds
2 championships. 10 to 1.
bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Avacha says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, and that creates the sound of thunder. Brings the says the lightning shot the best. Another shot's the wind. There's a hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel and creates that.
4 championships.
Which says winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and
5
hurricanes.
championships. 11 and 0. I couldn't keep
Says
the fucking
we have an
undefeated.
indication that hurricanes do not start at night. Give people a chance to escape. We can start in a day, but we can have it won't last 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, say, Rabbi says that our lightnings are terrible and unstable. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, then there's a cloud that comes from Myra and comes around the north, or 2 clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other. That's a time that it's enough. Rabbi Shmuel says you have the only created thunder is to scare people and to pick out their crookedness in their heart. When you see the rainbow, you should not bow to it. So this is bow to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zimmer Abris, going to be Abris, not going to novel. It's never be so kind of a heart. Abai says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those make when you see lightning and thunder, you predict clear orb. But when you see mountains, you can only say, place some nice gracious and say, you put the person on the other because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. The clear sky, the light that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes the wind. According to Shmuel Levi, say by separations, but this says that once was proven by Samikdash, which goes to consequences of clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun, as it was created, in other words, the sun was created according to this on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun came back in that position is every 4 years since the 5 days.
Seven championships.
Divided by 4. 4 seasons.
Any other
Season would be 3 days. 7.5
one?
in order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m. That can happen only every 4 years. But it can happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. You have to wait for 28 years at the same time that Saturn, which was also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night.
The worst we did.
It has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. That's why we say the morning, so that everybody gets together and says it. But that's because that's when the people created the sun.
Worst we did was
The
fourth.
same Mars is the roughly known stars, the moon, zodiac, make rough basic considerations. He says on the Great Ocean, and the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you say a special bracha when you see it at least after 30 days. At least 30 days.
Shout out to National Power.
You also make a bracha on the 4 rivers mentioned in the Torah. If
Yes, athleticism, folks.
Shout
Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes.
the river, you no longer say a bracha. On the river, you see.
Well, I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
Freely is by the bridge. So you can say the bracha from the bridge to the upper river, not down river. At a certain time and place when they diverted the phrase, you no longer say a bracha. Hideko is in the tree point of Fatim the Top.
Rabbi, top kick cooker, hybrid Gert.